He'll need to be G to the line of sight and with a glance on the board to push them to not.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North America Last Chance Qualifiers. We're on day 2. We've eliminated 2 teams, and by the end of the day, 2 more saying goodbye to their chances at that Manchester Major. My name's Sierra Dawn. I'm going to be your host through the LCQ, and joining me on the desk, we have Fox and Jesse. Fox, it's a pleasure working with you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. It's the first time I'm doing like an at-home desk with you guys. It feels a little surreal, you know. I'm used to being like on a couch actually with Jesse. You know, we got real close, so it's really hard to be this far apart.
You're at least they put your camera boxes next to each other, so they're trying to bridge the gap there. Jesse, you're here yesterday. You're here for another day. How are you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling fantastic. Obviously, we've got 2 more quarterfinals to get through today. And you know what, Fox? I'm going to miss you as well, being so far away, so far apart. But you know what? We can connect through the power of the internet. We can tilt our heads. Which way is it? This way?
Yeah, I was about to say,
we can pretend. It will make it work.
You figured it out. I'm sure at the end of the day, you'll be right up, smushed up against the cameras there. But we got to talk about today and what these teams are playing for. Of course, we talked about that spot at Manchester. And Fox, we got to talk about the other teams there because we now have a complete list.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look at the teams from North America, seeing East Coast being at a first-time major is obviously going to be a little daunting, but they are looking like the best North American team consistently, and there are a lot of new teams making it to these events, especially if you look at Europe. They just concluded today. Secret being a big team that hasn't made an event in over a year. I believe the last event they were at was Invite 2023. And so seeing them there's a lot of upsets and, you know, new looks that we're going to be seeing at the next upcoming major.
Certainly. And I mean, we've got a lot of great teams coming through. A new thing this year as well is Oceania, for at least stage 1, has a phase 2 spot. Team Bliss just qualified for that spot last night. They played the grand finals of OCE, and they managed to get that spot. So longtime favorites from Oceania. They won the league multiple times last year, so it'll be good to see them back at an international event and starting in phase 2 for the first time. So that'll be cool for them.
It's exciting stuff up ahead, but of course we got to figure out through our last chance qualifier what team is going to be joining that select roster, honestly. And looking over at the bracket, looking at that upper half, we did say goodbye to SSG Academy and to Wildcard yesterday. 2-0 across the board to see Oxygen and Sonics be in the semifinals here, Jesse. And now for today, we're going to be focusing on that bottom end, our other 2 quarterfinal matches.
Yeah, that semifinals between OXG and Sonics looks really, really good. But of course, we got to wait for tomorrow to get the semifinals action underway. Today, it will be the quarterfinals, and we get a little bit of Tier 1 versus Tier 2 action. Always love it when we get to see the two regions of North America, the two tiers, face off against one another, get some of that coordination between them, have some of that competition. It's always exciting.
Absolutely.
Yeah, go for it. I mean, it's...
This is my first time doing it. I'm sorry.
Online stuff. We're good.
I'm sorry.
Now, we'll figure it out. That's another thing we're going to work on for me and you. We'll get our synergy levels up. I'm not quite as close as you as Jesse is, but you got to start talking about this first matchup of the day, talking about that tier team 2 going up against that tier 1, because that's always the difficult part. And Wolves even tweeted out talking about this match, talking about Luminosity. They have an org salary investment. We have friendship and love. Jesse, I don't know if that's enough to take them through, but I like the sentiment here.
I love that as well. You know what? All that really matters is coming in with a positive attitude and giving it your all, because for these guys, they're playing with no expectations. And we even saw yesterday the teams that came in with no expectations, of course, for Space Station Academy, that seemed to help them out, at least in the beginning. I think keeping that mentality up throughout the day, making sure that you can bring your all is really going to be important, because once you start to lose, and there will be rough moments in a match against a tier 1 team like Luminosity, there's going to be some times when that friendship and sometimes those positive vibes get tested. So keeping that up throughout the entire day is going to be key, I think, for Los Mangos if they want to come out on top today.
100%. And I mean, looking at this team here, Fox, I mean, we obviously want to see them put up a fight, but this is also kind of the future. This is the development and the journey for these players.
I mean, the journey is the biggest thing to touch on. If you're obviously a T2, T3 player, speaking from a player perspective, the biggest thing, the biggest way that you can show everybody what you have is getting a win under your belt against a top Pro League team. Obviously, there's a lot of other Pro League teams that are keeping an eye on specifically Los Mangos and the other T2 teams. And there's a lot of players on this roster that have been around, floating around that T2 scene, but they haven't really been able to make their mark just yet. And moments like these is what they thrive to play for.
And there's one player that I want to be talking about when we're looking over at this team, Jesse, and that's JJ, especially considering the history that he has had.
Yeah, if there's one name that you're going to be familiar with on this roster, it will be JJ Blast. He's been playing in the Tier 2 scene for so long, and, you know, he's been getting better every single stage. We started out in stage number 1, in 2022, back when he first turned 18 years old. You know, he struggled in the CL qualifiers, at first not getting too high, but then getting all the way to second, ranking up to a top 23 team in NA, top 21. Then he made it all the way to the open qual for playoffs in the next 2 years, and finally he's made it here to the last chance qualifiers, but maybe none of that comes close to his peak career achievement of beating Bolo all the way back in 2021. He has never lost to what some will call the best player in North America, and seemingly for his player cam, also a huge reciprocity fan from back in the day. So Fox may be a fan of you and Lax as well.
No, that is such a blast from the past that he put on the jersey. I mean, I take it personally that he's got Laxing on the back and not me. I mean, but we'll let it slide. I mean, just the fact that he had it. I mean, it goes to show, like you said, that he's been around for so long, been watching. And, you know, I was in the same boat one time too. Fortunately, I beat Lax to get into Pro League. I mean, he's not playing one of us, but still getting that little bit of a rematch, or not a rematch, but a first showing against a Pro League team, it's got to feel good for him to see that growth.
100%. And let's talk about that Pro League team in Luminosity as well, because this was a team going into stage 1, Jesse. I mean, expectations, I mean, they're low, and they've done a good job of this, even if they do find themselves at this stage.
No, it's been undoubtedly the best stage Luminosity have ever played. And, you know, sometimes we get caught up a little bit talking about Beast Coast and the other teams in the NA who have really popped off this stage. But Luminosity have quietly proven themselves to be a really competent team. They're putting up some great matches against some of the best teams in all of North America, and it's been really impressive watching their stage so far. They definitely still have their issues. They're still a team that will need to work on some things if they want to make it all the way to the grand finals of the LCQ and eventually win it to go to Manchester. But I really like the squad. Every single time that we see them play, it looks like they get better, and that's really the important thing for me.
I'm glad you mentioned that every single time they get better, because it's not just them slowly progressing. After a loss, that's usually the most amount of time where they get to have footage on what went wrong, and they hard focus on the main issues of what caused them to lose, and they completely evaporated going into their next games. And it's like a whole different team that's slowly evolving match by match. I mean, we saw in their regular season when they lost to SSG on Clubhouse, and then they won 2 games back to back, and then they lost to OXG, and then they won against DZ in the same day, and then another 2 games on the week prior. I mean, seeing that level of improvement behind the scenes is just something you don't see out of a team with such young players. And obviously, I still think there's a little bit of learning curves and growing pains that they're going to have to go through. But I love what I'm seeing so far out of them. And last stage, we just said that we wanted them to keep it close. And they've been going above and beyond so far. So even though their expectations were low, they're surpassing them at this point.
And I want to see some good play coming out of them today. Keep growing on those expectations. But ahead of today's match, of course, we had an opportunity to hear from JJ and Eddie about their thoughts.
So our journey into the LCQ has gone pretty well so far as a newly formed team. Through the 2 phases of open qualifiers, phase 1, we went undefeated. So we did very good for that being like, we only had like a couple days of practice going into that as a team. We did lose to MKERS twice in the seeding matches, which definitely was honestly a good thing. It shows us some more stuff we can improve on, keeps us humble. Currently, just been double scrimming as much as we can, getting as many reps in as we can against the NAL teams, closing the gap as much as we can, and trying to best prepare ourselves for the LCQ.
I think LG performed pretty good in the groups. Even though we got 5th place, not what we wanted, we still showed to people that we could compete. It feels good to just be able to compete against other teams. We haven't made any changes, really, just keep on practicing what we're doing. I personally think we're going to stomp. I think my team knows we're going to stomp. I don't think there's a doubt in any of us that we're going to lose to Los Mangos, unfortunately.
I have a lot of respect for the LG players, and I've had experience playing against all these players for like years though. Like rather than like a higher level than us, we see them as like kind of like on the same level as us. So there's no like barrier. It's not like we're playing DZ or OXG, whose like team play is off the charts. They're just good individual players that like rely on individual play. In my opinion, if they decide that they want to square up versus us on individual play, they can have a fun time dealing with Deity every round, because that guy's going to take it to them whether they like it or not.
I think the only one good on that team is Rival. I just know him more personally than the other people on that roster, and I just know he's pretty talented. But I don't think that alone will help their team bring them to the success they need against us. I think our team just wants to prove that we can still make the major, and despite us losing to DZ and getting 5th place in the NAO, we're still a top tier team, and that we could compete with all the other teams.
All right, well, Luminosity talking about this. Should be a stomp for them. Time to find out where our stomping grounds are going to be going into for today's series here, Jesse. I mean, I like the confidence coming out from them, and they should be confident.
No, they should. I mean, they're the tier 1 team coming into this. I want to see them playing confident as well. That Nighthaven Labs ban is a little bit interesting for me. LG did lose it in the quarterfinals, of course, against Dark Zero, but that was a very close matchup. And when Los Mangos played it in the open qualifier playoffs, they really struggled on attack. So I was a little bit shocked to see that one coming through, but maybe just trying to test the map pool a little bit coming through from Los Mangos. They haven't played that many maps in the open qualifier playoffs. They will pick Clubhouse on the side of LG. That's a map that they have seen Los Mangos play. They played it, I believe it was twice throughout the open qualifier playoffs, both against MKERS, both losses, but some close games in there for sure. And it's obviously a very comfortable map for Luminosity, so they should feel right at home playing Club.
Bank being the map that Los Mangos goes to take out. I mean, that is what we saw JJ said. He said that Luminosity is not a team that relies on gameplay. He wants to take it to a gun v gun map. Bank Clubhouse does put them in a really good position to flex that level of just 1v1 engagements that they're going to put themselves in. Luminosity, obviously being the Pro League team, they just want to go to what Jesse said, comfortability. So we see it from both sides. I don't necessarily know if we'll get to see a Chalet, but that is the exact map that Los Mangos is going to want to bring it to. And so first they just have to get through Luminosity's comfortability. If they can shake them up a little bit, I think they could be more comfortable getting to that 3rd map.
All right, well, we got to talk about predictions heading into Clubhouse. I mean, we'll start with you, Fox. I'm going to ask you for a round score, too. It already sounds like I know what team you're rooting for, or at least you got to predict it here.
I mean, yeah, I will be giving the edge to Luminosity. They are the Pro League team. I just think right now, T1 to T2, there is a little bit of a big gap. I think what we want to see is just the individual plays from Los Mangos be the thing that drives them home, at least on this first map. And if we don't see that, then we know how the second map's going to go.
All right, we got the win, Jesse. Same wavelength over here?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is going to be a difficult map for them to kind of force those gunfights on. Clubhouse can have a lot of those wall battles going on with the hatches as well. So I'm going to go for Luminosity Gaming, and I'll probably say 7-4 here for their favor.
All right. Well, time to see what we can expect out of Los Mangos and how Luminosity is going to go today. And head over to our casters for our first match, Flynn and Jonah.
Thank you, Sierra. Another day, another chance to see T2 and T1 collide. Who doesn't love that, Flynn? This time it's not SSG Academy and OXG. It is Los Mangos, as they call themselves, against Luminosity Gaming. And I gotta say, in that OXG SSG Academy game, seemed like the T2 team were able to put up a pretty good fight, and at least throughout that first map, really made that Pro League team work for it. Los Mangos, that's their job here. Trying to do the same thing on Clubhouse, take this fight to Luminosity and make them sweat this one out.
Certainly, and I think right now for Los Mangos, I mean, you can see the confidence coming out of JJ in that pre-vamp video, and I think right now for Los Mangos, the opportunity to bring out an upset in this LCQ. It was a close one yesterday between the Sonics and Wildcard, but I mean, that's two T1 teams going up against each other. In the T1 versus T2 battle that we had yesterday, it started okay for the T2 team, and then suddenly OXG, they kicked into high gear, and it got out of hand pretty quickly. For Los Mangos, like you said, Jonah, keep it close. We're on a map that everyone should know how to play in this lobby in Clubhouse. We talked about how defaulty it was yesterday. The theory on Clubhouse has not changed in the last 24 hours. Los Mangos starting on the defense as well, so it should give them a slight edge. We talked about how much reinforcement and hard breaching focus there is on this map. Yesterday, we didn't see any hard breaching bans on Club. Today, we see two. We removed the Maverick and we removed the Habana, the Kaid and the Azami taken out of play as well.
Yeah, entirely different set of bans here other than that Azami, right? Those Kiva barriers, I think, well regarded as an extremely powerful weapon on this map, especially when you think of that CCTV cache site, defending that Raptors position in Garage, something that we will probably see at some point, and there are still plenty of other ways to do it. I mean, that was a viable bomb site before the Azami came along. Wamai, someone like that, even a Jaeger, very good to balance in that position. But for now, we will start things down below. As you said, Los Mangos, they'll be starting out on defense, so they'll have a chance to do what they can to get a bit of momentum early, try to get as many wins as they can on this first half. And down below on this basement defense is where they will begin. But as we see pretty often on Clubhouse, that's not exactly where the round will begin. First step here for Los Mangos is setting up this extension all the way to the top floor, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Luminosity, we are seeing an attacking lineup that has the ability to go a little quicker. I mean, with someone like Eddie on the Ying, you never know. You could see this team get a little more aggressive and try to circumvent this roam, but generally, we're going to see this team pressure that extension, clear from top down, and do their due diligence before attacking the site.
Well, early engagements. Looked like Kixro was taking some damage early on from Deity, peeking the kitchen hallway, and Lokes from the pool table will open things up. Pat taking some damage. Their adrenal surges on the think of Kixro, but he's doing battle in the middle of the kitchen hallway right now. Being flanked through bar as well with holes for the stage wall. So just like we saw yesterday, early pressure applied from the T2 team on the defense, trying to get as aggressive as possible. Wi-Fi gets swung at the front door. Hat will finally respond, but he'll only get one before meeting his end. It's Eddie alone in a 1v4 in round number 1 in this series. He's carrying the diffuser. He's on 100 HP, but only a minute has elapsed on the clock. And suddenly, he doesn't look like he has anywhere to go.
Oh boy, that was quite something. We knew that this one could get a little spicy, but okay, Los Mangos, they are going to go that nuts. Goodness gracious. This one is going to get out of control pretty quickly if that's something they want to bring out more than just this first round. Talk about aggression. It was Lokes who started things out. It's Rival who then gets 2 kills. I mean, good grief. Luminosity, their attack already pieced apart in the first 90 seconds of round number 1. That is the definition of taking the fight to the attack. It's something we say when we see extensions, when we see roams, but not even to that substantial of a degree. That was truly something to behold. Luminosity, now they know this is on the table, and it's something they're going to have to keep their eye on for the rest of this map. This round, however, very well could be chalked already. Lokes, he'll be the one to finish it off. He started it with the kill. He'll close round 1 with the kill, and it is a Los Mangos win to start out the map.
And you got to give Los Mangos some credit there for playing the discipline at the end. You get the 4v1 in the first 60 seconds. for a lot of these T2 teams, as we've seen, the compulsion and the desire to keep your foot pressed down on the gas pedal and go all the way to try and close it out in the first 90 seconds. It's tantalizing. But they play very safe and reserved. Even in a 4v1, they have a massive advantage. Like you said, Jonah, before it was over, it was basically wrapped up. Eddie was alone and got one at the base of the main stairs with the assist from the Candela and the yellow ping from the drone. But other than that, he had nowhere to go because of the crossfire that was established by Los Mangos between bar and main stairs. So they had each other's back. JJ and Kiru having some fun in the shower. I don't know what we're accomplishing here on the setup, boys, but at the very least, we are hiding the clash from the side of Luminosity's drones. And they'll take a minute to breathe in the shower just to chill out and try and hide the clash as best possible. But there is a setup to be done. Going back upstairs to gym in bedroom now. Just like we saw yesterday, this has become the secondary bomb site on Clubhouse more often than not, as opposed to CCTV and Cash. With the absence of the Azami as well, we're going to see the spread to the far side over towards Cash and CCTV as an extension of the defense. We're going to have to be very wary of both those site isolation rushes that we saw on the attacking side on Club yesterday in our second matchup.
And as you mentioned, although the dance in the shower there with JJ and Kiru may not have actually benefited them strategically, it's one thing that is very clear to us as spectators here, that the vibes are high, and this is the kind of mentality that they're bringing. They're playing loose. They're playing fun. You saw it was all smiles after the first round. I think we can expect that mood to change if Luminosity start to pick things up and eventually when they get these round wins under their belt. But Los Mangos, they are the underdogs here. They really have nothing to lose. They're going to play loose. They're going to play comfortable. And Luminosity, it's only natural that you're going to play a little bit uptight, that you're going to feel a little bit uncomfortable in situations like this, especially after that first round. So in this second one, very important that Luminosity remedy those issues quickly. They don't let themselves get exposed and taken out by those early angles. And a good push here from Hat down below. Nearly got a chance to take care of Kiru, but instead, at the very least, force the bandit to back off that wall and retreat into construction. Kiru will once again be joined by JJ, where everything began in the shower this round, and they will make their retreat together, along with Rival positioned down below.
And see, that drone from the prep phase was still standing inside of blue, and now Rival being double droned in blue, just to confirm that he has not backed off. And he's going to be a constant flanking threat, pulls out the Caritas to try and go for the engagement towards the red stairs, but Silent is having none of that. And that is the opening pick in the round with just about 75 seconds remaining. The far side clear here for Luminosity, successful. They didn't suffer any casualties. Could have gone a little bit quicker if that skeleton key from Hat down below had been on the money for Kiru to pick him off while he was attempting the bandit trick onto the cash wall. But nonetheless, they still get the opener. They have the man advantage. One problem is the clock ticking away against them. And as they circle around the bomb site now, they're not employing as much of that control of the map that they took earlier on. The vault out, he'll go 1 for 1. Lokes directly into a claymore, but he hits the headshot before perishing. So once again, a 3v4 in JJ on the clash means he isn't gun up, especially not at the moment. Just trying to dissuade any of the attackers from making a swift entry through the bomb site, through any of the windows. Don't believe we've seen Jacuzzi get popped at all throughout this round, so it will be windows and doors here. And actually, as I say that, there go the bandit batteries. Eddie positioning himself outside the Jacuzzi wall with the assist from the Thatcher to clear the bandit batteries. And as the wall gets breached open, gonna have to make the push in towards the objective. The flashes come raining in towards the showers, but there goes Hero on the main stairs. Gets the first one and flies up, but Silent on the entry shuts down the clash of JJ. Now turning the corner, it's Kiru alone in the 1v3. The plant being attempted by Eddie, but Kiru on the opposite side, he throws the Nitro Cell. He does not have the location of Eddie putting that plant down. He gets the first one in the Silent, but sprinting around the corner to try and deny the plant attempt. It will be the coverage successful for Luminosity to tie the game up.
And that's the kind of thing you can expect from Luminosity once they start to get a bead on what Los Mangos are trying to do. As we say, with that aggressive, very in-your-face strategy, it's only going to work until your opponents adapt to it. And then, at that point, instead of becoming this real great value add, it just becomes a crutch. All of a sudden, you're running around the map, you're playing a little bit too loose for your own good. And when the attacking team, in this case Luminosity, get a handle on it, it's not going to be too much of an issue for them to shut it down. So a great response, an immediate trade, we're back to even, and Luminosity don't have to worry about it too much. The pattern for Los Mangos is clear. We know what they're after. We know what they're about. but we also know that Luminosity have it within them to stop that, as they just showed us in round number 2. The shenanigans were still aplenty there from Los Mangos. We saw them playing fast and loose with the clash. We saw Lokes jump out the gym window, going for that kill and getting it, albeit getting traded by the Claymore, but Luminosity proving that even with that aggression, they were able to adapt. They had that opening kill, so it was just trade, trade, trade. You maintain the advantage, you go into the end of the round, and you walk away with a win.
Luminosity opening up a lot of different avenues for themselves. It did come down to the wire, but we've seen this from Luminosity on plenty of attacks previously during the group stage and even in the playoffs, where, like even Fox said on the desk before this game got underway, they will play for that individual nature. This team is very frag heavy. There's a lot of talent on this roster in terms of individual mechanical skill, and they will open up as many avenues as possible for themselves and all take a 1v1 because they'll bet on themselves to win those 1v1s. JJ wasn't so sure if that was the right strategy to take against them, but the Pro League team certainly knowing how to win a few 1v1s. Although rival, as I'm talking about the individual mechanical prowess of this Luminosity roster, they'll get the opener with complete deception and now being tracked out by the death mark, but he gets the opener onto silent. It's a lot of soft breach taken off the board away from the purview of Luminosity.
Well, definitely a creative mirror window setup here that Luminosity are now working their way into. They're going to have at least some initial trouble dealing with it. Eddie's, identifying it. He knows this is a threat. If that pops open, some utility can come through to potentially deny Eddie or his exothermic at the very least. But in this case, it will open up at least mostly without trouble. You do have a bit of an awkward vault angle you're going to have to work your way in when you do eventually get into that platform breach. But no harm, no foul. They've got the wall open. Yes, they've lost one, but they are sitting pretty good in terms of overall timeliness, moving fairly quickly into this map, still with a full 90 seconds to go. The next point, the next checklist item is going to be this garage rafters. Wi-Fi trying to deal with it with the utility. Instead, he gets gunned down. Lokes, he drops down into the garage and gets the last 2 kills. It is flawless for Los Mangos. They handle business yet again.
Yeah, there's no coverage there from the garage door because they're a man down. They're 2 stacked on the platform breach. So that vault, when you're the Capitao alone entering the bottom of the garage, you have to clear the magnets or the firebolts will not hit the intended target. It's just revealing your position as soon as he pulls out the crossbow. It's perfect timing from the Lion Rafters, and this is going to prompt Luminosity to take their tactical timeout fairly early on in this map, only 3 rounds in. The 2-1 lead on the defense right now for Los Mangos, and they do have the availability to head back downstairs to the basement. So while they were unsuccessful on what is seemingly their secondary objective in gym and bedroom, they were successful on a CCTV defense with that opener and with the ability to get some early picks and apply a lot of pressure onto this Luminosity roster, who were very separated once again. And what will be the key is whether or not Luminosity can handle the aggression that Los Mangos are bringing round after round. I don't imagine that Los Mangos are going to slow down the tempo anytime soon.
Gotta say, I'm a huge fan of this choice to take the tack timeout 3 rounds in. Most teams would probably wait a little longer, maybe around 4 or 5 to do it. But after just a couple rounds that don't go your way, you see the game plan that Los Mangos are bringing and the fact that it's working. I think it is great that Luminosity take that moment to try to talk things over and figure it out right now. Make those adjustments a little bit earlier. That way you have more of a fighting chance for the second half of your attacks. Rounds 4, 5, and 6, you now go into them a little refreshed after taking that 60-second break, talking things over a little bit. And, just maybe that'll be enough to kind of get them back into fighting shape, get them back on the board here and on top of Los Mangos. Now, they will have to attack the basement again. As Los Mangos complete the rotation, we head back down below. And once again, we are going to see quite a bit of an extension set up on this map. Last time, this got chaotic very quickly. Los Mangos swung just about everything. It was the Castle of Lokes who started things off with a kill. He's got 6 kills to his name already. That is something. But Luminosity, with this lineup, they really could throw Eddie into dirt and get him involved early, avoiding any potential conflict on these top 2 floors if they so choose.
It is early days, don't get me wrong, but I do want to give Lokes his flowers at this point, just because when you scroll through the Liquipedia page for this game, Lokes is the only player without a page, meaning he hasn't participated in enough events to actually have a page be made yet. He's very unknown in terms of what we have seen at a T2 or a T1 level. Impressive start for him. Rival as well. Back-to-back rounds with the opener. Kixro, the first to fall on the Lion. And again, this extension from Los Mangos, it's doing damage. It's claiming bodies, and Luminosity are struggling to contend with the aggression being brought out from Los Mangos. The swing from Hat and Tan with the information from the drone. The skeleton key onto the construction wall, but Kiru, he gets out. He has the stage hatch open, and no one else from Luminosity is prepared to cut off that rotation. Everyone for Los Mangos now escaping back towards the bomb site in numbers.
We heard this in the JJ interview. The game plan for Los Mangos was to force individual gunfights, was to try to pick Luminosity apart, not by going team versus team, strategy versus strategy, but by taking one versus ones, individual versus individual. That is what JJ believed would be the best chance Los Mangos had to win this game. And so far, that strategy is working beautifully, isolating these attackers, putting them on an island, and then taking the gunfight. Once again, the kill onto Kixro, the first blow that Los Mangos will deal to Luminosity here in round number 4, and it's a big blow, because now you only have a minute to go through the rest of your attack. Los Mangos, they've claimed that opening kill. They can play a little bit more passively now. They don't have to get up in your face. They will have to deal with Lokes, and he's gonna persist, surviving in strip. No chance he survives another encounter. But still, the damage that Los Mangos are doing to this Luminosity attack right now, it is substantial.
You can see Los Mangos, they have the man advantage, and they're thinking, okay, if we can just kill a little more time here, trade out the man advantage, even if Lokes doesn't get one in the strip. He's occupying the resources, he's occupying the time and the attention of the attacking side of Luminosity. He even gets one for his trouble onto Hat, so still the man advantage sustained. A lot of time wasted, Silent losing almost half of his health. He drops down. He's pushing up long all the way towards the church. Double door, but he turns the corner, not looking at the deployable shield. JJ on the trade, and Rival will shut it down. The basement defense, this extension from the Roam, it's working wonders for Los Mangos, and they will establish the 3-1 lead.
Talk about a way to start. It is Clubhouse defense. This isn't unheard of, but it is a T2 team versus a T1 team on a map that everyone should know how to play. And Luminosity, they're in this game, but they are not looking like they're that close in each of these rounds. It was a flawless round, just one round to go. Another round where Los Mangos started off strong and then showcased that dominance. We need to see a fix for Luminosity, and we need to see that quickly. Now, attacking this map is a very different beast, and especially when you look at a team like Los Mangos, that we heard from them themselves tell us that they have very little experience together as a unit, that they've only really been scrimming and practicing over the last week or two. Attack is where those weaknesses will be exposed. Defense is where they can roam free, have a good time, and just punish Luminosity for every little misstep. But if they can establish a nice enough cushion going into that attacking half, anything is possible.
Absolutely. So now for Los Mangos, they return to the one bomb site that they were unsuccessful at defending. We go back to gym and bedroom. After a successful defense downstairs, their only other option was to go to bar. And we haven't seen that pulled out just yet. I'm still holding out hope. We might get a bar defense either later on in this series or later on tomorrow. I do think that it is a viable pocket strat, but it's certainly not something you want to lean on. So instead, Los Mangos will look to correct their mistakes on this defensive site. And Lokes, man, like you said, Jonah, they're going to be applying the pressure. Lokes, here's the rappel outside the window. He's prepped to go. One vault from Deity will be successful, but Wi-Fi gets them both. It's a 1-for-1 from Deity. Lokes throws his life away out the master window, and Wi-Fi collects 2 for the trouble to give Luminosity the man advantage. Ready and waiting was the Flores for the aggression to be brought from this Tier 2 team. Now the concession is on the far side. They're gonna have to pull out of Cash and CCTV, but only one is gonna rotate back. They're gonna stay separated on the defense, even at a man disadvantage.
Luminosity remedying some issues here. They've taken care of Deity, they've taken care of Lokes, 2 of these big threats. Lokes has been obviously leading the charge in terms of kills, and JJ himself said, watch out for Deity. He is gonna be someone scary to go up against. Luminosity, they seemed a little bit more worried about Rival. He also has been contributing quite a bit here, but as JJ falls to the Claymore and this Luminosity advantage continues to deepen, looks like this round will come down to both Kiru and Rival to see what they can pull off against 4. Gym and Bedroom, very tough site to defend in a disadvantage like this, but we've seen crazier things from Mangoes up to this point.
Jacuzzi Breach opened up. Trying to assist with the Zoto canister was Kiru, but wall gets opened up nonetheless. Now Rival just standing dead middle in the breach on the opposite side of the bathroom wall, just waiting for Eddie to turn the corner. The good news is Eddie is a little isolated over there on the platform outside of Jacuzzi, and he's the man carrying the diffuser, but here comes the push from Hat and Kixro into Logistics. Kiru taking a lot of damage. Now Kixro blinded by the Dreadnought mine. He's pushing into Logistics. He's able to clean up Kiru, now being slowed down. It's all Rival alone. He gets the one onto Wi-Fi. Still looking for Eddie as he returns up the short hallway. Eddie had relocated, and Kixro will close it out. Luminosity able to get back on the board. They are looking very good at attacking this bomb site in particular, but it will be Los Mangos trying to secure the victory for the first half.
Yeah, Los Mangos, they will, of course, still have that edge, but Luminosity showing us that they can indeed put the pieces together when they finally start to get on the scoreboard early. And again, it is this pattern of, is Luminosity going to be able to deal with the aggression? This time they were looking at the windows. In addition to setting up the Claymore, they were actively holding those angles, denying the run out, denying the shenanigans that Los Mangos were trying to pull off. It was good to see specifically Kixro get a couple of kills there. I think he may have gotten 3, may have only been given credit for 2, but he's a guy that you're typically relying on to contribute in a large part in the fragging department. Throughout the closed league portion of the NA League, he was that #1 contributor in terms of overall kills, leading in the entry game. And Luminosity, we know from what we've already seen that their entry game is going to be put to the test. It's already been put to the test. So if he can step it up, I think we can expect the success of Luminosity to follow, especially on the attacking side. Their final chance, though, to attack will come in round number 6 here on Club before we switch things around. So let's see what they can pull off on CCTV and Cash this time.
Last time around they defended this bomb site, it was Rival all the way down in the basement at the bottom of the blue stairs who got that opener, and you see once again an extension of the roam. The mirror window still being placed on the CC wall. It's popped open. The Kixro taking the ace instead of that thermite being on the upside down rappel. This means he's going to be able to successfully facilitate the breach from safety. He does have some coverage there as well from Hat, just taking up the Thatcher mantle on the opposite side of the rappel. The back of the garage getting popped open. So the good news here for Luminosity is even with a few roll switches, nobody has been lost in the first 45 seconds of the round. They're getting some good work done on the hard breaching mission that is still going to be one of the most pivotal engagements of this entire map. Lots of claymores being brought. Actually, only 2 this time around from Silent. No air jabs either, so limited opportunities to catch defenders going for a jog. But here comes Eddie, the ultimate response to the aggression. He's eating the impact grenades, and he is just going to charge all the way up rafters. He's got no support, does Lokes. Now he's trying to back out and wait for a gun to enter in. There goes Hat for the coverage. Deity, though, will go for the swing all the way up against the breach. He will trade out Hat. So now they've got another problem as a position is unfilled towards the platform breach.
Oh, right above. Wi-Fi doing a nice job to take the head of Kiru before he could do any more damage. Rival and Deity, though. Look at this. A double kill for Deity. Eddie and Wi-Fi now left alone. Eddie with a shield, no gun up there. It's really going to be Wi-Fi fighting against 3 with his gun. Eddie, well, now it's just him. Deity's found 3 on the round. Eddie, caught between a rock and a hard place, so down Rival, that's something. Somehow shoving Deity back through the wall, but it was not the case for Luminosity. They are not going to be able to pull that one out. Los Mangos, a 4-2 half at the switch here. Luminosity, they make their way over to the defensive side with a disadvantage now.
Well, Luminosity now, like you said, at a disadvantage, down 4-2. But we did see this yesterday from the Tier 2 team going up 4-2 at the half. And then after a little bit of a rehost, OXG kicked back into gear. And we're looking to see that same kind of turnaround here from Luminosity.
Well, listen, Luminosity moving on to their defensive half. Let's bring in an expert to talk a little bit more about this. Jesse, what do we think about Luminosity and their chances here as they move on to defense?
Thank you, Jonah. And yes, I wanted to jump in because this is actually Luminosity's most played map. We've seen them play Clubhouse 4 times through the regular season so far. And while you may think common logic, it should be easier to move on to the defense, for Luminosity, that might not be the case. They actually have a higher attacking win rate on this map than they do a defending win rate, which means this game may get even more challenging for them as they move on to the second half. Particularly, it's been Gym and Bedroom, which has caused them a lot of problems. They've tried to defend it 7 times so far, and they've only successfully won 2 rounds defending Gym and Bedroom, again, for the 4 times that they've played this map. So for the fans of Los Mangos, I mean, yes, an attacking side is intimidating, but against Luminosity, it actually might be an advantage.
Wow. Well, thank you, Jesse. We'll say goodbye to you here, and we'll look to hear your insights after this map as well. But that is very good to know that this defensive half may not be everything for Luminosity, that Los Mangos are set up pretty well to succeed if they can keep this up. 4-2 right now. The real test comes on the attack. As we've said, Los Mangos, if they can pull this out, if they can start piecing together these rounds, I mean, our entire perspective of this best of 3 may just get flipped on its head, Flynn.
One problem here is being able to accomplish the breach onto the kitchen hatch, and it seems like Los Mangos on their attacking side are facing some aggression, some resistance of their own, but they're standing tall to the challenge now. Deity able to get the opener onto Eddie, swinging out into the middle of the bar. The real problem is that Kickthrow is still upstairs inside of logistics. Wi-Fi though on the blue stairs as well. Caught out by Kiru, doesn't take a single point of damage. Rival and JJ, they both go descending towards the bomb site. Silent is the last man standing on 1 HP as JJ is getting the plant down. Kiru never left the blue window. Look at JJ leaving his seat in the celebration. Nearly a flawless round for Los Mangos, and they've got the first round of their attacking half.
Incredible. What a start. Wow, Luminosity. It is all, I mean, it's crickets in the comms. Look at this. The energy, it's just not there. They're allowing this T2 team to come in with this kind of energy, with this kind of play style, and so far it is working. And that has got to sting. I mean, if the reaction there from Hat doesn't tell all, I don't know what will. Luminosity are struggling right now. Maybe we'd hope to see it on the defense, but first round, not so much.
Not so much as of yet. Should be noted, like Jesse said, Luminosity have played Clubhouse on stream plenty of times. This is clearly one of their preferred maps. It's also their map pick. I mean, this is still not without opportunity for Luminosity to pull this one back. They need to get going on a run early, because you do not want to be back against the wall. If Los Mangos come away with this, it's match point on your own map pick to start things off. We then go to bank, which is Los Mangos' pick. Very troublesome scenario to imagine for Luminosity. Not like we haven't seen them overcome adversity in series before, but it just wouldn't be the start to the LCQ run where you really do have to be as close to perfect as possible. Wouldn't be the start you would want. Loke's taking some damage early on, so again, the playbook seems to be very similar between these two teams. Take as many gunfights aggressively, early, and often. Try and slow the attack down, throw them off tempo. It didn't work last time around for Luminosity. Los Mangos seeming very comfortable in the chaos that they have brewed.
Yeah, they've created this chaos, it seems, and they are thriving in it. All they got to do is keep this up. They have a 3-round cushion here, and it's going to take quite something for Luminosity to bridge this gap. JJ bringing out the Monty here in round number 8. So he'll be responsible for getting a bit of information, leading the charge as they work their way into the CCTV and cache extension. Silent, he has been spotted, this position behind the deployable shield, top of these red stairs. But here comes the pressure from the stairs, down below and up above. Oh, but he handles business. He handles JJ like it's nothing. And he takes care of the player on the stairs. He takes care of JJ up above. And just like that, the Los Mangos attack falls to pieces. Luminosity, now that's the hold we were looking for.
Definitely. Able to stand tall there and deal with the Monte at the top of the red stairs. Silent, the hero of the round, but here come Lokes and Kiru. Eddie, though, will shut it down rather swiftly. So it's just Kiru alone in the 1v3. Still looking behind, waiting for the flank to come. No flank coming as Eddie is vacated back to the bomb side. He's playing on the mattress inside a gym and bedroom. Hat seems to be a little more relieved after the victory in that round, but it did get close there. Monty pushing all the way up the red hallway, and a good reaction from Silent to prioritize the gunfight onto the red stairs as opposed to being vision locked onto the shield approaching. It's a good response there from Silent. It was a good response there from Luminosity. They are back on the board and back within 2.
Really, it did come down to Silent, his performance here early. I mean, we're seeing it again. Just so clinical. He knew that somebody would be coming up the stairs. It's just a good bit of game sense. When you're getting pressured from that top side, there's naturally going to be someone working their way below, try to pinch you at the same time. He dealt with that player first, didn't have to worry about getting fragged out immediately after because, as we pointed out, JJ was on the Monty. It's not like he had a gun up in his face, had a deployable shield to worry about and get around. And because Los Mangos didn't deal with that shield, there was that added piece of utility in their way, and JJ couldn't just roll up to Silence, smack him in the face, throw him on his back, and finish him, right? In that case, it was the shield in his way. You either got to vault over it, work your way around it in a little awkward scuffle, and that kind of a scuffle favored Luminosity 100%. So 2 rounds away now from potentially bridging this gap. They head over to CCTV and Cash. This is where the last round began, and well, as far as Silent was concerned, where the round almost ended for Los Mangos. But this is where everything will come down to this time as we rotate over and change up the bomb site. Los Mangos shifting things up a bit here once again. JJ rotating from the Monty to the Thermite, and Kiru, we'll see him pull out the Ying.
Well, looks like Los Mangos, they were worried about this mirror. They punch it, just like we saw from Luminosity on their attacking side, but same response that Luminosity eventually came to, which was just Selma charge it. We don't have to worry about going for the upside down repel and risking impacts or nitro cells coming out through that ejected mirror window. Early far side focus here for Los Mangos, and Deity made it all the way inside of Master. He's looking into construction now. He's not seeing anyone. He's not facing any resistance. They have the Solocon wall open. This is very good start and very good pacing here for Los Mangos. They have not found any opposition to their far side clear. And one thing they will have to be ready for is a potential flank coming back down towards the bottom of the main stairs. But for the time being, positioning strong here for Los Mangos, and the Thermite coming out from JJ. Have to be worried about impact tricking coming out from Silent, but the impact misses. They both miss, and the wall detonates. So now with a minute 35, Luminosity, they're in trouble on the bomb site.
And Silent goes down. It's a big kill for Rival. No more Wamai. That initial crux of the defense on that cache site has now fallen. Luminosity down 1. They're going to have to fight here. That top red stairs position going to be pivotal to hold in those final few moments. But this Nitro Cell could change the tide of the round. 2 kills, a double for Wi-Fi. Kixro gets one onto Rival. The advantage now swung in the favor of Luminosity, and it's Los Mangos who have to pick up the pieces now. Kixro gets a second. Piru now alone. He's able to clean up Hat, but no more. Wi-Fi works his way back up after a beautiful Nitro, finishes it with the gun, and a great response from Luminosity to bring things back from a troubling spot.
Yeah, Wi-Fi really the savior of that round for Luminosity because they were banking on those impact tricks to be a little more successful. Burn some utility, burn some clock, make things a lot more stressful for Los Mangos, but instead they get the opener after the wall is successfully breached after the 2 missed impact grenades. Very tough one there, but like you see, that Nitro Cell coming up from underneath, picking up 2, and then returning up the red stairs for the final kill. Big round there from Wi-Fi. Big round there from Luminosity. They stacked 2 in a row, and now they head back downstairs. We'll see if they employ a similar roam that they brought out in the first time they defended this bomb site, but it does not appear to be the case. Very different operators being selected from the side of Luminosity. Try and bunker down and turtle up. We saw this yesterday, where a roam was being picked apart, and the answer to success really was just stack all 5 on the bomb site and play your utility close to the vest. And now we can see for Luminosity some barricades going up, but I do not imagine we're going to be seeing much extension here. And for Los Mangos on the attack, they do have the Dokkaebi and the Grim try and facilitate a much swifter roam clear. And if they can identify that there is no resistance topside, we'll have a lot of time to work with to push down towards the bomb site. No Kaid claws to worry about, just the Tubarao in terms of delaying their hatches.
I don't mind this strategy from Luminosity. I'll be honest with you. I think presenting gunfights to Los Mangos has been an issue. Los Mangos, when they get gunfights, they've been winning them. And that's been their core strategy on both the defense and the attack. If you don't give Los Mangos the opportunity to take those fights, if you're playing a more passive style of basement defense, you're going to force this Los Mangos attack to go through the motions, to play this traditionally, methodically, an area where they just may not excel in the way that we've seen them excelling in those gunfights, in, what we would call the fragging department, so to speak. So this is where we got to see Los Mangos show us that they can be a traditional attacking team, that when forced into a situation like this, that isn't all just about gunfights, that they can still come out on top. The real test here coming for them in round number 10. Pivotal one too, because they could quickly move ahead to 6-4 to be on map point on Luminosity's map pick, or very well, we could see this one tied up, heading to max regulation guaranteed if we see this one all square at 5.
Yeah, it did seem there as the first Zoto canister comes out to stall out the exothermic onto the blue hatch. It seems for Luminosity, the plan was, okay, if Eddie can escape any drones upstairs in cache and be a late flank that Los Mangos won't have any idea about, then fine, we'll take that. But as soon as he got droned out, it was an immediate sprint back to the bomb site. Don't even shoot the drone, just get back as fast as humanly possible to join the rest of the team. You can see the identification of that from Los Mangos. Took a few seconds, but once they're on top of it, now comes the battle for the wall. Bandit batteries being picked up from Wi-Fi. He's going to go for the bandit trick onto the church wall. Be successful? No, he will not be successful at bandit tricking away that Selma, but while blinded is able to spray through the breach. Lokes will trade out Kixro. So now the descent into the bomb site. Lokes trying to push in, but Wi-Fi, he perseveres, he persists. It's a triple with the pistol now for Wi-Fi up against the church wall. Every Los Mangos attacker is falling left and right, and now it's just Rival alone, blinded underneath the kitchen hatch. He gets one onto Silent, being ripped apart from his flank, and there it is, Luminosity. They put 3 in a row to tie the game.
Madness from Wi-Fi. Are you kidding me? With the pistol there on the church wall, pinned, and for all intents and purposes, as good as dead, and he comes away with a round-saving play, a round-saving couple of kills with the pistol in hand that turned that one from a scary Los Mangos attack to a confident LG win. It ties us up at 5. We are all square with all 12 rounds of regulation guaranteed. At the very least in this LCQ, Flynn, that has been a pretty consistent pattern. We saw one map, I think 7-4. The rest, we saw 12 rounds and then 14 rounds. No matter what, these teams are not giving up without a fight. The T2 and T1 teams both. These games are close. These games are chaotic. This one, a perfect definition of that. Rarely do we see Clubhouse get this crazy. Given how hard breach centric this map can be, given how methodical we often talk about this map being, but this is truly a brawl. No holds barred, bare knuckle boxing type of a game. Luminosity, after some of the problems they've had, very happy to have evened the scoreline here at 5. They move back to gym and bedroom to see if they can continue to mount this comeback, and for the first time here, potentially take the lead.
So we got a lot of explosions. Yeah, JJ walks out of the main gate spawn in the first 10 seconds, uses his ash charge to rip open the castle barricades towards the bomb site. So, immediate use of the utility. It's site-centric as well, and I was curious to see the approach for Los Mangos for this site specifically, because their far side clear, it got close to being successful in pinning down Silent, but he took the right gunfight at the right time and was able to come away victorious against 2 attackers on the side of Los Mangos at the top of the red stairs. And it does seem, at least for the time being, that the focus for Los Mangos in the attack is a little less to do with CCTV and cache and much more to do with the jacuzzi wall to initiate things. Deity is still out on the far side, I imagine just holding for any peeks and any jump outs, and he's currently on a drone. So lots of info being gathered, but yeah, we've got an underneath approach here from JJ and Kiru underneath with the Ash and the Finka. And we are wrapping around to a far side. We had some difficulties on the jacuzzi, so we're needing a mid-round adaptation coming out from Los Mangos. Silent will return to his position where he did the most damage the last time they defended this bomb site.
We know that Los Mangos need to deal with that. That's got to be their #1 priority here. And as Deity tries to start to maneuver into this map, well, simply that's not going to be allowed to happen. He'll fall first. Silent's still allowed to maintain this position on the stairs, and Los Mangos, they're gonna just have to force this. Kiru goes up the stairs. Silent chose to take the fight, so he goes down. The 4 versus 4 here. Hat, ooh, dangerous here. They've got the advantage, don't need to lose it, but they're exposed, and now they're starting to fall. That's gone. Wi-Fi's on his back, probably not gonna get picked back up. They're gonna have to see Kixro and Eddie go big.
We're going for the swing, but there's the frag grenade to clean up, and there goes Kuru as well with the LMG for good measure. It's Eddie alone in the 1v3. It looked like a good start for Luminosity, being able to stall out Los Mangos' attack onto the jacuzzi wall, forcing them to go for the rotation, but the brute force over towards CCTV and Cash, it appears to have overwhelmed Los Mangos' defenses, or Luminosity's defenses, I should say. And now, Eddie, try and keep match point away from the hands of Los Mangos. The drone comes up the main stairs. He will be isolated. The push in towards Master, and Eddie has to go for the rotation. He's castled out of Jim. The first spray successful. There goes the Fink of the Nitro Cell, prepped onto the castle barricade towards Jim. And now he's got a 1v2. He's trying to separate the attention. He's beat off, though, from the Master doorway. The default cam will ping one attacker into the short hall, and now Eddie pushing his way up in the middle of the plank, going down. Eddie gets the first one into JJ, but Rival, he pulls off his position on the door. He wins the 1v1 at the end, and it's Los Mangos on to match point.
Unreal. After all that, they still get to be on match point or map point before Luminosity. It's gotten much closer in these last few rounds, but Los Mangos still maintaining the lead. And now it's map point. All the pressure, even more so than before, falls on Luminosity right now. That one was close. I mean, that one was so close. Eddie, when he threw that Nitro Cell on that castle barricade, blew it open, rotated over to the main stairs, really felt like he had a fighting chance. Because once he got that kill onto Kuru, it was just the 1v2. He had to isolate the 1v1s, but Rival, Luminosity said they were most worried about him, and I think for good reason here. We're seeing him really step it up, especially on this second half. Lokes has still been big, but Rival's now hit 10 kills and proving clutch in that 1 versus 1, making the decision, a tough decision, to get off the defuse, to go for the kill, and finding it just in the nick of time to pull out that win for Los Mangos. So 6-5, it is map point. Luminosity in danger of losing their own map pick if they cannot take another defensive win.
5 seconds insertion.
Luminosity here, gonna opt to go to CCTV and Cash. Another round that looked like it was getting a little nervy at the midway point. But Wi-Fi's heroics from underneath on stage were successful at dissuading any successful attack through that construction breach that was successful on its first attempt. The impact trick failing. We've still got this mirror window on the platform wall. Seemingly it's never going to disappear. Seems to be integral to both of these teams' strategies on Clubhouse. Do have a bit of an operator lineup change, though. JJ going back onto the Montaigne. So this might be more of a garage focus than a far side, at least initially for Los Mangos, but we saw their ability to adapt to difficult circumstances in the previous round. Wi-Fi, he might be a difficult circumstance that Los Mangos will have to overcome. So he's going for the run out that changing room hallway door. Now he's not spotting anyone on the rappel for the moment, but this is going to be a very annoying position to be in. If anyone's trying to rappel up and make a rotation on the opposite side of the garage, they could be putting themselves in perilous danger with having no idea where Wi-Fi is.
Well, the beginning of this potentially final round on Clubhouse, a little slower than before. Los Mangos really not forcing it here. They know they're so close to absolutely stealing one away from Luminosity, making sure that they don't let any stone go unturned. Wi-Fi could be, though, the danger that they have not identified yet. He's working a bit of a flank from the other side, and through the wall, Deity did not know it was coming. The trade attempted, but Wi-Fi, as he crosses the threshold of that double door, he makes it back to safety and gets away with his life. Now, they did take care of Silent, so Los Mangos do have a kill here to speak for. They do have that 4v4. And look at this, they do have a chance to walk into this site very soon. There is no one on Luminosity actively trying to prevent this, all playing a little bit more passively, maybe looking for something in the way of a retake, but it's not going to stop JJ from walking in and getting this diffuser down. Perfectly timed Nitro, though. He gets sent sky high by Eddie, and once again, the advantage swings to the way of Luminosity.
Yeah, that was the problem with JJ on those initial engagements. Took a lot of damage, down to about 30 HP. So he's very vulnerable to these toxic babes that are coming out now against Rival. He tried to recover the diffuser, opted not to, actually. He's just going to push in for the kills. Kiru picks up 2 now with the LMG. Hat and Kixrow say goodnight. It's now a man advantage with Wi-Fi and about 20 HP, who's made his return up the main stairs on the far side, in towards that construction doorway, vaulting up on top of the green box, and Rival just missing the timing, but Eddie will reveal himself. It is just just Wi-Fi alone, he'll have to reenact the heroics from rounds previous if he's going to save Luminosity on this round and on this map. He's being droned out actively and focused on that as the plant is going down from Kiru. The impacts come out from underneath, but Lokes has the coverage. It's Los Mangos. They steal away Luminosity's Clubhouse pick, and they win it 7-5.
Highway robbery on Clubs. Los Mangos, they walk away with Luminosity's pick, and they do it in what some would call disrespectful fashion, especially to start out that game. JJ mentioned they were trying to stay humble and scrimmed, but exuded confidence in that interview and exuding some confidence now. Really taking the fight to Luminosity and Flynn. Oh my goodness. What a way to start this LCQ for this underdog team.
Honestly, it's a beautiful way to start here for Los Mangos, a 7-5 victory on your opponent's map pick. You couldn't ask for a better start, and I think the whole team firing on all cylinders is a good sign to see. You were curious about how these teams would stack up against each other in the 1v1s. The teams themselves were curious how they would stack up against each other in the 1v1s, and I will say, narrow margins, but Los Mangos, they steal away the first map.
A slim victory, but a victory nonetheless. Los Mangos get to move to their map pick next. And Bank, if Clubhouse was chaos, I cannot imagine what that could become. We'll talk a bit more about it, and I'm sure Jesse and Foxe will give us a bit more insight. We'll hear from them in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, it's going to be an outcome that I don't think any of us expected. Los Mangos take that 7-5 victory over on Luminosity's map pick to be kicking off this series. I mean, Fox, that was crazy, right?
Oh, it was crazy, absolutely. I mean, there was amazing stuff from Los Mangos right out the gate. I was talking with Jesse about it while we were watching the game. I really loved from start to finish what they were doing on their defenses and what gave them that huge lead, just adding so much level of layering in between every single step that Luminosity just didn't have the ability to deal with. And so when Luminosity started trying to gunfight them and go for those fights, that's exactly what Los Mangos wanted. They wanted those gunfights, and they weren't kidding. DD came to play, Rival came to play, all of them wanted to go for these fights, and they were winning every single gunfight. It was really one-sided on defense for Los Mangos at the start.
Yeah, I mean, they really ran away with it, I think, in that first half. And even in the second half, despite it being a 3-3 split, it really felt like Los Mangos were in control for the majority of those attacks. Incredible that Los Mangos, the most unknown team in the entire LCQ, is managing to do something that we didn't see either of our losing teams do yesterday, and that is win a map. So incredible for them to come through and pull this off. I do think there was some aspect of Luminosity maybe underestimating their opponents coming into this one, you know, going Clubhouse even to begin with, that having this be your map pick was a little bit surprising just due to the fact that, you know, Luminosity have played it so many times, they've showed it so many times. I didn't see anything that was like brand new from them. You know, they tried some Ying stuff at the very beginning, which was a little bit new. But for the most part, it felt like pretty much the standard Luminosity style of Clubhouse. So I'm a little bit surprised they came here. I think they get punished from that. Clearly, Los Mangos did their research, tried to force a gunfight heavy club, managed to get that, and were winning their shots.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity takes their time. They take their time to learn and adapt. And when you have a team that doesn't have much information or really anything to go off of, it's really hard to do that. So we saw LG make that little bit of a comeback. But I do agree there was a little level of underestimating Los Mangos. And I feel like it came down to a lot of individual big plays from specifically Wi-Fi to keep them in that game. He had an amazing defensive side at half. There was an amazing C4, amazing plays from him. Really commend him keeping his team in the game. But Los Mangos, when they were feeling it based off of them just winning the fights, they knew exactly what they needed to do on to attack, especially that first attack round. Everybody on Los Mangos just had an amazing strategy to just sat. All they did was take surface level intro like into the map, and Luminosity, it felt like their egos were shattered, that they just wanted to fight so bad, even though it was a losing fight every time.
And I mean, beforehand too, in our matchup video, JJ had said, like, if they're gonna give us the gunfights, like, we're gonna win these out. Like, we're firing on all cylinders here. So I think going on forward too, Jesse, I think there's a lot to be learning from this series, especially with who we got to see stepping up.
Yeah, and I think throughout the stage, I mean, Luminosity have sometimes struggled to keep up with their opponents in terms of raw 1v1 mechanical gun skills. And sure, against the top teams in North America, that's a tough thing to do. I don't think they were expecting to face the same challenges here against a team like Los Mangos, but they've got to keep this in mind. You now lost your own map pick. I think coming through these next couple of maps, we're really worried about Luminosity, the pace they're playing these games. I want to see them try to slow these maps down, play a little bit more utility focused. You know, there were some good rounds in there. They were trying to get some bandit tricks down. They were trying to slow the game down that way. We saw some really interesting mirror play going on the CCTV wall. So there were some ideas there to slow down the rounds. But also, I mean, you can't deny how many roamers they had when defending CCTV cache, how often they wanted to take gunfights on that first defense, which, as you said, Fox, Los Mangos shut down so brilliantly. It was a rough one.
Really was. And we talked about the teams, but I want to talk about a couple of players that we want to highlight here on forward, Fox, because I mean, for a couple of them, I mean, Lokes, this was someone that we didn't really have much information on, and we got to see a nice performance coming out from him. We got 3 key players here all across the board, people who really did step up when needed.
Yeah, I mean, we already touched a little bit on Wi-Fi and how good he was for Luminosity's side, but Lokes is one of those players that we haven't really seen in the T2 scene too much. And this was a player that, excuse me, everybody on the team on Los Mangos fought so heavily to get onto this roster and give him this time to shine. And obviously being the top fragger for his team, I mean, everybody was stepping up immensely. I mean, Rival had the huge 1v1 that really set the tides in Los Mangos' favor. And even Kiru had the big round on the last round where he was able to get 2 kills and bring a lost round into a winning potential. I mean, obviously every player had so much to highlight on, but Loke specifically was an amazing highlight just because he was doing a lot of it on the supportive backline. And he is, I believe, just turned 18. So being an 18-year-old just going straight on to playing support is not something that you see too much of, especially when it comes to Siege. You'd expect him to be on Ash or something, but he was just putting up such amazing numbers on that back line.
Yeah, and I think for Rival, I mean, top EPS in the entire server, 11-5, great KD coming through. I don't think he had as many like flashy plays as a guy like Wi-Fi or, you know, even Kiro at that final end. Did have the 1v1, but it was, you know, preventing a 1v3, so still played it very, very well. For me, the big thing with Rival was his consistency. Always ready to catch players when they're trying to go for rotates, always ready to jump in and stop some aggressive moves coming through from Luminosity. Also not afraid to make those aggro moves himself on the defense. Really good on that Solus, making sure a lot of chaos was going down for LG, constantly being that thorn in their side. So you really got to give it to Rival, MVP of this map in terms of EPS, and certainly showing up big in the server today.
We ought to talk about that first map and that implication now that it has going on in the series, because that was Luminosity's pick here, Fox, and now we're heading over to Bang, Los Mango's pick. I don't know, this could go all the way, or Los Mango's has a chance to close this out now.
I mean, they absolutely do. We talked about it, that we wanted to see those gunfights be the main key factor that keeps Los Mangos in the game, especially when they're able to bring it on over to Bank, which is their map pick. Because if they would have lost that first map, I think it would have been a swift 2-0. But because they were able to not only keep it close, but get the map pick in their favor, they now have confidence, and they've shattered the confidence on Luminosity's side. Luminosity came in stressed out. They came in expecting to be the winners. That's why it felt a little bit more one-sided. They weren't expecting this much of a fight, and now they got it. So now it goes one of two ways. Either Luminosity can lock in and play a little bit more defender-sided on a defender-sided map of Bank, but if they let that ego keep riling them up, so far it didn't go in their favor in that first map, and it won't be looking as good on a map like Bank 2, because there are a lot of areas where that ego is going to prevent you from playing like a team, especially if you lose that first map.
Certainly, and obviously we're coming into another map where the information advantage might favor Los Mangos. Luminosity just played a 15-round game against Space Station at the end of the NA playoffs, and Los Mangos didn't touch this map at all through the Open Qualifier playoffs. So Intel again favoring Los Mangos this match.
I mean, Los Mangos, they got a good advantage now. Let's see if they can keep that going on. Headed into Bank. It's time to head over to our casters, Flynn and Jonah, for next map.
Bank, map 2, this one a doozy. Los Mangos, their map pick, and they are feeling good. A 7-5 win on Clubhouse. It sets themselves up really well for this Flynn. And from what we saw, I heard it there from Jesse. He talked about the confidence that now Los Mangos have, and potentially the egos of Luminosity having been shattered after that result. What are the consequences of that going into a map like this?
Listen, there are some teams who have exceptionally strong mentals, and there are some teams who don't have as strong mentals. I think the big worry for me is, I know Hat plays with his heart on his sleeve, but you know, it's 5-3, he's winning around and he's stressed. You know, his head, his face are in his hands after a round win at a 5-3 scoreline. Like, there's signs here from Luminosity that don't portray the most confidence, like the desk is talking about, losing that first map. And you see the energy on the other side from Los Mangos. I mean, if we're going off pure vibes, Los Mangos has this. We still have to play the game in the server. But man, that does seem to be a problem here for Luminosity, is being able to keep the composure. They made a nice run back to get it close, but they couldn't close it out, or at least force into overtime even on their own map pick. It is going to shake you a little bit. And I think just from what we saw from the face cams, there were a lot of dead stares. There were a lot of mouths not moving after round losses. You know, there's silent comms, there's frowning faces, there's faces in hands. There seems to be a lot of stress, anxiety, and exasperation, at least from the body language that we're seeing on these face cams from Luminosity. And the same cannot be said for Los Mangos. They are ejecting themselves out of their chairs after almost every single round.
And we could kind of predict that coming into this, knowing that it's, you know, the classic battle of T2 versus T1, a tale as old as time. One team with nothing to lose, the other team with everything to lose. Luminosity lose this game to Los Mangos. I mean, whether they like it or not, they're gonna become the laughing stock of the NAL, while they have to watch the team that just beat them go through the LCQ and try to fight for a chance to play in Manchester, as crazy as that sounds. Of course, it's a long way from potentially being that. But to LG, I don't imagine like it feels like that's that far off. You just lost your own map. Your back's against the wall. You're gonna feel that pressure. And if you start to lose a round, if you start to slip, that pressure is going to build and build and build to a point where, yeah, it could get pretty tricky to maintain. Here in round number 1, though, we focus on Bank and what Luminosity can achieve on their defensive side. As we know, this map often kind of goes even, kind of goes 50-50. Overall, in the NAL, we actually saw this map lean slightly attacker-sided, although it was basically a negligible difference. So no matter the case here, we know that Luminosity need at least 3. That's going to be their target. But I'd argue these first 2 rounds are maybe the most important that we're going to see on this map, just because it is going to establish the momentum early and either set up Los Mangos for a ton of success or start to slow down this team for the first time.
Well, much like we saw in Clubhouse, we do have a defensive extension. The bomb site is downstairs in the basement. It's lockers and CCTV to start things off for Luminosity. But we do have quite a presence and quite an investment of not only rotations and time, but also utility and reinforcements over towards the open area, trying to sustain a hold off the bomb site with the preparation to drop back down. We also got Wi-Fi in the elevator. It does have the hatch open to be able to bail out. As he is droned, that's exactly what he'll do. Tries to hit the drone on the fadeaway, but he'll be unsuccessful. He still has a Dreadnought mine as well, directly underneath the elevator hatch, so good position to be in terms of being able to bail out for Wi-Fi. And everyone now has bailed out for Luminosity. They've fallen off at the midway point in the round. Now it's time for Los Mangos to see what they can do in terms of tracking down defenders, as we see from Rival. We're looking to potentially hack an Evil Eye. Talked about this yesterday, the counterbalance between the Brava and the Maestro. Losing an Evil Eye to your opponents inside the bomb site can be devastating. And I believe that was hacked, but we're going to have Hat using the other one inside of the bomb site itself to pop the first go-out canister with a minute remaining, try and slow out Los Mangos' descent into the bomb site. But Deity entering in through garage, he'll get the opener onto silent.
And look at that, Los Mangos, they get 1 kill and they immediately pop into action. That doesn't really work out, though. There was still the Vulcan canister to worry about. The fire and the flames will deny the initial defuse attempt. We'll also start to lose a couple more of these attackers' lives very quickly after. Deity, who's been pushing garage this entire time, is able to get 3, but finally shut down by Kixro, leaving Rival in a 1v2 clutch situation. 20 seconds, the diffuser out of pocket, still some smokes and utility in his way, and going for the full rotation leaves him with just about a few seconds left when he eventually pushes the site. Luminosity, they can back off, play safe. They know it. They do not have to force this engagement. Rival will work his way into lockers, and a shotgun will greet him around the other side, giving Luminosity their first round.
Hey, a smile. There we go, Eddie. Looks like Wi-Fi's smiling too. Okay. Are we getting the vibes back? Do we have a successful mental reset? I will say for Los Mangos in that round, like you say, JJ going in for the plant there in the middle of the fire and Toxic Babes coming out with plenty of time left on the clock to work with was certainly a choice. They didn't even breach open the default plant wall, instead just opting to walk in the door or drop down the hatch and see how the entry was made, but it was certainly a perilous one for JJ, and he didn't last very long. Then with the diffuser surrendered in the bomb site, Deity, hats off to him for trying to pull that one back out of the depths. Very nice shots on his entry in through garage. That seemed to be the only successful point on the round for Los Mangos' attack, was Deity's ability to acquire those picks on a solo mission. Didn't really have any help. It was just him, a 5-5-2 against the world. He did pretty well, but the rest of the team, in terms of their strategy, formulating a plan and trying to get that plant down, didn't quite go exactly as they drew it up. So for Luminosity, they get their first round on the defensive side. Should be noted as well, the operator bans, that we did lose the Montaigne and the Dokkaebi. So a lot of that real estate that was being garnered for free on Clubhouse, even yesterday in the game between the Sonics and Wildcard on this map, not going to be as free this time around. Montaigne, a very good operator, being able to soak up utility, soak up focus, and being able to take a lot of map control with relative ease. It's not going to be in play this time around. Wi-Fi taking a little bit of damage to begin the round as well. That had just been pre-fires through the printer window. Nonetheless, the Los Mangos attack now will start to head topside, and they'll meet a very similar setup that they saw in the round previous, this time with the bomb site being open area and kitchen.
E1D goes out there from JJ on the Lions, so trying to get a bit more information as to the Luminosity positions here. But what we saw in round number 1, and could very well see as a theme on this half, is the primary concern for Los Mangos. While it feels like Bank is a map this team will thrive on the defensive side, so much roaming potential. They can run around and just go crazy. There is a lot to worry about on the attack. There's simply so much square footage to deal with, so many different areas that Luminosity can pressure you. So if you're not perfect, you're gonna get punished. And even if you get a kill like Kiru, you're gonna have somebody from Luminosity right there to play the trade. Silent gets another kill, that one onto JJ. And so as Deity tries to sneak up and make something happen, he claims the kill onto Silent here. But this one, it's just not looking as organized for Los Mangos as we might want to see. Deity gonna take advantage of this moment and try to get this diffuser down. He will, successfully, thanks to some good coverage from Rival. But the 2v2 retake now for Luminosity as they try to work their way back in. Wi-Fi and Eddie split up. Eddie in the site having dropped the hatch. Wi-Fi all the way in Tellers. He's got nowhere to go. Rival read him like a book, and Deity shutting down the final player, the Nook, who snuck into the site, gets the diffuser down, and finishes the round with a kill.
Truly a tragic round for how much better that sneak up the main stairs could have been. Deity was sitting beside that goo mine. He could see it the whole time in the barbed wire, and at least from our perspective, he could see it. Not sure what his screen was showing, but he still walked into it, and that gave the sound cue for the defense of Luminosity to spring into action and try to swing from both the elevator hallway and Tellers. And yet the trade works out. They each go 1 for 1. Deity takes the diffuser into the bomb site, kills the only defender for Luminosity on the objective itself, and the sneak still works out with Rival on that coverage. And like you said, trying to play the post plant, the remaining 2 defenders for Luminosity in that situation, they separate. One drops the stock hatch back into the bomb site. That was Eddie on the Frost. And then, yeah, the rotation over towards Tellers. Late round, just separations. You're playing the 1v1s, and I don't know how much we have to talk about 1v1s in this matchup. But Los Mangos, they do not feel uncomfortable in that situation. So a good recovery to a round that was supposed to be energetic. It was supposed to be frantic. Started out not really going their way, but they're able to recover nonetheless in the post plant. They secure round number 2. We're all tied up once again. And with every round that Los Mangos is able to get on the attacking side, it just applies even more pressure to a Luminosity team who've lost their first map, lost their map pick, and now they're in trouble as match point and series point, it looms ever closer. Every small mistake that you make on the side of Luminosity is one step closer to being eliminated from the LCQ, eliminated from the stage as a whole, and staring down the barrel of a lengthy offseason.
Round number 3, Luminosity hoping to stave off defeat over on this open area and break room site, and starting things off with Hat getting a kill there onto Kiru. A great way to begin. He's also got the bead on another attacker. That one is Lokes working his way up the blue stairs, but good old Peeker's advantage gives Lokes more than a fighting chance, gives him the edge to win that fight. But look at this, in the smoke, all by himself, JJ's gonna get this diffuser down, and there's no one to stop him. Lokes providing the coverage from blue, and now Luminosity, they're in panic mode. They've got to retake, and they only have 30 seconds to do it. They've taken Rival down, that's something. They're trying to build some momentum on this retake, but they've so much left to do here. Los Mangos came in and blindsided them with this. Kixro, he's stuck. He's finished off by Lokes. Eddie up top trying desperately to find a foothold back, going for a bit of a flank, but there's only 15 seconds. That means there's less than 5 for Luminosity to get in there and make something happen, and Los Mangos shut them down. The man of the hour, JJ Blast, he comes out of nowhere, puts the diffuser on the ground, and absolutely decimates Luminosity.
I swear, JJ looks like he's about to take flight after round wins. I love the celebration. I love the energy coming out from JJ and from Los Mangos in general. And man, Luminosity, they run it back on open area, and yet they play a very similar setup, which is very little personnel on the bomb site. The quad wall into kitchen gets breached open by the Ace Selmas, and while they acquire the opening pick from inside of Archives, Lokes trades that out, and suddenly Los Mangos realize, well, the site's free. We got a smoke grenade down. We can plant in that smoke at the double door to kitchen, and it's lights out, because you play that retake with Lokes' positioning at the top of blue stairs. That's an impenetrable position for the most part. There's really very little ways for a defender coming away from Tellers and Archives to have the advantage onto Lokes there. And then you got the positioning outside of Printer Window. I think it was Rival and the Hibana who got down. They even went for the revive in that madness to get him back up to have the two-man advantage at the end of the round. JJ with the coverage outside of the alley access electrical doorway. And a tough one for Luminosity to once again be unsuccessful at winning on the retake. Allowing two plants to go down on that bomb site. It's going to prompt them to go back downstairs towards the basement. CCTV and lockers trying to grab some more traction in this game. And like I said, try and prolong what seemingly is getting closer and closer, which is a match point, series point being put up against you by a tier 2 team.
You mentioned JJ there. We talked about him so much, given, you know, the confidence he was exuding in that pregame interview. And for better or for worse, and not really my choice in the matter, but over the last few years, you know, following him incidentally alongside him through the ranks of, you know, T3 and T2, always seen him in these big moments, you know, trying to make things happen and talking a big game. Historically, he's been a bit more bark than bite, as is most of the teams that we've seen him on and participate in. But right now, at least so far in this game, it seems to have been working out for Los Mangos. They're bringing the heat here, taking the fight to Luminosity, what, the 5th place team in the NA Closed League. So a statement here being made by Los Mangos. Doesn't mean they're going to have an easy time with this, though, as once again, they're going to try to work their way in and quickly find themselves in an early deficit. Kiru goes down first, so Luminosity claim the opening kill again in round number 4.
My God, there were 2 Luminosity defenders sprinting at the bottom of the main stairs, trying to change up their positioning, and Deity on the base of the platform towards the basement of those marble stairs. He's millimeters away, and he didn't spot either of them sprinting on past. That could have been 2 quick freebies for Deity, just like we saw the last time around he attacked this board to this bomb site. Now for Los Mangos at a man disadvantage. They lose the Ying with a great read from Wi-Fi from inside the elevator. Able to pick off Kiru, prepping that Candela that would have completely blinded him inside of the elevator shaft, and would have had to find that hatch without any vision. But nonetheless, a good read, good shot. Shut down the Ying. That's also going to limit the amount of utility that Los Mangos are going to have on the execute. But as I say that, Kextro falls. The flashes come in, but there goes the diffuser on the ground in the back of the vault. And it's all orange in the kill feed. Luminosity, they spring to life. And once again, it's Deity alone against the world. 1v4 with a 5-5-2. The pre-fire from the UMP of Hat will shut him down. And Luminosity, while they haven't been able to win elsewhere, they have at least been able to go 2 for 2 down in the basement.
Yeah, 100% win rate down there, so not going to have to worry about that site any longer. It's just going to come down to their ability to put together a defensive victory somewhere else on this map. They still have to defend 2 more times here. You don't want to go down 4-2 here, so definitely looking to come out at least with 1, if not 2, of those round wins. Not too big of a deal there for Los Mangos. Once they lost Kiru, they knew that they were fighting quite an uphill battle. They brought the Ying, staple on that objective when attacking it, and almost a necessity at times, given how much of a really long endurance battle the utility game can become on that site. We always talk about the smokes, the nitro cells, the Vulcan canisters, all of the defensive utility they have to stop attacking teams. The Candelas and the smokes are a great way to kind of circumvent that, cut that in half, or at the very least, make things a little bit more bearable for attacking teams. But with Kiru dead right off the bat, that utility was out of the lobby before we even got to see that become a factor. So no dice there for Mangos in round 4. They look to round 5 and 6 to continue this upset they might be getting brewing here. An interesting site selection, though, for Luminosity as they look to find somewhere that works for them. They go to Tellers and Archives next.
Yeah, seemingly with an aversion to going to CEO as a defensive objective. We saw a lot of CEO yesterday. We're not seeing any of it so far, at least on behalf of Luminosity. Once again, here we go. The battle between the Brava and the Maestro. It seems like the defensive side will win out this time around. Wi-Fi will also shut down Kiru. We saw the Nook coming out once again. Wi-Fi drops a bag just to make sure that he knows. That's the diffuser downstairs surrendered inside a server. Eddie will tag in and drop Lokes to the floor. So suddenly, a Los Mangos team that was on a heater on the attacking side, they're dropping like flies. Hat lets the Alda sing. Deity is no more. And now it's Rival and JJ suddenly with a lot of time left on the clock. but not a lot of friends to help pull them out of a 2v5.
Yeah, when you talk about overconfidence, I think this one, nice little VOD stapled right next to that definition in the dictionary. Los Mangos, yeah, doing a little too much and doing it a little bit too individual. I mean, what, you're going to push in one by one by one, expecting different results? Not so much. Hat is making this very clear. He wants nothing to do with what Los Mangos are trying to pull over on Luminosity right now. This round, disastrous for Los Mangos. I mean, simply it was one kill at a time, they fall. Kiru dying first again. That's not going to help them in this endeavor. And yes, Rival is still alive, although just barely. He comes out on top in that engagement against Silent, so we got a little sneak peek there to what Luminosity were looking like, but it won't take them much longer to close it out as we see that, yes, the sigh of relief as they take yet another round and take the lead here on Bank.
Well, it's a successful Teller's Archives defense that really just about had nothing to do with the bomb site itself. Most of that round won away from the objective, and now for Los Mangos, a little troublesome. You can see they're trying to employ the same strategy they did the first time they attacked onto open area, which was try to get that Nook with the diffuser up the main stairs and towards the bomb site. This time around, they send the Nook over towards server on the dirt tunnel entry, and Deity, yeah, he got shut down. And then everyone got shut down trying to respond. Los Mangos trying to quicken the tempo. Luminosity now faced with 2 successful defensive wins, with the option to either go back to open area for a 3rd time or go to CEO. They opt to run it back. The 3rd time will be going to open area. Will it be 3 consecutive rounds where Luminosity has defended this site and had to play a retake against a successful diffuser being planted by Los Mangos? Got a very different lineup coming out from the operators on the attacking side as well. JJ picking up the diffuser. We've seen that thing change a lot of hands on the side of Los Mangos as well. A lot of flexibility in terms of who is responsible for that diffuser. A lot of flexibility on the roles is nice to see from the T2 team. It can sometimes feel like they're stuck in their roles and they can't really flex out into anything else.
I do wonder what the Luminosity adversity is with this top floor site. We do see it, I mean, generally a fairly consistent bomb site to defend, but whether that's confidence or a lack thereof in their own setup, or it's something they've identified on this Los Mangos side. Very simply put, they just may not want to allow Los Mangos early access to the objective. In theory, you could just swing in through the window. Of course, we know it is not as simple as that, but Los Mangos have proven their willingness to get aggressive, to get active, and to do those little surprise plays. So Luminosity potentially avoiding that for the final time here on defense. Once again, going to that first floor objective, open area staff room. We will not see this top floor in play in terms of an objective, but we will see it in play in terms of where this round will ultimately begin and where Deity will ultimately fall. A great shot by Kixro, starting this round off hot, and he's looking to get another one as JJ boldly swings the same angle that his teammate just died. Instead, the 2nd time, choosing to be a little smarter, retreating and maybe waiting for Rival to get something going from the windows.
So many yellow pings coming out, and Kixro is taking a lot of damage here, stuck in that banana hallway on 5 HP now. The only option might be to try and vault over, but the swing, he has support from inside of Archives. Here comes Wi-Fi, taking out Lokes off the rappel, and now Kiru gonna take 50 HP damage from an impact. Eddie will get downed at least, down to the floor. So that's the Solus taken out of play. You can hear the Boogie drone spring into action, try and rip up the floorboards. The Candela's coming out, but we don't have a hatch open here, boys. Now it looks like the hatch gets opened with the can opener in tandem with the Candelas. The sprays come through, leaving Rival alone in a 1v5 as Eddie was revived in this nonsense. He's constantly being blinded by the Dread Mine, and now Eddie cleans up after being revived from the grave. It is Luminosity who secure the 4-2 lead at the half.
Now there's chaos, and there's creating chaos and thriving in chaos. And then there's also, on the other side of that, just an absolute mess. Just a straight up disaster. And that's kind of where that Los Mangos attack could more aptly be described as, categorized as. I think the hatch drop or lack thereof is a great example. I guess they were trying to hot drop with the can opener, threw in the Candelas, then detonated the hard breach charge, hoping to kind of spring into action at the same time. I don't know about that one, boys. A little a cacophony of errors that resulted in a rather messy final few seconds and another confident Luminosity defensive round. So despite the spurt from Los Mangos, it is Luminosity who hold a 2-round cushion as they shift over to the attack. As we discussed, Los Mangos are going to be a big threat here on defense. Expect them to be roaming, to be playing aggressively, and to be getting in the Luminosity's face. However, they're not necessarily finding the scoreboard as much as they did on Clubhouse here for Los Mangos. Kiru, 1-6. JJ, 2-5 here. Rival also negative. Lokes not thriving as much as he had last time. So as much as we want to expect and say that Los Mangos are going to be winning gunfights, taking gunfights, and trying to win them, that may just not be the case here. Luminosity may have finally found their stride and what they need to do to shut down this aggressive team.
Well, Los Mangos, for the time being, also sharing an aversion to CEO, at least not making it their primary bomb site. They'll head downstairs to CCTV and lockers to begin their defensive run. And lots of drones getting picked apart on the top side. Rival using that Solar scanner at the moment, trying to spot out any drones and any intel gathering devices that the attackers may be attempting to use. Eddie with the diffuser on the Hibana, opening up the vault hatch. We got 3 attackers for Luminosity here, and we are hot dropping. Eddie falls in with teammates. You can see the drop through the wall into the elevator as well from a defender of Los Mangos. So stalled in place. Kiru comes to life inside of the vault double door. He only is good for 1. Eddie is able to propel even further into the objective now with the diffuser. Takes out the default camera. They have to be wary though, because here comes Rival on the flank through lobby, back towards that hatch that was breached by the attacking side. Still a man disadvantage for the side of Los Mangos, and you might as well double it up now. It's Luminosity in a 4v2. Still not going for the plant as of yet, but Rival is locked down after his hatch drop into vault. It's just Lokes alone with a UMP. He can't find anything. His hat will shut him down from the garage. It's Luminosity winning their first attacking round as well.
It seems like Luminosity just want to get this map over with and move to map 3 as soon as humanly possible, wasting no time getting into the site and making it happen. And a fantastic way to avoid the possible pitfall that we had just previously mentioned, the danger of Los Mangos on the roam. And this map being so extension heavy, so much freedom for someone like an Oryx to be running all over this map, jumping up and down hatches. Well, you remove that freedom if you just ignore the roam. If you just go direct, you drop the hatch and you push the site quickly, it just does not give Los Mangos a chance to take the gunfights that they so desperately seek. If you get in there quick, you force Los Mangos to rotate back, voila, you've got yourself a victory. 4 rounds in a row for Luminosity as they continue to put Los Mangos on watch here, as they look to move ahead to map 3 as soon as they can. 5-2 right now, as Los Mangos take the timeout to try to fix these issues.
Yeah, timeout needed just to get a reset, communicate, trying to decipher what is going wrong here. And after only 1 defense, it is an interesting time to pick it up, but the scoreline kind of necessitates it, as you're down 5-2 now. You lose this one, it's match point against you, and we could end up going to Chalet with both teams winning each other's map picks, which has certainly happened plenty of times before in the history of Rainbow Six Siege Esports. But it would be interesting from a T2 versus T1 game to have that exact scenario play out. I think right now for Luminosity on the attack, like you said, Jonah, there's no will and there's no desire to lengthen this map any longer. We've got an Umaru coming out with a Ying onto Wi-Fi as well. We've got a lot of operators that may want to quicken the pace up against Los Mangos, who are taking a defensive strategy that seems to be a little more time delay. We're also changing up the location of the defensive objective, going to that open area defense that they were so successful at attacking. We'll see if they can be as successful at defending it as Kiru did actually pick up a kill in the round previous. He's going to go for a spawn peek here early on. Confidence seemingly not lost for Los Mangos thus far, but for now, the focus will be trying to hold out onto tellers and onto open area and kitchen, and make sure that these operators that Luminosity have brought will not be as disruptive and as chaotic as they were in the hands of Los Mangos.
Gotta say, Kiru staying confident in taking these gunfights is honestly good for him. Surprising, given the way that a lot of these entries have been going. Luminosity been shutting him down on both sides. He was able to claim the opening kill last time, on the hunt for it once again, but Luminosity, as always, looking to move in quick. This time, absolutely denied. A C4 shuts down Kickshow as he comes through the hatch. Wi-Fi and Eddie, no more. Kiru, not shockingly, the only player dead on Los Mangos, but Luminosity still find themselves in a disadvantage. Hat will look to get this one back, working his way around the other side of staff room, takes care of the Capcan, no more Lokes, and seems to know that he might have to keep an eye on Rival or some kind of a flank working in its way from Archives. He's keeping an eye on it, but he isn't looking at the right way when the swing eventually comes in, so Rival will claim the kill. Silent goes 1 for 1, but that leaves Los Mangos with a round win, considering he was the only one left. They bounce back and they deny the rush, so Los Mangos get on the board defensively.
Luminosity definitely trying to expedite things in this round. And I think trying to replicate some of the success that we saw coming out from Los Mangos in terms of attacking that bomb site. You can identify that you have a hole open up for you to attack onto the bomb site. You might as well exploit it. But the problem being that the difference between the defensive setups between Los Mangos' defense and Luminosity's defense is that Luminosity opted to play one person on the objective itself. Los Mangos stacking the defensive objective much heavier, with 2 to 3 bodies, depending on who was rotating in and out of Archives. I think right now for Luminosity getting caught off guard with the desire to expedite the mission, try and send us to Chalet nice and early, and Los Mangos honestly getting gifted there as they were able to stay heavy on the bomb site and not be dissuaded by the Candelas or the Amaru launching herself up the hatch. Now we finally get to see CEO, and with a mirror in play, we've got reinforcements going the opposite direction than what we saw yesterday. So we did see quite the lengthy amount of stands behind a mirror window inside a janitor closet yesterday. We are not going to be seeing the same endeavors coming out, at least from Los Mangos, in this time around. We do have the castle barricades, though, separating the bomb site nearly in 2. We have kill holes in the soft walls on either side, as is a little more standard these days. What isn't as standard these days is the collie coming out from Kicksrow.
You don't see this too often anymore. Those lances. Good way to deal with some of that utility, but typically we see attackers go through plenty of other ways of doing that is not in the form of that lance. Of course, a nice long-range weapon if you can hit your shots, but that's easier said than done, especially because ACOGs are back. It's not like you have a dramatic advantage over your defensive opponents range-wise with that scope. But we'll see Kicksrow try to take this fight. Fire rate is typically king in Siege. Kicksrow with 1 bullet at a time is going to be looking to get things done from the window. On the other side of things, though, Los Mangos, their defense will remain waiting. Deity will not show the same patience, continuing to take this fight, but at the very least showing that he knows that Kicksrow is there and that he's ready to deal with it. JJ taking a little damage here, but he comes out on top against Silent, and here comes the swing again. Luminosity go for it all, and for the second round in a row, it has been denied. Hat, 1 HP as well, 5v3, favoring Los Mangos as yet another ill-advised push from Luminosity goes the way of the defense. It worked the first time, but not the second time, and it doesn't feel like the third. Although with the kill from Kicksrow, finally onto Lokes, they're only down by 1 and still have a minute 15 to work with.
It's a little more doable here, and Hat very wary of a defender playing inside of the elevator. It is JJ, but shots ring out into a railing instead of finding the skull necessary to level the man count. Rival will make things even more troublesome for Luminosity. He'll tag in for 2. And now it's Hat alone with that diffuser surrendered outside the building. Kiru will wrap it up from inside of the quad windows, and here we go with Los Mangos, able to repel the rushing advances from Luminosity in consecutive rounds. Now have the opportunity to return to the basement and correct the mistakes of rounds previous down there. As it seems that Luminosity, like you said, Jonah, they started with rushing in their first attacking round, and they have not stopped ever since. It was a 5-2 lead for Luminosity that has swiftly evaporated. That is now a 1-round differential between the two. This is starting to get a little more worrisome for Luminosity, as it seems they don't have the desire to slow down the pace, even while it's being rejected.
And we know how much of a streaky, momentum-based team it seems like Los Mangos can be, especially when they're relying on these gunfights, relying on that confidence to kind of fuel the fire. You got to wonder here, you know, Luminosity, I get it. You find something that works. You also want to get out of this map quick. You throw in a couple of rushes. You seem like you see some openings and you go for it. totally fine. The one danger of that, though, is that now you're starting to give Los Mangos a little bit of that life back. Life that they just so desperately crave and hang on to just about every ounce of it they can find. And yeah, only 1 round away. They go from staring at quite a big deficit in the face to now being 1 round away from tying it up and once again guaranteeing that potential at least 12 rounds here on map number 2. One thing I will say for Luminosity that is going very well is just their contributions across the board, from their entries to their supports. Every single player, at least 6 kills, not a single player more than 8. We talked about Wi-Fi being such a lethal weapon for Luminosity on that last map, even though it didn't end up going their way. He had 3 triple kills in the course of rounds 5, 9, and 10. He was going insane on the second half. Good to see that now Luminosity as a whole are contributing, and that hugely has led to their success thus far. Just have to keep that up, though. And just based on the fact that we see this lineup change, we see, you know, maybe a little bit more focus geared towards slowing things down.
Swings into the electrical box coming out from Deity, but other than that, there's not a whole lot of presence coming from Los Mangos elsewhere on the map itself. Luminosity taking a minute to identify that the defensive strategy has altered quite significantly for Los Mangos, as previously it was nearly everybody off the bomb site on a roam with the ability to fall back down through the hatches, but with the hot drop that was employed from Luminosity, it's just Kiru inside the elevator that they're going to have to worry about this time around, as they're going for a much more standard approach. It's taking a little bit more time, but honestly, this is kind of what we wanted to see from Luminosity, as in stark contrast to the last 3 attacking rounds. You're going to hear that vector from Kiru, I imagine, taking apart drones, and now he will drop out. Took a little bit of time there, tried to take some drones with him and maybe a body, but in the end, always elects to fall back to the bomb site, down to the elevator hatch, joins the rest of the team now for a 5v5 with just about 70 seconds ticking away against Luminosity. Still have some work to do over towards these hatches. The Tuberau Zoto canisters will slow things down in tandem with the Surya gates. And now the Nitrocell goes up through the previously opened hatch and nearly claims Eddie's life. He's down to about 25 HP, and he's still going to have a lot of frustration to deal with these Zoto canisters.
It would have been a fairly big blow to Luminosity. Would have slowed things down a bit, but they do have a good bit of secondary hard breach. It would have taken them some time, but they certainly would have opened the hatch eventually. As you said, though, the Tuberau in their way, seriously slowing things down, even if that kill was not found for Los Mangos. This utility game is still going well. They only have to delay another 30 seconds, as this final push from Luminosity will have to come in quickly. They've got the diffuser in hand. Eddie above the site has it right now, but he'll be needing to get in, and well, they've got the pings. They know where they want to plant this. They just have to do it in the next 15 seconds. They still have to worry about the final smoke coming in from JJ. It'll get thrown out. Eddie will try to sneak on in. He's getting this down. Blinded. Very little Los Mangos can do. Sticking this, Eddie undeterred. He'll get this down, and now Luminosity are in a post plant. Rival is in the thick of things, trying to fight his way back. JJ the same. He takes the fight onto Silent and wins it, but look at how passive Luminosity are playing. All sitting back, waiting for Los Mangos to move in, and oh, it's beautiful. The coverage in the post plant is textbook. Luminosity showcasing some of that T1 discipline against Los Mangos, pushing themselves to now 6-4 map point.
That's a heartbreaker if you're Los Mangos. The amount of utility they still had up with 15 seconds remaining. The last toxic canister goes out, but also the last Vulcan canister was detonated with like 10 seconds left in the round. The unfortunate fact was it wasn't reaching all the way to the far wall that wasn't reinforced. It was opened up by the skeleton key, opting to use the reinforcements elsewhere. And then no one was able to swing because that plant spot is very, very exposed, and he would have had coverage from behind. But all it takes is one shot to put him on the ground, as he was already on about 30 HP from that Nitro Cell previously in the round. It was a narrow one there that Los Mangos could have won, but the Ying Candela's blinding everybody in the depths of the red hallway. There was just no opportunity for Los Mangos to swing and stop the plant in its tracks, with very few seconds ticking away on the clock. Narrow margins, but it's Luminosity who they do prevail. They demonstrate they can attack without needing to rush into the bomb site and trying to end the round in 90 seconds. They use the full 3 minutes at their disposal. They come away with the attacking round victory after a successful plant. Now Los Mangos backs against the wall on their own map pick. Now it's up to them to try and force overtime, something that Luminosity was unable to do on their map pick of Clubhouse.
And I don't know, it doesn't feel like Los Mangos have it in them here. We just haven't seen enough on this defensive side. I think that it's going to happen. It's been sporadic, right? They had, 2 successful rounds, but few and far between, just enough that it feels like Luminosity do have this, whether it's now or the round to follow. You never know. Overtime, still a chance, but Luminosity looking good and looking like they're ready to close this one out. Chalet, the decider, if we do end up there. Deity, the first player trying to contest this Luminosity attack as it enters the map. Leading the way in terms of kills, not by much. Instead, it is Kiru who continues to take these opening fights on this second half. At least a good turnaround. He'll claim the first one, a second kill as well. But 2 kills quickly traded back. Kiru was trapped outside after all. Not much more he could do. So the 3v3 restored for Luminosity. They lose Kixro and Wi-Fi in the process. But they should be okay as long as they can keep this pace up. The big danger for them is the 3, now 2 Nitro cells that Los Mangos still have in their hands, with only 3 Luminosity attackers left. Each one has their name written all over it.
The problem here for Luminosity's attacking side is the operators they lost with those aggressive plays from Los Mangos. Losing the IQ means these Valkyrie cameras are going to stay up till the end of time unless they're spotted by a drone, which will be infinitely harder to do than just spotting it with the IQ scanner. And also the Ying, the execute operator, although as I say that, there goes a Valkyrie camera. A little bit of intel denied on the side of Los Mangos by Luminosity, but losing the Ying as well, that execute operator that was so pivotal in terms of being able to guarantee the round win last time around for Luminosity, this time without the Candelas to be able to push into the bomb site on the back of. They'll have to do it a little more manually. Rival, though, will get downed inside of Archives. The return now for Silent back towards the kitchen door. He's waiting for the swing. He's reading it perfectly. There goes Lokes as well. There's one left standing now. It's JJ with a Vector stuck in the printer hallway, waiting for the approach from these Luminosity attackers. Last EOD will come out from Hat to lock JJ in place. He's got no Nitro Cell either. He spots the head, but he cannot ring out the shot successfully. Eddie will lock it down from inside a kitchen through the wall. Luminosity, they will stumble on Clubhouse. They will prevail on Bank, and they will send us to Chalet.
And first time we get a chance to see that third map here in the LCQ, and of course Luminosity very happy about that one. After losing their own map pick, they bounce back here on Los Mangos pick. And yeah, they set themselves up well for whatever is to come on Chalet. Valiant effort there we did see from Los Mangos, but even though we expected to see a bit more from them on the defensive side, it just wasn't clicking. Luminosity, a couple of slip-ups, a couple of rushes that maybe didn't work so well. But at the end of the day, they slow it down, they reset, they figure it out, and they get the job done.
Absolutely. So now we'll be looking ahead towards, like you said, Jonah, our first decider map. It's Chalet. We haven't seen that yet either. We've got a repeat of yesterday's maps in Bank and Clubhouse thus far. Chalet is brand new territory, but before we get there, we're going to head to a short break to bring back the analyst desk to break down everything that's happened on Bank. On the other side of that break, we will get map 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, for their last chance qualifiers, first time we get to see a decider map coming out, as it's going to be Luminosity to take Los Mango's map pick and send us into a map 3. I mean, going into this, Jesse, I was kind of riding the Los Mango's high, I'm not going to lie, but once we got over to Bank, it was a little bit of a different story.
Yeah, I think we were definitely concerned about this game spiraling out of control for Luminosity after how the first game ended, and even after the first 3 rounds. Obviously, the first quarter going the favor of Los Mango's. They managed to get 2 attacking rounds wins on the open area bomb site. I was starting to get concerned. I was thinking, no shot we see Luminosity go out of this LCQ without winning a single map. Thankfully, that won't be the case. They really did bounce back after losing those first 2 defenses in rounds 2 and 3. They didn't lose a single other defense throughout that first half. Felt like they were doing a great job controlling the early round, making sure they were always in an advantage going into that final execute. And then they switched to attack, and they were really strong on the attack as well, changing up the pace between the 3rd and 4th quarters, making sure that they really were keeping their opponents on their toes at all time. Felt like Luminosity were playing a lot more confident in this map, and that's exactly what we had to see.
Absolutely. On the other side of things, Los Mango's, I feel like the way that they lost this game just was because it was their map. It wasn't really the way that they were playing in that first map. We saw them going for a lot of these early gunfights, early aggression, and, you know, they just looked constantly a little bit more lost when it came to their early aggression. It looked like they had a lot more of a secure, solid game plan. They wanted to thrive on these executes, force Luminosity to get into these gunfights, but Luminosity wasn't really giving it to them. And obviously at the start, it looked a lot more like an even playing field, but once Luminosity got a little bit more comfortable and they got onto the attack and they knew that all we had to do is use Los Mango's play against them, just force those plans, not let early aggression get to them. That's when we saw Luminosity start to break ahead. And I think that was a clear showing of just the experience and not letting, I guess, the confidence, the hit on that losing that first map affect Luminosity as much as we thought it would.
Yeah, one thing I was appreciative of from Los Mango's is how quickly they recognized what style of attacks Luminosity wanted to go for. They obviously got the first rush off without a hitch, going for the gold drop where they managed to find a good couple of kills. But then after that gold drop, they tried 2 more really explosive pushes. They obviously into the open area with the Amaru up the hatch, and then they had the Ying push into CEO, which wasn't really a rush, but it came later. It was still all kind of everybody coming in at once. It really felt like Los Mango's did a good job responding to that after the first time they saw it, and were able to be really ready for it. I thought JJ Blast did a great job of catching those players when they tried to get in. But then when the second adaptation came, when we saw Luminosity on their attack slow things down, start going for more plant focused, going for trades, watching for that aggression, that's when it felt like the answer wasn't really there from Los Mango's, and they couldn't adapt the same way they did to the fast aggressive pushes.
Yeah, well, coming into this series too, I mean, we had very different expectations coming in for both of these teams. I mean, Luminosity throughout stage 1 was a team that was stepping up, whereas for Los Mango's, it was what players that we could expect to see step up. And during the second map, there's kind of a different story that we need to start telling here, Jesse, of where Luminosity was able to start taking a little bit of advantage here with finding these opening kills onto Kiru.
Yeah, Kiru died first on his team 4 separate times through the attacking half, and he really did struggle to stay alive in those early rounds. He had 3 of the 6 opening deaths, and then one of those rounds, he got the opening pick right here, you're seeing it, but then was immediately traded. It felt like consistently he just wasn't able to stay alive. This was probably the most egregious, where he swings Wi-Fi with the Candela in hand and just ends up going down. It really was unfortunate. The final round, he stayed alive a lot longer, but still not really finding any success. It's tough because we highlighted him as one of those big players on that first map, had that final 2K on the Finca to close down Clubhouse and secure the win for Los Mango's, but it took him way too long to load into the server. I think his defensive play was a lot better than his attacking play. He seemed much more comfortable when he didn't have to be that spearhead for the team. But the amount of times he was first one in the building, the amount of times he wasn't able to get traded by any teammates was really, really a problem. And I think that's something that if they play Bank again, Los Mango's really want to focus on fixing.
And we saw him a lot on the knock, on the ying, and that is usually the playmaking operator that you especially need to be alive for those late round executes. Getting the flashes off or finding an opening with the knock just is what you need that player to be doing. So obviously if he's going down first and there's nothing changing from the style of how he's playing and he's consistently getting picked, that is obviously a clear indicator that after you lose him once, twice, yeah, maybe it's on him. But at a certain point, somebody on the team needs to say, hey, we need those Candelas for late round. Hey, we need you late round. You need to play a lot more safer. And we didn't see that out of them. And I think that just comes to a lack of discipline in the fact that they are a newer team.
Well, I'm hoping too between these maps they can talk it out and figure it out going into our decider. We're going to be heading over to Chalet next here, Jesse. And I mean, both of these teams, they've both showed that they can step up. They've both showed that there's a couple of things to be fixing. So I'm kind of intrigued by this.
Yeah, Chalet is one of those maps where, again, we haven't seen Los Mangos play it through the Open Qualifier playoffs, so it's again going to be a bit of a mystery box, just like Bank was. For Luminosity, they played it for the very first time against Dark Zero in stage 1. They only got 2 rounds, both of them on attack, so a little bit of footage, but really some struggles from Luminosity. They don't want a repeat of that Dark Zero game if they want to find success and continue on to the semifinals for the second map.
I like Chalet a lot for Los Mangos, specifically because the first map wasn't their map. They played a lot more aggressive. They played a lot more loose, and they adapted on the fly. It looked like Bank was a different look. They tried to play a lot more structured. They tried to play like they had a lot more done behind the scenes. And I think going to a third map of Chalet, which goes back to that raw fighting, which JJ Blast specifically said they wanted Luminosity to go to because they didn't think that Luminosity had the ability to beat them when it came to an even playing field. And Chalet is the perfect map for an even playing field to be fought.
All right, well, heading into this, I missed the predictions last time, but I want to make sure we can get it this time. This pivotal moment. Tier 2 team could take the upset here. Fox, do you think it's going to happen?
Oh, I really want to give it to Los Mangos. I think they will take it. I think it could be, I want to say 8-7 on Chalet for Los Mangos.
All right, Jesse, what about you?
Yeah, my worry is with this brand new team running out of gas. Obviously explosive in map 1, a little bit slower in map 2. It's going to be tough for them to get that momentum back. I'm going to rein it in a little bit with expectations. I'm going to say Luminosity, and I'm going to say they might walk away with this one kind of decisively. I'm going to give it 7-3.
Ooh.
All right, well, I'm hoping we can see the firepower coming out here from Los Mangos, even if just to get an even match going into this. But it's time to head to Chalet. Time to head over to Flynn and Jonah once again.
Once again, thank you, Sierra. This will be good to see these two teams battle it out here on a decider, the first decider in this LCQ, as we've said. But the real deal here is Luminosity, they fixed the problem. They got back on the horse. And for Los Mangos, it's back down to earth. It's welcome back to reality, the world you live in where Luminosity is a pro team and you're not. Jesse mentioned it. The worry here is that this team could run out of gas. A freshly formed team, a momentum-based team, a team with a lot of energy in map 1. Flynn, does that translate to map 3 after a tough map 2 loss?
Man, I think that Bank, it's not going to be as much of a setback for Los Mangos as I think most would anticipate. Chalet is going to be a lot more wide open. It's going to allow Los Mangos to kind of stretch out a little bit more and flex their 1v1 muscles. The problem with that strategy is you live by the sword, you die by the sword. And it seems like as this series has progressed, Luminosity has awoken to the new reality that they are inside, which is we're going to need to be on top of every single gunfight and expect someone to swing at nearly every moment. And they've done a good job, especially on Bank, responding to that. And even in the back half of Clubhouse, things were starting to get a lot better for Luminosity in terms of expecting and winning out gunfights, even from some uncharacteristic positions or operators. Nonetheless, it's Los Mangos just starting the attack on Chalet. So again, another map that's going to stretch more, trend more 50-50 as opposed to heavy defensive side, something like an Oregon or a Clubhouse that we've seen in the previous games so far in this LCQ. Starting on the attack could give them the opportunity as well, kind of ramp up the tempo, much like we saw from Luminosity, and again, make this an absolute barn burner with pure chaos, pure pandemonium. Los Mangos, it's in their court, the decider for Chalet. It's anyone's game right now. Luminosity, they'll be starting on the defense, and they'll be looking to slow things down, at least on their defensive sides. They'll start in kitchen and dining to prepare things.
I kind of like this setup we've got here, though. Not specifically on this site, but I mean, in this matchup, I think Jesse and Foxe mentioned this. Two polar opposite predictions from the desk. And I think that kind of sums up our expectations here of this game. It's just like we've seen such high highs from Los Mangos and some fairly low lows from Luminosity. But we've also seen the same thing on the flip side, where Los Mangos have made some, you know, rather, you could say amateurish mistakes, not in a way that is meant to demean them in any way, simply the fact that they are amateur players and Luminosity are professional players. Mistakes that come from not having hours and hours and hours and hours of playing together as a unit, as a core, and coordinating those efforts constantly. So in round number 1, and as we get into the first side of things where Los Mangos have a chance to set the tempo on the attack, we see exactly what kind of Chalet we're in for. As you said, though, Flynn, we start down below on kitchen and dining. We're going to stick over on the north side of this map to kick things off. And Kiru, who all eyes are on, especially in the entry game, is going to be shifting roles a little bit here, not playing the entry, not playing someone like the Dokkaebi here. That role's been given to Rival. Instead, the Hibana, more of a support, going hard breach here in round 1.
Yeah, Kiru moving over to the hard breach, but it really does seem like the battle for this round specifically is going to end up being in the soft breach department. You got the Flores coming out in response to the Castle and the Azami on the side of Luminosity. The Brava ban as well is going to help facilitate the Maestro Evil Eyes be even more smothering than they usually would be under normal circumstances without that Brava ban. You do have the first Selmas going out onto the office wall. That's necessary to be able to make sure you can dissuade any defenders from playing that top control, but Wokes will get down. Deity is on about 10 HP. He's trying to burst his way into office through the balcony doorway, but he'll be rejected at the door frame by Eddie. It's a quick 2-man advantage now for Luminosity on the defense. Not a whole lot has been done to dissuade these defenders from playing topside. Still so many long angles held and vertical holes down towards the bomb site. JJ, though, with a response onto Eddie, will at least claim the life of one of these topside defenders.
At least something here for Los Mangos, but still down 1 and still a lot of danger facing them. Maybe not the best choice for Wi-Fi. He exposes himself, tries to take the close angle fight and gets absolutely fried, but Silent, he finds the trade onto JJ. It's Kiru and Rival left to pick up the pieces with a minute to go. They have to deal with 3 rather full HP defenders. Rival, he's got a chance here to maybe finish off Silent, who isn't full HP, but again, 2v3, even with this control up above the site, they're not going to be able to get that much else done. You just don't have the manpower for it. A lot of information on the side of Luminosity as well. You talk about the Evil Eyes that are in play, the bulletproof cameras that are in play. It'll be very difficult to get this diffuser down. Maybe playing the kills is the only real option here for Los Mangos. But again, they only have 15 seconds at this point with which to do it. Kiru down the back stairs. It's a triple for Silent as he collects that kill, no problem. And yeah, there it is off screen. Hat will take care of Rival. And them's the breaks for Los Mangos. Luminosity start off with the win.
A good attempt at the recovery topside, because those entries were not going well. It wasn't Kiru this time around, but just breaching open the office wall, it's not going to be enough in terms of deterring someone from playing the half wall inside of office. Saw Wi-Fi going for the swings, and he had support there from deeper in towards Master. Is problematic there for Los Mangos, like you say, making a few amateurish mistakes by skipping some steps and really trying to brazenly take that 1v1 when you should know there is some support from deeper within the setup. Nonetheless, they are able to scrap back and grab a few picks of their own upstairs, but then the fallback to the objective seemed to be the downfall for Los Mangos in terms of their attacking opportunities. No real vertical destruction being done towards the bomb site. None of those defensive anchors. They did get droned out once. They never really had to move from their safe and comfy positions. They'll lock down the solarium stairs, and seemingly at the end there, Los Mangos attackers also separating from one another. So again, emphasizing that 1v1 playstyle that Los Mangos want to play. Luminosity able to counter with some good crossfires in the 3v2. They save the round very well at the end. And now we've got 2 main floor bomb sites coming out back to back from Luminosity. Not opting to go topside or to the garage as of yet, and Silent. He's going to start things off, peeking the double library window towards the helipad.
Okay, that is a choice. He's got 3 kills right now. He's feeling good after his performance in the last round, and we know that Silent is often one of those major contributors, especially in those kills. But in this case, maybe that overconfidence, that overswinging didn't do him any favors. Deity will collect the kill onto the Azami, and he will end up starting things off strong here for Los Mangos this time. So no entry problems like they may have had to deal with in the last round. Instead, they start off on top, and they look to move in with a little bit more confidence. They're still going to have to deal with Wi-Fi. Even though Silent's gone down, it does not mean that Los Mangos are going to have an easy time taking this top floor. Luminosity not just going to give up this control for free. Rival, he is in an interesting spot, though. He's crept his way into Mudroom. You never know. Trying to maybe catch somebody out on the rotation if, for example, Wi-Fi feels pressured enough to back down towards the site, or Eddie, that classic position on those library stairs, also feels the same. They're going to feel no such pressure right now, though, because they're thriving up above. Kixra will get one, Wi-Fi will get one. Eddie will eventually get killed as Rival steps up and goes for 2. But it's a 3v2 here with Los Mangos just in the lead by 1 after that one.
And Rival trying to go for 3. JJ, though, with the response onto Wi-Fi after his Ash had fallen. So it's Hat alone in the 1v2 with the Alda. Every single player left standing, hovering around 50 HP and now being droned out by the Twitch drone. Hat will have to reposition, taking aim towards the hatches up above where JJ and Deity now reside. Still going to have some intel from his teammates. But no, the pre-fire comes out from Deity. He knows the location of JJ. Good spot there. And now for Los Mangos, they're able to win the attacking round, tie things up. It's a good start there for Los Mangos attacking towards Bar and Gaming.
Again, impressive that they were able to remedy that top floor clear, especially since it started off in kind of an awkward spot, right? Yes, they did kill Silent first, but then they ran into Eddie, they ran into Kixro, they ran into Wi-Fi. It did present a little bit of difficulty, but the position that Rival had maintained by sneaking into Mudroom, proving pivotal. I mean, it's not something we haven't seen before, working your way into Mudroom like that. Often we see attacking teams on a site like that work their way into main lobby quickly, into Mudroom quickly, just to make sure they can always pose a threat of jumping into the site and surprising you. But that time it really did work. It had concrete evidence that it was the right choice to make for Rival. He was able to sneak up the stairs. No one was watching those stairs on the first floor. Got the kill onto the Frost, got the kill onto the Warden immediately after, opened things up, took the advantage for Los Mangos and gave them the control on the top floor they so desperately needed.
I think my big concern in that round was Silent being the first to drop on the side of Luminosity, as we do have a momentary technical pause. But being the Azami and dropping within the first 30 seconds meant that that library hold that was being supported and sustained by those Kiba barricades, they weren't going to be able to be refilled after the amount of soft breach that Los Mangos were bringing on the attack. And yet, we didn't see how they occurred, but the kills still rang out on the side of Luminosity upstairs, and that necessitated Rival's positioning inside of Mudroom to spring into action. I think right now for Luminosity, the confidence, it may have overheated slightly in that round. Going for the first spawn peak, we saw Silent back off, and then presumably he goes for the peak a second time around, a second helping of peeking towards those attackers coming out of the helipad spawn. Ill-advised, leaves his team in a little tough position in terms of the utility that they work out of with their firepower upstairs for the library and Mez hold. But the hole that is opened up towards those blue stairs, Rival takes advantage and the rest of the team sweeps up nicely. So now, in the middle of this tech pause, an opportunity for maybe Luminosity to reset their expectations in terms of aggression that they want to be bringing out. And man, Los Mangos, they do have the ability to contend, at least in terms of gun skill, and I would say as well in terms of adaptation when things get a little rougher than intended. Los Mangos have had demonstrated some very good rounds of IGLing ability to call a rotation on the push and change the plan on the fly, adapting to the circumstances of which they're being put in by Luminosity.
Defenders, protect your bombs from...
Well, thankfully, our tech pause now concluded. We get to jump back into Chalet, and we see a repeat bomb site only on round 3 from Luminosity. Running this one back on Bar and Games, not happy with the way that last one transpired. An easy fix for Eddie. You see him make that right now. You throw down that frost mat, maybe adding an additional element behind you to protect yourself from something like Rival did in that last round. Doesn't mean he can't walk up the stairs and get that kill anyway, but if he wants to swing the corner at the very least, he'll have to shoot the frost mat out first, thus revealing his position. Also throwing that barricade down, giving Luminosity at the very least an audio cue when that breaks so that they know there's someone in Mudroom looking to make that early move. Once again, we do see Luminosity showing their willingness to get a bit aggressive in terms of the spawn peaks. It's not Silent this time, it is Wi-Fi taking up the mantle of the early aggressor, but he will not find any early action. But that's for good as well, I suppose, because Silent did go down first last time, so no early damage dealt to Luminosity or to Los Mangos just yet.
The good news is, if it's okay, the pre-fires through the garage soft wall by kick throw. He knows that soft recharge is coming, and he lasers on through, mag dumping towards the soft wall, gets the opener onto Lokes, who now sits at 0-3. That's your hard breach taken out of the rotation as well. And Deity was on the opposite side by the trench doorway. He'll let out that logic bomb, but he's not going to try and re-aggress for the trade onto Kixrow. Instead, they'll let him escape with that kill onto your hard breacher. Good anticipation there for Luminosity. The point I was trying to make beforehand was that if it's Wi-Fi peeking on the Warden, you don't really need him in this round in terms of that special utility. No smoke grenades to contend with, no flashbangs coming out, and a Ying ban from the side of Los Mangos means that it really is just an MPX and being brought for the deployable shield against the rest of the attacking formation.
We're seeing Los Mangos make an interesting decision here. They haven't actually chosen to take this library control yet. Only now are they throwing these nades in, and they may not actually step in and try to clear this. All it looks like they're doing right now is positioning for an early execute. They're staying at the windows, they're going for the coverage, all to cover this push. But they forgot one very important thing. There's bear traps in the mix here. There's a frost in play that's going to stifle this early energy, and it's going to slow them down, allowing Luminosity to tear them to pieces. Eddie is down, Silent is low, but Kiru, after being caught in the frost mat, is now the only one left. An unfortunate end to what seemed to be a decently preconceived plan, but it did fail quite miserably.
Well, again, it seemed to be one of those adaptations where you lose Lokes, the hard breacher, who seemingly the intention was to get in underneath into Snowmobile, come up the main stairs and open up that storage wall reinforcement that we see so often with either a Maverick or a hard breacher like an Ace or a Hibana. Instead, he gets dropped through the soft wall of the Snowmobile garage. Like I said, great anticipation from Luminosity to know when that is coming. Seemed like the response there for Los Mangos was to aggress directly towards the bomb site without contending with much of the top control either. That would have been a nightmare even if they were able to progress beyond the frost mats. Playing that in a retake with defenders above, the hatch open, soft destruction down towards the bomb site where you're trying to plant. It was a decent try to salvage a round that seemed to be lost from the get-go within the first 30 seconds. But a good response from Luminosity to weather the storm of the aggression coming all at once. Good timing from Los Mangos, but the execution not quite what they would have wanted. So now for Luminosity, up 2-1 on the defensive side. Going to keep rotating around in terms of the bomb sites. Now we head top side to master an office. It's going to be a little bit of a variation, honestly, in terms of their hold. They're leaving the right side of the office while soft. Most likely to try and contest this and make life much more difficult for Los Mangos and try and entertain those gunfights. And there it is again, Wi-Fi going for the peak, this time out of the game's double window instead of up towards Mez.
See Wi-Fi here on the prowl this time on the Mozzie. Doing what he can to maybe deny any information that Los Mangos are looking to establish, but also maybe get a little more information for the team. On the other side of things, this master window cracked open by Deity, trying to establish this cutoff on the top floor. A very pivotal point that slices the two sites in two, kind of cutting that rotation in the middle, not allowing Luminosity to move freely between them, and really sets up an attack from either side for success. If you want to jump in Solarium and push from there, that master window an important place to maintain. If you want to crack open that office wall and push your way in from the other side, an equally important position to not only crack open and establish early, but usually have somebody actively watching. Here we go, the first fight underway in Solarium. It's Kiru to take 1 and 2 as he rounds the corner, but from behind, they failed to deal with the player on the stairs. Wi-Fi double, both with the pistol. again, what can't this team do? It seems like when their backs are against the wall, they just start to thrive. It's the C4 from Wi-Fi that finishes off the downed Deity. It's a 2v3 with Los Mangos trying to fight their way out of this one, but Rival can't get it done.
No, Los Mangos trying to go for the Solarium take. Wi-Fi 4 on the round for him on the Mozzie. He's yelling at that camera. He's getting the comms going. We're seeing the energy come back for Luminosity, but for that round there, Loke says the Nomad. I do have questions about where those air jabs were positioned, where he was holding the flank, because that was Wi-Fi's flank through Trophy up the solar stairs that devastated the round for Los Mangos. Kiro gets in. He gets the opening 2 on the Ash, and suddenly, after we've droned it, we've entried, there's a Mozzie. There's just a Mozzie on the solar stairs, and he takes 3 at the end of the day. Downs 1 with the Roni, finishes off another with the pistol, and then goes for the Nitro to clean up his down. And I mean, it's a tough one there for Los Mangos on the attack. Luminosity now completing a sweep of 3 defensive objectives that they've been successful at holding. A return now to Kitchen and Dining, where Los Mangos also had some problems in terms of being able to dissuade members from playing in their hard-held positions. Upstairs, this is starting to turn into a nightmare position for Los Mangos as their attacking benefit and their attacking strengths that we saw on a map like Clubhouse. It's not really showing up the same here, not having the same kind of effect on Chalet.
I guess for Los Mangos, pushing Solarium there, usually you're going to see somebody on the stairs actively. All right, I'm going to shut up. Deity gets the kill, denying the first spawn peek, but there was another one. There was another one from Wi-Fi. So the early scuffle here continues. It ends up going 1-for-1. Lokes is having a tough map so far. After getting spawn peeked, he is 0-5, and that one is going to hurt not only him, but the team. As you just mentioned, Flynn, and I was just trying to get to those air jabs, a pivotal piece of utility that just didn't feel like it contributed enough in that last round. You come into round 5 looking to fix that, and now you don't get that chance. In that last round, when they pushed Solarium, they didn't see somebody on Solarium stairs initially. Your first reaction is probably like, wait a minute, guys, this is clear. There's usually someone here. There's not. Let's go. But that thought is honestly the thought that got them killed, because just because there was no one there didn't mean somebody wasn't going to creep up their way and flank there eventually. That is eventually what the Mozzie did, and that is what did the round in for Los Mangos. They missed that essential piece of coverage. Weren't watching it, didn't have the air jab, didn't have the drone, and now they find themselves in a 2-round hole that could quickly become 3. It's Luminosity. Sure, they come out of the early scuffle 1-for-1, but now they get the kill onto Kiru, shutting down the Ash. 2-5. 2 players going down early here, not being able to make very valuable contributions. JJ hits the floor too. It is all Luminosity right now in this 5th round.
Yeti taking damage from above because we have not addressed the top control whatsoever. I was going to say the opening pick onto the Ash probably was, or the Nomad, sorry, wasn't going to be as influential as the Ash, because the castle barricades and the Kiba barricades would be the utility keeping defenders safe topside. Everyone from Luminosity throwing Discipline to the wind now. Hat will go for the swing. There was a jump out topside as well. Rival is at least able to collect with the SMG-12. He's got top holes to worry about, and Kixro will not make a mistake on the second attempt. It's an obliteration at the moment at the hands of Luminosity. Los Mangos struggling early in rounds, in the middle of the rounds, and even in the end of rounds. Unfortunately, Kiru has vacated his position on the desk as well. So, man, it's a tough one here for Los Mangos. A start that seemed so meteoric and so electric has seemingly been quelled quite nicely by Luminosity, and now they stand in the driver's seat for the last round of the first half.
And this is kind of that running out of steam that Jesse was mentioning before this map began, right? This is the team that came out swinging, that was impressing, that was looking like an upset was very real. Los Mangos were making it happen. But it is a best of 3 against a team that has been here before, that adapts to their opponents fairly well, that knows what it's like to, sure, they can fumble, but that knows what it's like to get back up and just start to put these rounds together, get that momentum back, and get the confidence back. I mean, the Luminosity that we saw on map 1, that we saw in Clubhouse, and the Luminosity that we're seeing now on Chalet feel like 2 completely different teams. Not only how they're playing, but you see their cameras in between the rounds. It's no longer crickets. It's now energy. It's now a team that is firing on all cylinders. And sure, there are a couple of moments where maybe they overpeak, maybe they over-aggress, maybe Los Mangos get a chance to get back in this fight, but overall it is Luminosity in control. Wi-Fi nearly getting another one, but his position known this time, and Luminosity smartly backing off as Los Mangos approaching it with caution, but maybe not enough caution as Rival will go down.
It's a flipping of the script here. We saw the early aggression coming out from Los Mangos on Clubhouse that seemed to confound and confuse and really be a detriment to Luminosity's ability to keep their pace up and their focus on the attacking side. On Clubhouse, here we stand on Chalet a couple hours later, and it's roles reversal time. It's Luminosity applying the pressure early and often and never relenting and being quite successful in acquiring these opening picks. It's the last round of the first half here. Yellow Ping's coming out as Deity makes his entry into office. There's also Repels coming towards the Solar side. So trying to dissect this library-sided hold for the defense Luminosity. It was early blows back and forth, but now Kickstro drops Kiru. Kickstro for another one. Silent still positioned inside of the closet by Library. It's Lokes and Deity to try and pull this one back from the depths at a 2v4. The recovery, the diffuser necessary for Lokes to return towards Solar. Picks that back up as I believe that was Kickstro on the flank towards Solar. I grabbed those 2 picks. So now he's evacuated the position. It's Deity and Lokes as Rotero drones come out to try and decipher and pick apart some of these Kiba barricade setups going on, but the drones seemingly getting picked apart as well as they make their entry in. Now Deity will swing directly into a deployable shield. He's waiting for the secondary follow-up from the closet door as well. Unsuch will follow. As now Deity inside of Piano, just waiting for the swings to come, and Luminosity playing it exceptionally safe. Deity hits the floor. Lokes has to vault back in. The impact comes in from Silent to clean up his kill. And now it is Lokes alone in the 1v4 with no kills on the board so far on Chalet. Had a meteoric and an incredible start on Clubhouse, but now taking damage from a triple crossfire onto a double door that he's just trying to inch into. Silent will finally mercilessly shut it down. And it is Luminosity up 5-1 at the side switch.
Yeah, tough finish there in that 2v3 kind of attempted take on that top floor. Lokes, I mean, there's so little he's able to do there. I mean, we saw him attempt to try to pull off something, but yeah, sorry, that's not going to happen. You have 3 defenders staring right at you in a crossfire with Kiba barricades, deployable shields, all looking at the window and the doorway that you're pushing. Not much you're going to be able to get done. So another round for Luminosity, 5-1 at the swap. And Los Mangos, it is time to regroup, reset, and pull off something rather crazy on defense. Now, over the map, over the course of the stage and over the course that this map has been played, I'll throw some numbers at you. About 55% to 45% defender sided. So very slightly leaning the way of the defense. If Los Mangos want to win this one, they're going to have to pull off a statistical anomaly here. And just in the way things are going on this map, it just doesn't feel like that's the kind of story that we've got brewing here, Flynn.
Not particularly. The one thing I will draw back on from map number 2 on Bank was that Luminosity had the lead at the half. It wasn't this wide, but it was still a 2-round lead on Bank. They win that first attacking round by quickening the pace and going for the hot drop down the vault hatch. And the next 2 rounds were the similar pacing, but they were rejected by Los Mangos. Like Jesse touched on the desk, Los Mangos able to identify it and make the necessary adaptations to respond to the rushes. We'll see what Luminosity decide to do here, because the game surely is in their hands and in their control at the moment. They're going to dictate the pace, being on the attack now. We'll see how quickly they want to go and how well Los Mangos can adapt. As if Luminosity just continue to run their head at full speed into a brick wall, Los Mangos may be able to get a few back, just like they did on Bank. We'll have Lion and Dokubi coming out, but the rest of the operators, with the Ying taken out of play, no Amaru being brought. Hiru's going to go over the spawn peak as well towards the helipad. So here we go back and forth. Seems like Luminosity, whoever that attacker was by the helipad, was ready and waiting for it. Yeah, we're going to see a Luminosity team here that has the opportunity to put this thing to bed early. It's all about how Los Mangos can respond. At least they didn't suffer a casualty on those opening peaks.
Yeah, he was ready for it. He knew that Los Mangos would try to give Luminosity a little taste of their own medicine after the side swap. Luminosity were quite successful in those entries in those spawn peaks, even if they didn't get kills, at least they put the fear of God into the Los Mangos attack. In this case, Luminosity approached the map with relative ease, not having to deal with much other than that initial peek from Kiru. So shutting that down, now approaching the map. Already a couple of drones in the site. They do have a pretty good idea of what's going on. That gives Silent the opportunity to crack open the garage wall, throw that Selma charge on bar stock, and establish another line of sight into the back of this objective. With that information, they're actually just gonna spring in and go for this plan. Here comes Eddie. He's going for this defuse. Silent on the coverage, that's perfect. He's watching the rotate. He's on the cover and he gets another. There's a potential third kill waiting for him. He doesn't find it, but the diffuser's down. This one feels like it's just about wrapped up in round 7, unless Los Mangos, unless Deity can pull off something miraculous. It is not to be, as a well-executed rush from Luminosity get the job done. And it looks like the story that saw on Bank, the quick pushes, the quick pace, continues here on Chalet.
Certainly so. And you can see that was what Luminosity was reading, that Los Mangos wanted to do when they were attacking towards bar, was open up that storage wall and make defending that plant next to impossible. The good speed coming out there from the side of Luminosity, as well as every reaction from Los Mangos all coming on a horizontal angle. It seems like Hat was upstairs quelling any defenders from being able to push towards the library hatch. It's a tough one there for Los Mangos on the defense to suffer a loss like that when you really need to start generating some momentum. Saw this on Bank though. They lost to the first rush. If Luminosity keep the tempo up and Los Mangos have a response, we could see this go a little further. But now it truly is backs against the wall time for Los Mangos on the defense. They'll change focus over towards kitchen and dining, try and give themselves some traction in this map. Saw a very different team on Clubhouse. It was a valiant attempt on Bank. But right now, things are starting to slip away from them massively here on Chalet, unfortunately. And Luminosity, they, again, do not seem to have any desires to let this thing extend beyond this round.
Potentially the final chance for Los Mangos to make something happen, to stay alive in this last chance qualifier. As we saw from their open qualifier performance, their closed bracket performance, it was a heck of a run to get here. They went undefeated in the second open qualifier. Eventually did drop a game in the bracket, but they did get to the point where they qualified. They didn't have to worry about that too much. But here, against Luminosity, is where their journey may end. We've talked a lot about this team and the confidence they brought to that first map. They certainly shook things up a bit. They put Luminosity on notice. But other than that, it just has not been the same since that very first map. And it looks like their problems, their woes will get even worse in this round, as Lokes 0-8. Unfortunately for him, as Kixra will claim the kill. Another one waiting for the Hibana down below. Instead, Silent will claim the kill onto Deity. Running around the map, trying to get something done. Luminosity were ready for it. And once again, they shut it down. It's a 5v3, only 1 minute in. JJ, Kiru, and Rival have quite a bit of work cut out for them.
We saw when Los Mangos were attacking this bomb site specifically, they had a lot of difficulties with dealing with defenders who were stationed upstairs, trying to look down into the bomb site. Luminosity's approach in this round was, yeah, forget them. We're going for everyone else. And they have done it to near perfection at this point. JJ is going to go wandering out the office breach, and he's not long for this world. Kiro, though, will have a response onto Kixro, but now with both defenders topside, they're going to have to play vertically here with their office wall reinforcement blown open by the exothermic. Kiro is going to go for a wander over towards mezzanine. He'll collect onto Silent, so double kill in the round for the Azami, and now at Rival, trying to position himself to look in towards the bomb site, deny any potential plants coming through, but Eddie is getting it down successfully at the halfway point. There's been no answer thus far for Los Mangos. Rival looking down to the floorboards, and nobody will be able to return in time. Kiro, though, a triple on the round now. He hits the headshot onto the man who planted the diffuser. Eddie will fall, leveling now to a 2v2 man count. The return from Kiro as he jumps over the mezzanine balcony, but Hat is ready and waiting and shooting some bodies just for good measure. The Rival return to the bomb site is what is needed, but it will not be enough for Los Mangos. Luminosity, they stumble on their map pick, but they win the next two back-to-back, and we will see them tomorrow in the semifinals.
And they regain a bit of form on Chalet, closing things out with a bit of a bang, getting back to the team that we know we have seen before, and we know the team that we will have to see if they want any chance at making the Manchester Majors. So a good response, though. After a rough start, they find the energy again, they find their identity again, and Los Mangos, as much of a fun run as it was to watch, that run will unfortunately come to an end here in this best of 3 against Luminosity. Taking a map is nice. Taking that first map is something, but that is just about all they will have to say for themselves here, as unable to walk away with anything else. Bank was close. Chalet, not so much. Still another series to go, but to talk about this one even further, we'll send things back to the desk after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the second series.
Cameraman be the hero now. He'll need to be. G to the line of sight and with a glance on the board to push them to no.
Well, it was fun to hope and dream, but after map 3, Chalet, pretty rough performance. Los Mangos, that is going to be the end of their last chance qualifiers run. I mean, Fox, we started off the series on a high. We got to see some cool ideas. We got to see Los Mangos actually take down Luminosity's map pick, but all good things have to come to an end, I guess.
And in the end, they came to pretty decisively. I mean, Jesse said that he thought Luminosity was going to decisively shut them down 7-3. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, but a 7-1 was a clear, just shut them up, just straight there. And I did like what we saw out of Los Mangos, and for being a team that just kind of came out of this T2 scene, and we kind of talked about it, of all the teams that are up right now, they definitely look like maybe one of the weaker ones. They still put up quite a fight. They made a very tough showing for Luminosity, and honestly, there was a moment where me personally, I thought they were going to take away from it, but when it came to this map, it just didn't look like they had the confidence, they didn't have the game plan, and the one factor that was able to keep them in this whole series from the start was the fact that they were able to win gunfights, and they just unfortunately weren't even getting that far, and that just came down to a clear lack of just the experience, in my opinion. I really think the experience showed. Luminosity stayed true all the way to the third map.
Yeah, I have to agree 100%. I mean, this is one of those times as an analyst where you hate to be right. I didn't want to see Los Mangos deflate this heavily, but they unfortunately did. Just didn't feel like they really had the momentum to keep this going, and I think the experience is a big part of that. Lokes, obviously, the big standout for struggling the hardest on Los Mangos. I don't believe he found a single kill through this game. And he is the newest player, right? I mean, he's the youngest guy on this roster. He's the least experienced in terms of everybody, so it's not super surprising that he is the guy who comes through and maybe does have some more of those struggles, but it wasn't all on him, certainly. Everybody on Los Mangos, I think, failed to step up in key moments. I hope for them this is a learning experience. Obviously, for all these players, they've already achieved the highest feat of their career just by getting to this point. So I hope they can still walk away proud. They took a map off a pro team. Very few people can say that. And whilst they didn't really keep going all the way to the end, they still did have a good day, I think, all in all today.
Yeah, I'm definitely hoping they can look back at the series and look at the fight they put up at the beginning and be able to see the good that came out from here too. Because I mean, we got to see a little bit of deflation, Jesse, like throughout that too, even just seeing the players. And that's where my heart kind of breaks for them.
I know, it certainly was a change in pace. Back on map 1, we kept talking about their energy, how excited they were getting, how we saw them all being able to pop off and really live in the moment of them dominating onto their opponents of Luminosity. The second map and the third maps didn't quite look the same, unfortunately. I think JJ Blast's face kind of tells it all, kind of tells the story of this series. It sucks to see, but that's the highs and lows of competition, right? That's going to be how it goes. You win some, you lose some, and for today, Los Mangos, they do end up with a loss.
And that's the difficulty of being a leader, is sometimes when you are losing, you have to be that main guy that keeps everyone's momentum up. And I think that just goes with a little bit more experience under JJ Blast's belt, a little more stock being put on his investments. I mean, we might see him on a different pro league team, you know, coming up this next stage. But I think at the end of the day, for a team like this is obviously what you want to show to all of the teams currently in the league is, hey, we came to play. We have a lot of good things to show here and there. And I think they did exactly that. Obviously, they put up a very good performance in that first map. It fizzled out, and that happens when you don't have as much experience. Got to commend Luminosity, though. I felt like they, again, showed that level of taking a chill pill for a second, really establishing, hey, what went wrong? What do we need to fix? That's exactly what they did in Pro League, and they were able to finalize it here today.
Yeah, I'm glad to see Luminosity. I mean, the expectation here too is the T1 team will be able to keep on pushing through it. I'm glad to see that Luminosity being able to bounce back after that first map. And someone who had a really big performance in that, I want to be talking to Wi-Fi. Bring him on here for the interview, talk a little bit about that series. And I got a lead with, first off, congratulations. We did end up taking it to 3 maps. I have to know expectations going into this. Was that quite expected they were going to push you there?
Not really. They definitely caught us off guard with their aggression. You know, some of the players can really shoot you. So yeah, that definitely caught us off guard.
I want to talk about the map selection as well going into it, because we got to see Luminosity taken to Clubhouse. I mean, this is a comfortable pick for you guys. It's also something that Los Mangos has the tape on and not necessarily unfamiliar with. Do you think that was also one of the punishing aspects to this series, or do you think Luminosity is a little slow to kick things off?
No, our first maps and our first rounds are always just so slow. You know, that's definitely, we've identified that as a problem for us, and we've we've been trying to fix that for, since we've been a team. So I mean, we're gonna keep trying to hammer that nail and trying to fix that problem. But they played a great game. They have potential as players, but that first loss on the first map we had was definitely on us. That wasn't, they didn't do anything special. It was just kind of just trolling.
Learning experience, you have an opportunity to fix that before going on to tomorrow to try and battle your way through this LCQ. And tomorrow's match in the semifinals, you will either be going up against MKERS or Space Station. Do you want to try and have a run back against Space Station at this point, or you want to go in an unknown quantity more so that's MKERS for a potential match there?
I don't really care, but if MKERS make it out, they've been talking a lot of shit, so hopefully they make it, and hopefully they can get to us. That's all I'll say.
It'd definitely be a fun match to see for sure. Wi-Fi, thank you so much for your time. I know it's a big day tomorrow. I'll let you rest up. Have a good rest of your night, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, back over to the desk for us to wrap things up. I mean, we get to find out who they're playing against, Foxa, but okay, I like the words coming out of Wi-Fi's mouth there, talking about the potentials of that MKERS match. I think that'd be funny.
I think it would be pretty funny. I feel like there's maybe a little bit of a rivalry between Packer and Wi-Fi, so I feel like if they got to just fight it out, it's a friendly rivalry, of course, but if they get to fight it out a little bit, I think that might be fun to watch. But I do think MKERS obviously has the harder task of today, the harder Pro League team to go up against, but we'll get into that when we get into that. As of today, I like that Wi-Fi was able to just mention that they got slipped up a little bit, it just took them some time, and the players on the other team have some players that can shoot, but they were able to close it out.
Yeah, that quote, some of the players, they can really shoot you. And they did, and they suffered that on Clubhouse, of course. But I think it's good that we saw Luminosity bouncing back, obviously. The better team, the experience showing through from that one. Definitely always good to see them seeing that from them. And I'm hoping that for tomorrow they can get that rematch against Space Station. I want to see them going at it. But if they can shut up MKERS too, I mean, hey, why not? That could be fun too.
Yeah, it's exciting to see that there is the opportunity still here for one of our T2 teams to try and push their way through. We almost had it in this series, but not quite. But Space Station and MKERS, I mean, Space Station, definitely a storied team here. MKERS, though, would be the one tier 2 team out of any here, Fox, that I think would have a chance to try and push on through.
No, absolutely. They've been looking like the best so far. I think me personally, I would go as far as to say as they obviously were the best team in the LCQ qualifiers, and they look like the most well-rounded team. Obviously, they have Packer, who came from previous team. They have a lot of good players, and I think they'll show a lot more diversity in the way that they can play. It's not just a team that's trying to have pieces picked up to more Pro League teams. They really are trying to be a full-fledged through-and-through team.
All right, well, it's a match that's going to be coming up soon, but of course we have to be taking a short break, get it all tuned up. Make sure to be staying tuned. Space Station and MKERS after this. 3 teams so far have been eliminated in the North America Last Chance qualifiers, and 1 more before the end of the night is here. I'm Sierra, here's Fox and Jesse. I mean, Jesse, it's already been fun today. We got a series going the 3 distance. I wonder if we get to see a repeat of that now.
My hope for this series, Sierra, is we get another map 3, but this time maybe it's a little bit closer of a map 3 and not so much of a blowout, because I think these 2 teams certainly can deliver it. Space Station Gaming, a very known quantity, obviously been around Rainbow Six for so long, but MKERS, I mean, a new org to North America. They've had Siege teams before, but their first time joining in on NA, picking up a tier 2 team, and they've been looking really good through the quals, so this should be a great game.
MKERS been looking very strong. Obviously, nobody in the LCQ qualifiers was really able to put up a threat against them. And on the other side of things, SSG obviously just will be a lot better suited in these best of 3 series.
Let's talk about this MKERS roster first, because this is a team. I mean, we're looking at a tier 2 team here, Jesse, but it definitely is a team that they have shown like what they're worth here in that space.
Yeah, a lot of these names will be familiar to people who have been following the tier 2 scene. They've been around forever. I mean, Packer, Binu, Wolves, these guys have been bouncing around CL since like 2022. Obviously, Packer also playing in Pro League recently, being in tier 1. So lots of experience coming through for these guys. Maybe the one person who is a little bit newer would be Kobe. Just turned 18 last August and has pretty much been winning everything since then, winning Element 2 and having a great time throughout a couple of different tournaments. So this is a fantastic team, and they definitely are going to be one to look out for, even for tier 1 teams.
Yeah, and obviously there's a little less about the tier 2 teams that we know, but a common like pattern, or at least an indication of how they like to play Fox, is something that you can kind of see from the common op cams that they like to be pulling out.
Absolutely. I mean, as you see, they banned Monty 5 out of the 6 maps that they actually played in the qualifiers, and Izami 4 out of 6. And it completely dictates that the way that MKERS actually wants to play. They don't want to have not only a metaphorical wall in front of them, but a physical wall in front of them. They all play very aggressive, and there's a lot of elements of the prior wildcard roster that Packer was actually on with Merc, Spirits, you know, players of the sort. They want to play very slow at first to set everybody up into their pieces, almost like a chessboard. And then once everybody's set up, everybody kind of takes their time, just slowly rushing in. And I think you're going to see a lot of that from them. And that's obviously why they dominated in the LCQs, because teams weren't able to deal with that level of aggression from all angles. And now they're going up against a professional team that obviously has played against the proud wildcard roster. So it will be a little bit more of a feat, but I think they'll be pretty well suited.
Yeah, going over to Space Station and talking a little bit more about them. I mean, this is a team that Fox, since Ashen joined, they haven't missed a major. It's kind of weird to see them in a position. I mean, they are favored in this, but it is still weird to see that there is that small chance that they could be eliminated and have that taken away.
They could be, because it is one of the weaker times that we have seen SSG be, that we've seen them be so dominant up until this point. I do think the best of ones does do a disservice to them. They are a very adaptive heavy team. There's been a lot of new teams, and now best of 3's in their favor. Obviously, they have a lot more to grasp off, so they should be happy sitting in this position.
And we have to start talking about a couple of the reasons why Space Station have maybe looked a little bit weaker, Jesse, and kind of probe a little bit more into the performances that we're seeing coming out from the squad.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the one guy who's really not been playing to the level that he should be performing at has been Forrest. He's had a really rough play through Space Station so far, especially on the defense. 22 and 45, a 0.64 KD ratio is the worst defensive KD in the entire league. Looking at his entries, he's also really been struggling. 4 and 9 when you look at the defensive stats. We move over to cost, 42% of the defense. Again, worst in the entire league. And probably the most concerning stat for me, his survival rate, only being alive in 15% of defensive rounds. Again, the worst in all of North America. And I'm not here to rag on Forrest, right? Obviously, he's a great player. We've seen him hit incredible heights on Space Station and Astralis and so many other teams. But it's frustrating to see him dying so needlessly on so many of these defensive rounds throughout the stage of Space Station. I think he's really fallen off where we know he can play at. It seems like sometimes he's just maybe not able to win those gunfights in the opening rounds, or just not aware of maybe where the attacks have been coming from. I want to see him trying to take some better fights in these rounds, because he has been one of those players who's been very impressive, at least in previous seasons.
We got you back just for the end of that one here, but hey, I'm glad we got to hear most of your thoughts. Another person's thoughts, or 2 people that I want to hear ahead of this match. Of course, we got to hear from Packer and Ashen what they're thinking about this journey.
Well, we were undefeated in the quals. We didn't lose a single map. Our communication was pretty bad for the quals because it was like our first game days and the vibes weren't as good as they could be, you know. But that's one thing we'll be working on. We just gotta be better for these Pro League teams.
You know, SSG during playoffs, we didn't have the best result. Obviously, you know, we lost in our initial game to M80. Driving us down to the LCQ. During that game, I think it was just it was just a big problem of us, you know, kind of the pressure kind of getting to us, and you know, our fundamentals not being there. Really locking on those fundamentals and just everything being fundamentally sound. You know, that's what'll bring us to the major. So
I've watched every NAL VOD like probably twice at this point, and then I've started to watch SSG more recently because we obviously are playing them. Very excited to play them, and of course you got to keep up on the teams that you're gonna be playing. They're a team that likes to cause chaos basically on it when they're attacking. So while we're on defense, we have to pay attention to what they're doing and where the gaps are. Even the smallest gaps they'll abuse. So we're just have to adjust on the fly constantly. So that's one thing that we're going to make sure that we're ready for.
Big team strength of theirs is probably, you know, just their natural aggression. I think, you know, they know just by running their, you know, their defaults and their strats, they're not really going to outclass us. So the only way I really see them keeping it close is honestly just, you know, by picking us off. So I think, you know, their aggression is something that they're good at, but, you know, I don't think by any chance they're going to outclass us at all.
All the pressure's on these Pro League teams, you know, like we're at the end of the day, like we were supposed to be a Pro League team, but we're not a Pro League team, right? So it's on the pressure for these guys that get paid every single month. They get paid a lot of money just to make the major, and the goal for us is just, you know, have fun and do as best as we can.
A lot of the pro teams especially, their backs are against the wall. We got to follow our protocol, and then, you know, that's all we got to do. Just take some souls, keep cranking, and then you'll see us in Manchester.
All right, these pro teams with their back against their wall here, Fox. I mean, what are you looking for in this series and in these players?
I mean, I'm specifically going to be looking at Forrest. I mean, Jesse went out like Julius Caesar, just backstab after backstab onto Forrest. But I really think that it's the way that his play style is able to allow and emphasize him. And when SSG is doing good, he's usually on the top of it. And obviously when they're having a rough time, and he's going to look the most at the bottom of it because he's just so influential on that support. And he's one of the most aggressive support players that we've ever seen. And so his play style is very hit or miss based off of how SSG as a collective is doing.
Well, they'll go to Skyscraper for the first map here chosen by MKERS, and the last time that they played this, the one and only time for Space Station this season, it was a 7-3 loss to Luminosity, which was kind of a rough game for them, and from Forrest as well, struggling in that one. So definitely a good pick coming through from MKERS, and MKERS for their own pick on Skyscraper. They played Los Mangos, the other team we just watched earlier today, and they were able to win that game 7-2. So two dominant kind of maps in the history of these two teams. Obviously a win for MKERS, a loss for Space Station Gaming. Different qualities of opponents for sure, but still should be a good pick coming through from Los Mangos. And then Consular from Space Station. This is one that they've been playing a lot, 3 times already this season. A win over Sonics, then back-to-back losses against M80, but some close games in there for sure.
Well, considering the teams that we've talked about and what we can see, especially after that matchup video, how the teams were talking, I want to know predictions from both of you going into this. Jesse, we're going to start with you with the round score in our first map, Skyscraper.
I'm going to say for Skyscraper, at least starting on defense, I think Space Station Gaming will close this one out. I'm going to give them a close series, though. I'm going to say 7-5. All
right, Fox?
I think if they let it go to a map 2, SSG wins map 2, so MKERS definitely need to win the first one, and I think SSG getting Skyscraper first was so good to be able to isolate the unrealistic variables and make MKERS play very slow. I want to go as far as say it would be a 7-2 for SSG.
All right, we're not messing around here at this point when we're looking at this match, and I don't know, maybe things not so great on the MKERS end. All right, we're crazy. We're gonna have to see how this one plays out over on our first map, but I want to hear what the casters, Flynn and Jonah, have to say about that.
Or we can throw our little predictions into the mix here, Flynn. I mean, gotta be you first, right? You gotta imagine. What do you got here? SSG, we obviously saw the Academy roster perform decently well against OXG, but it's the main roster now. It's the big boys who started off so strong and then maybe had a bit of a weaker performance in the back half of the stage. What do they got against MKERS?
Well, the Wi-Fi was saying that MKERS were talking. I guess I follow the wrong people on Twitter or just have not witnessed this. You think about Space Station, that's also a team that is not necessarily quiet. I think Skyscraper is a map that I did not expect to come out from either team, to be honest. But I mean, it's a defensive mess. It's one of the most defensive-sided maps in the pool. Space Station's starting on the defense. I mean, man, if you're MKERS and you're taking Space Station to Skyscraper, we've said it plenty of times before, when teams pick Sky, you have to be able to attack. The social prediction as well, coming in and leaning heavily onto the side of Space Station, maybe backing up a little bit of what the desk saw. Man, I do fear for MKERS. This map pick, I do think this could make or break them, because like Fox said as well, Space Station playing Consulate a couple times. They have some experience on this map, another defensive favored map. Man, MKERS making a bold statement early on, and I fear for their ability to succeed on a map like Sky against a team like Space Station.
Well, MKERS sticking true to their attacking ban with the Monty, changing up on defense a little bit from what we saw in the quals, but banning the Solus here on Skyscraper makes total sense. As you mentioned, this map, very defensive-sided. One of the least played maps throughout the NA League. However, in its small sample size, the 4 plays we've seen, it is by far the most defensive-sided map of all of the maps we've seen played. I believe 23 defensive wins to 10 attacking wins. About 69% favoring the defense. That's pretty good.
Nice.
And that is a great way for SSG to start off things here on this map, on MKERS map pick. They can really start to run away with it. And I think that's kind of where Foxe was coming from with his prediction, right? He said this would be heavily SSG favored. And I think the fact that they're starting on a defensive-sided map on defense against a team coming in from the quals, I think that's a fantastic look, a fantastic reason, and a great reason to justify a prediction like that. Now for MKERS, they talk a big game, and they performed a big game in those quals. They beat both of our other open qual teams who came into this LCQ, proving that kind of they are the big, you know, quote-unquote T2 team to watch out for. So SSG, as they kind of start to have an idea of what MKERS are capable of, we're going to start things downstairs. Kitchen and barbecue, an unusual sight to begin on this map.
And not the primary bomb site we've come to expect from either of the top floor bomb sites. It's more typical. You see the top floor being utilized by the defenders to get some momentum going. But MKERS, they're going to have to attack towards kitchen and barbecue, and that's going to require going upstairs nonetheless. So you're going to have to remove these defenders from their power positions over towards Geisha. As I say that, we got a lot of orange silhouettes over towards the office and exhibition side coming out from Space Station on the defense. Iconic downstairs inside of the bathroom for the moment, making his rotations underneath in bedrooms. So it could be a constant nuisance to deal with for the side of MKERS trying to make their far side entry across. They're going to enter in through office and exhibition and try and go for a far side clear all the way over to Geisha and then convert downstairs for the plant. It's going to require a lot of utility. It's going to require a lot of time. That's exactly what these roamers from SSG want to deny.
It's all about wasting as much time as they can, setting themselves up for that execute. But right now, MKERS looking to spring into action. You've got Giddy rounding the corner, but blindsided by Fultz. Didn't know that position was being watched, so it's Fultz who's able to collect that first kill, and MKERS having a little difficulty working their way into exhibition and office. Kobe getting torn apart, just trying to take this fight, but just not being allowed to get away with anything for free. The flashes come in, a little bit of utility will help, but it won't be enough. Ashen will still manage to get that kill before eventually falling. Fantastic start for SSG.
Well, Packer is able to pick up Ashen upstairs, and then he drops down the bathroom hatch downstairs to try and pick up Iconic, who was spraying from the middle of the house stairs. Iconic's made it to safety towards that reception desk, so still a man advantage firmly in the favor of Space Station Gaming with a little over a minute ticking away. All of this battle and all this utility and all these sacrifices that were made, the exact opposite side of the map on the opposite floor from the bomb site. Although Packer, though, he will pick up Iconic as he's able to reposition downstairs and find the Legion hanging around towards that reception desk. So a level man count now, but again, you do not have control of Geisha as of yet. Looks like right now Wu's on the Maverick is positioned outside of the Geisha wall. Could have pushed the defender off the position. It looks like for now, SSG has vacated Geisha. We come down to the wire here for MKERS. They try to get their soft breach going with the breach charges with the skeleton key, and look at these defenders start to scramble now for Space Station, trying to find a safe haven to hold out inside of the bomb site. as the time continues to tick down, it's going to be on MKERS to have the initiative to push their advantage with this top control. Bino is the man carrying the diffuser on the ace. He's going to rappel down to the kitchen window, but Fultz is still in delivery. The vault in from Woos. The beep boop will give away the position. Fultz with one, looking for even more. He just has to kill a little more clock. He's able to put Bino down on health, and now J90 picks up Packer, so it's just the man planting. He pulls off the plant. Bino looking for the last one, but the time will expire, and Space Station, they will pick up their first defense.
And not as confident as it may have started, but still a great round win for Space Station to kind of set the tone here on Sky, proving to be a pain on the entry, not allowing MKERS to take space for free. And then when it came to the execute, staying alive long enough, and Fultz in such a good position to deny the kitchen jump in. There was only a couple seconds left on the clock at that point. Thanks to SSG's great roam, MKERS really did not have a fallback plan. When it came down to it, they just had to jump in. They did not have time to drone out Fultz, who was able to get that kill and nearly got the second. The round almost ended there, but we did see him fall, and eventually it come down to that 1v1. But SSG in firm control of that for the most part. So a confident round one victory on a site that we don't usually see till second or third. That's a great way to begin. You now go to Exhibition and Office. You've set yourselves up really well.
Definitely, and right now for Space Station, looking to continue that trend. Make sure you're wasting time and obviously collecting opening picks away from the bomb site. It's going to make life even more miserable for MKERS as they try to convert across the map. The map of Skyscraper often gets separated into two halves, divided by this Dragon and Terrace area. Because of those impervious, bulletproof, impenetrable walls that surround that space, very difficult for the attackers to have much control and hold the cutbacks and hold the fallbacks away from the defenders rotating back towards the bomb site. So for MKERS, they're going to, again, make their entry on the far side of the building. It looks like Space Station, they are going to ruthlessly challenge this entry. Make every single inch of space that MKERS want to take on the map as difficult as possible. The Mav coming out from Woos once again. Nitro Cell goes out onto the wall. And the bottom hadn't been Mavericked away, so there's still some soft breach, at least on the bottom half of that wall, left to be done. But the Nitro Cell will help with that. Good news is nobody suffered any casualties, nobody suffered any damage, and Ashen is actually down to about 40 HP off screen.
See Woo's having a little difficulty just kind of getting a foothold here as he keeps an eye out for potential bit of aggression from SSG that they could send his way. It won't be the case for now, so he'll have a chance to hop on the drone and get a bit more information before eventually moving in, as the rest of this MKERS team is hoping to make a bit of a cleaner entry this time than last. So far, so good. They haven't had to deal with SSG being too much of a pain. As you said, Flynn, they did light up Ashen a bit, so he's been forced to fall back. He's not going to be in too much of a forward position. As this breaching round comes out, that other, I suppose, most forward position at this point is J90, and he's going to start to fall back. He's got really no other option. You have Bino on the Shrine window, Kobe pushing from that T door. Not a lot of space that SSG can maintain without risking giving up their lives here. That's why you see J90 backed off at this point.
Looks like he's still positioned behind. No, that's Ashen that's actually behind the dragon statue now. So everyone will start to spring into life with the confirmation from the drone. But J90 has Ashen's cover from the top of the main stairs. Shoulder peaks not enough for Kobe, and he's taking more damage than he's dealing at the moment. Frostmat, well spotted by Kobe, though. So Ashen stays safe inside a dragon. And there goes J90 grabbing the first one onto the Ash of Kobe. The opening pick with about 45 seconds left in the round. 40 will tick away against MKERS again. They're having difficulty progressing through this middle point of the map. Forest will go 1-for-1 as Giddy will drop Forest. Giddy will fall then behind the minibar. It's just J90 at the top of the main stairs holding everyone in place. In tandem with the Zoto canisters, you hear the shots ring out as Bino has made his way into the middle of the bomb site with Packer on the coverage towards the exhibition window. The plant continuing to go down in Space Station, evidently not aware of the plant. So now Bino trying to hold his position. There's two guns up. Bino taking a lot of damage and being shredded apart by Fultz. So it's just Packer, the last man standing at the exhibition window to keep the post plant alive. He's got 3 bodies to find, 2 of them heavily damaged. The sprint across, it's the perfect bait as Packer will actually catch Fultz sprinting, but the trade is there from Space Station, just too many to find, and it's a swift 2-0 lead on the defense for SSG.
Yeah, a little risky to let that diffuser go down, but I think either one, they had no idea it was coming, or two, they felt good enough about their ability to retake. I imagine it was the former, that it did kind of slip in unnoticed, but once it did happen, pushing in together, making it work in the retake, impressively executed, isolating that into a 1v1, or rather a 3v1 very quickly, and then ending up taking that gunfight against Packer and winning it no problem. So that's good work again for SSG. I mean, it's consistent so far on defense. This is what you can expect. Our attention is more going to be on MKERS and the 1 or 2 rounds that they're going to be able to secure here on the attack if they want a fighting chance. As we've talked about, heavily defender-sided map, MKERS are looking for 2 rounds. 3 would be insanely good. 2 would be nice. But right now, they've yet to get on the board. So still looking to find it. SSG have saved this TN Karaoke site for last, so the site that you typically see played most, and potentially where MKERS are most prepared to approach, will be the site they go to next.
I think the good sign so far for MKERS is that they have been able to progress to the bomb site. It's been on very little time and suffering a lot of casualties in both utility and manpower, probably more than they would like, but they have been able to make it into the bomb site and initiate the plant in both rounds. They ended up losing, even though they were successfully getting the plant down. They just didn't have the manpower to win that out in the post. But very good news for MKERS. You know, you're checking off everything on the list. You are having some success in terms of being able to convert map control away from the site to then turn your attention towards the objective and get in cleanly. It's unfortunate that the space station side right now is doing a very good job of cleaning up after that fact. Once the attackers make their way into the bomb site, there hasn't been much success for the side of MKERS getting caught up with a lot of intel still being relayed to the defenders that are still alive, and a lot of crossfires established is very strong positioning that you're always going to find with the space station team. But here come the drones, the shots up through the floorboards, and Ashen taking a minute to react to that and lose half his life in the process. No skeleton key shots ringing out onto his feet just yet from Packer, but that position down below is going to make these roamers' lives much more difficult.
Well, Ashen, no stranger to losing a bit of life early. Same thing happened in round 2, yet he was still able to make his impact felt as one of the final few defenders alive in that retake. But right now, we'll have to see if he can get out of this position alive. He's able to relocate, doesn't have to worry about the soft destruction, at least below him in Shrine. This position is safe, but his position, at least horizontally, is maybe a little bit more in danger. You see the players pushing in terrace. They do have an idea of where Ashen is moving and relocating. So as they pin him down, Ashen will be forced back, and I think smartly choosing not to over-aggress or take those gunfights here. So SSG, from round 1, they got in the face of MKERS a bit more. Round 2, round 3, they're starting to play a little more passively, knowing that MKERS are going to ramp the pace up, that they're going to be itching to get those early kills. And SSG not really allowing them the opportunity to do that. That opening kill, we saw that happen only 1 minute in that very first round. We only have a minute left in this round, and we have yet to see those engagements really take place.
Yeah, SSG willing to fall back a little bit more, but there's the opener. We asked for it, and they shall deliver. Forrest, again, the desk touching on his performance through the group stage. Not quite what they would have wanted. It is still very early days, but here comes a nitro cell now from Fultz down below that will put Kobe on his backside. Possibly revivable, because nobody from Space Station is yet going to swing into Drum. And indeed, Kobe will be picked up from the grave. 25 seconds, though. Man advantage. Severe health advantage on the side of Space Station. And everyone trying to push in through one choke point. Here comes Ashen. Here comes Jaina, I know. Here comes Iconic to swing. Good response from Bino as again an attacker makes his way into the bomb site, putting the plant down. But Fultz and Forrest will clean it up. And that is a clean sweep of defensive objectives for Space Station.
I mean, it's good to see that MKERS are playing so objective focused. I mean, you like to see a team like this kind of come in and very tunnel visioned on the objective, getting that diffuser down every time. As you said before the round, Flynn, that's been their target each time. Successful in that second round, even though they eventually did not win it. And in the process of planting at one point or another in both rounds 1 and round 3. So the plan is clear for MKERS, but the plan for SSG to counter it is working perfectly. They're not really having any issue. Other than allowing the diffuser to go down in the second round and retaking, there was really no slip-ups on this defense whatsoever. They complete the clean rotation, and they can start this bad boy all over again, back down to Kitchen and Barbecue. MKERS need to find a solution for this quickly, and it's just not coming as easily as they would have liked. They've been real close. Don't forget that. I mean, we've seen Packer have such early opportunities to get some kills but they just slipped away. I mean, Ashen nearly killed through the floorboards in the last round, nearly killed on the Bandit the round before. Almost getting these openers, but instead, MKERS are missing their opportunity, and SSG are the ones claiming those kills. They're the ones starting this round off strong, and MKERS are having a tough time recover.
Oh, baby, here we go. J90 on the Warden, sees the rappel line. He's got the Geisha wall wide open on the swing. That's a little bit of damage, and he actually deals more with an MPX than he receives from the 5.56. But Woo's definitely not expecting that to come out from the Warden of J90. And again, it's the clean sweep of defensive objectives for Space Station, so they'll be forced to go back downstairs to one of those two first floor bomb sites. They do elect to go back to Barbecue and Kitchen with the success they had on it the first time around. But a hard breacher taken out of play very early on would have been a very valuable opening pick on the side of Space Station. Instead, Moose is able to respond in time. He's able to keep him alive and keep that exothermic available to the side of the attack for MKERS.
Obi, you see him antsy, yet to get on the board here. We know how much of a weapon he can be. We were just gassing him up on the desk. Newly turning 18, ready to make his mark on the T2 and T1 scene. Someone to keep your eye on, because in the next few years, someone that's definitely, you think, going to get picked up by one of these bigger organizations. Right now, hoping to fight his way out of this LCQ and make his way towards Manchester, but easier said than done against J90. Great shot against Packer, and he's looking for more. Aggressively swinging the Geisha window. Fultz will join him, taking care of Kobe, the Ash 0-4. Bino retaliates onto one, and Fultz does go down, but already a lot of damage dealt here by SSG. Look at the response, though. Bino and Woos will get one each. Iconic will answer to turn this one to a 2v2.
Yeah, Iconic able to push up with the goo mine stuck in Wooz's leg. He's able to get the kill as Fultz looked away at the, or J90 looked away at the most inopportune time. Now Forrest, he's never vacated his position inside of Karaoke. Both attackers topside now, the drone will spot him, and now Forrest has to spring into action. And all he does is move to the other side of Karaoke, so he's still in a pretty good spot with a reinforcement at his back. He knows he's being pinched upon and now being shot to the wall into the backside. Giddy will clean that up, and now Iconic, who had previously ascended the main stairs to grab up Woos inside of Geisha, now has 40 seconds and an SMG-11 to win out this round to keep the flawless run for Space Station alive. You know, carrying that diffuser, who has either attempted or completed plants in the last 3 rounds, will most likely want to get in a position to do the same again. Flashes ring down from the kill holes up above, and now Iconic having to reposition more towards Kitchen. They're playing in the middle of the bomb sites as the descent down Black Stairs comes out from the attacking side. You know, trying to work his way into the bomb site, but Iconic holding the door frame, looks away again at the wrong time, but he wins out against Giddy. Just has to kill a little more clock. He takes them all down as well with the SMG-11, and Iconic keeps the flawless run alive for Space Station.
I mean, what can't this guy do? Time and time again, we see Iconic and his hero plays. We've seen it for years. I mean, on this SSG roster, kind of slotting into a more leadership role, less of a frag-heavy, clutch-heavy role. But don't forget what this man is capable of. You saw whatever he could. He was trying to isolate 1v1s. He was repositioning, maneuvering around that site, just desperately trying to take these gunfights one at a time. And to his credit, he managed to pull that off, just barely avoiding some bullets, dipping around the bomb chassis. And again, both attackers walk through the doorway right into his open arms. He pulls it off. And yeah, SSG get their 4th round off the back. Some exceptional play from Iconic. I mean, we've talked a lot about Iconic over the last few years, but especially this year, coming to this SSG roster for the first time this stage, with Hot and Cold out and Iconic in. We've talked a lot about this roster identity, how this SSG team is changing a little bit. You lose that backbone maybe of Hot and Cold in the favor of someone like Iconic. And of course, it's had mixed results. That's why SSG are in the LCQ and not already with their flight booked to Manchester. But this is not a team that misses many international events. Missed none in 2023. They would hate to miss an opportunity like Manchester again, so here they go. 4 rounds in, looking clean.
Very clean so far, and entries seemingly a problem for MKERS in terms of being able to establish some kind of momentum or early ground gained in the round with an opening pick. It's been a tough one, and talked about Kobe's potential. hasn't shown up with that potential as of yet. There goes that same Nitro Cell, this time from Iconic towards that Geisha wall as Woos continues to open up with the torch. Another Nitro Cell being ripped by Fultz as the Maverick will go up against the wall, and it will be successful. Good night, Woos. Still able to actually complete the hard breaching, and Packer will open it up at the skeleton key. His friend will fall, and it's another opening pick into the favor of Space Station Gaming that will continue to slow things down. But I talk about him, and he shows up. Kobe able to level the man count onto Ashen, able to make some progress over towards the top of the Black Stairs.
Good kill for Kobe. First one he's found here, but I'm still reacting to the timing of that Nitro Cell onto Woos was just perfect. The moment that he finished mavericking the wall, getting that Mav trick done, that's when the C4 landed and detonated. The wall became soft, and then he got blown sky high. Probably would have killed him anyway through the holes, but very good timing nonetheless. SSG happy to take that one, and then of course happy to take down Kobe after he dealt some damage to them. They end up going 1 for 1, turning this one back to a 3v3. So good to see Kobe on the board here, finally claiming his first 2 kills, and that's done enough to equalize the man count after that early damage that SSG dealt. But with a minute to play here and only 3 men up, this is not going to be an easy attack for MKERS by any means. They do have control of half of the top floor, still trying to work their way across. They're going to have to contend with 3 full HP defenders and a Nitro Cell waiting for them. Now, some information provided by Giddy will help. That's just about it. Other than that, they've got 45 seconds to continue this transition from west to east.
Packer making his way into Dragon behind the statue. The Selma comes out onto the soft wall as well to try and open up, but Iconic in the corner has nowhere to go. It's now a man advantage for MKERS to start to make their entry in. Packer not wasting any time, but he's cut down at the hands of Forrest. Falls to the base of the house stairs as well. There goes that last Nitro Cell. It goes soaring, but it will be shot. And now the retreat up the main stairs. Here comes Fultz to help, but he may not even need to as Forrest. He's got 2 from behind the bar. Fultz does make his ascension up the stairs. He tags in for a 5-0 lead for Space Station.
When Packer found that kill in office there as they cleared out that top side, moving from Dragon into the site itself, I really thought that that was going to be a MKERS round. It really felt like finally MKERS had set up an advantage with enough time left that they could move in and get the win. I mean, a 3v2 when you're pushing a site like that, even with the time they had remaining, seemed like a winnable round. But then Forrest with the Vector behind the mini bar, he goes crazy, shutting down 2. Just shutting down the last chance that it felt like MKERS really had on this half. I mean, 1 round there, and even though it's been fairly one-sided up to that point, MKERS are on the board. Second round, only 1 round away at that point, and all of a sudden it is anyone's game, given how defensive-sided this map is. But with that nice 2-piece for Forrest, quickly SSG now find themselves in a 5-0 position. And yes, this map is defender-sided, but 5-1, even if MKERS are able to get this next round, that hurts, even on defensive-sided maps.
5 seconds left.
Again, I mean, there's good signs here for MKERS, especially, after they surrender the opening pick. They have good responses to that. If you're on the side of MKERS, you would certainly love to not be surrendering the opening pick as regularly as you are right now. But at the same time, they have been able to respond in kind and been able to trade down to these 3v3s, these 3v2s. These executes onto the bomb site are not coming without SSG also suffering some casualties. They've done a good job in terms of being able to provide the firepower necessary to advance throughout the majority of the map as well. Space Station, they have the upper edge, though, on those site holds. Those defenders are able to win out in some clutch situations where the attackers are applying a lot of pressure, but SSG, they continue to persevere. Now, Ashen playing this position with a different operator this time around. Much heavier hitting, 416 coming out, and Iconic will get the opener. Ashen, though, will get torn asunder from the exhibition window in tandem with the frag grenade coming out. That had to force him to move away from his position. Force getting tagged up as well on his retreat. So again, not without suffering some casualties. Space Station through the first minute, they're able to peel back towards the bomb site, and MKERS have their first entry into the building.
We're protected.
Again, Kobe down. It's a brutal blow. Not allowing him to get hot here. Not going to do MKERS any favors, especially when they switch over to the defense, and you need to start getting these kills. For now, though, the man count is even, so even without Kobe, MKERS will proceed with caution. Packer, 1 HP to his name. I don't know how he got out of that alive, but he is still a force and still has that utility in pocket. Just needs to make sure that he can use some of those asphyxiating bolts, those smokes, maybe those hard breach charges before he does lose that last bit of HP. Speaking of hard breach, the exothermic down for Woos. He'll get this geisha wall open, maybe baiting in a swing from SSG as well. You got someone playing right behind the boxes, and Woos seems to know it, but not an opportunity to get that kill just yet. J9O not taking the fight there. As the fire comes in, he'll be forced to take a step back, but just staying cautious enough. Same thing goes for MKERS. Not over peeking, not overexposing themselves. Nearly J9O does that. Packer will take advantage onto one, and even though J9O trades it, the man advantage still in MKERS' hands.
You can see the concerted effort from MKERS to wrap around towards Geisha, but they've left Fultz over towards Dragon at the top of the shrine. This is a tough one, as Fultz is in a very strong position to be able to wrap back towards the bomb site. Once the pressure is established, Woos, though, will pick up onto Forest, so it's going to be Fultz in his unknown position to 1v3, another SMG-11, needing to make the clutch. And Woos is able to spot him peek around the corner. It is MKERS. They pick up their first round of the attack right before the side swap.
They get one, and that's something. It's not a lot, but it's enough to give Woos a little smile. They know that they are in this fight still, even if they may not look like it. They came out on Skyscraper here, looking to play this map, looking to go to this territory and potentially, continue that run they went on through the open qualifiers, through the open qual first phase, and then of course through the closed bracket of that open qual. So they're in a pretty good spot right now if they can get things going immediately. However, things will get very scary if SSG win a single round. Teen Karaoke is where they will begin, hoping that this primary site, a more typical site selection, is where things can start going well for them. But it's going to happen quick. Like I said, one round on SSG or on match point, or map point at least. This is a best of 3. So, hoping to delay that as long as they possibly can if you're MKERS.
Definitely. Most likely going to be employing similar strategy to what we saw from Space Station, especially hearing from what the desk had to say about their play style and about the way that they want to play a map like Skyscraper in particular. Probably going to try and extend over towards Office. We see the reinforcements coming out and rotations being established. MKERS going to be in a similar position. They're not going to want to turtle. They're going to try and flex towards the far side of the map, make entries difficult for Space Station. But something that we never saw from MKERS that we might end up seeing from Space Station is an avoidance strategy. Every single time, MKERS, while they were having success on those entries, they were suffering some casualties, and they never once decided we were going to straight up ignore the far side component of this and try and isolate for like a Black Stairs and Geisha take towards the Teen Karaoke, or just to get some top floor control in general. Cannon opener comes out from Iconic onto the Geisha wall, and far fewer Nitro cells will be launched towards this breach in comparison to what we saw coming out from Space Station's defense. And for MKERS, they might be running into a situation where Space Station have decided that the far side take just isn't worth what they're going to have to give up to get it done.
Double Claymore setup on the window. Love that from Fultz. So he is aware that MKERS may try to get a little creative and jump out and get aggressive if they can. For now, though, the focus for SSG will not be on Shrine itself or pushing that window. Instead, this is a Teen Karaoke attack. Their focus is going to be on taking these Black Stairs, on getting Forest in, setting up that Talon shield, and trying to make the move from there. They now dealt with the shield on the top of those stairs. Now they just have to put their own shield down. There are Taro drones from J9O doing the job, but Packer persists. He's not just going to give up this position for free, even if his utility lacks. He has the support of Kobe. He's got the support of Woos not too far behind. It's going to take quite a push here for SSG to still deal with this, even if that is no longer as protected as before. You see Kobe taking a little bit of damage here, and you see Ashen working his way down below. You know that SSG have this plan in mind, but they're being forced to pivot. You see Forest leaving with those Talon shields in pocket, no longer taking a fight in that position. SSG hoping to change things up here pretty last minute.
Definitely last minute. They're now reconverting to a far side take, and Fultz, he's going to hit the frost mat on the inside of the exhibition window. So some misdroning there, and that sound cue. Also relay most likely to hear Woos inside of Shrine. looking in towards the top of Office and Exhibition, and he's going to spot the rotations, and he picks up what was left of Fultz. He might have been able to escape that gunfight had he not been on 20 HP after reviving himself from the frost mat to push up the main stairs, rejected by Giddy. So now the push into Geisha. Iconic unaware of the positioning. It's a flurry of kills, but they leave Iconic alone in the 1v3. Recollects the diffuser, but he's on a default camera and has to swing his attention back towards T. Trying to push him with 10 seconds in the midst of a crossfire. He's got a defender behind gold. He's able to spot him, but Woos will win it out with the Caritas. And it is MKERS winning their first defensive round on T and Karaoke.
Listen, it's a start. I mean, we know it's going to take quite a comeback, but a comeback that is possible. It's Skyscraper. If you're looking at this map without that context, it may seem one-sided given the scoreline. But 23-10, that was the defensive to attacking split on this map coming into the day in North America specifically. So seeing these two teams battle it out here, I don't think MKERS are too worried about it, although no matter how you spin it, their backs, like we said, are definitely against the wall. This is their map pick, though, and they've proven, at least through the first defensive round, they do feel a little comfortable. They clearly were able to win that round with relative ease, doing a fantastic job at forcing SSG into a weird spot. They had to pivot because they just were not taking that space on those black stairs as quickly as they would have liked. SSG, an unusually late, full kind of, adjustment on the fly to the other side of the map. And one that, it's very hard to make up that much ground when you change your mind like that last minute. So showing their willingness to adapt, that's great, just not executing it to perfection.
If I had the opportunity, I would have asked them what the instigator for that was. Was it just the fallback from the defenders back towards the bomb site that gave them the cue that, hey, it's free real estate? But it seemed like they were ticking off a lot of boxes and being able to go for an isolationist take towards the top of the black stairs. You clear the deployable shield. You've got Capitao asphyxiating bolts coming in, forcing the movement away from the black stairs. You've also got a skeleton key underneath. Like there was a lot of good work being done by Space Station. They were in a pretty strong position, but they make the call in mid-round to flex over to a far side take and split everyone up. And unfortunately, like you said, Jonah, execution not quite there for them on their first attack, but given their proficiency at defending on this map, they will have the opportunity to make a few mistakes and still sustain the lead and be in a position to be in control of the scoreline. You can see Space Station again, attempting to go for the far side, being foiled by one singular mute jammer inside the T door. Now Forrest will come and deal with that with his Twitch drone. And yeah, it doesn't look like there's anyone guarding this Mira, so that's going to be pretty free for Forrest to open on up. And everyone right now for Space Station having some good success making their entries and utilizing your utility on the far side to instigate the clear.
Also getting a good bit of information here that, yes, there is a player engaged at trying to contest this. Packer, the mute, will actually be the first one to go down. Woos will fall quickly after thanks to Forrest. Kobe did find one, though. He's starting to find some more kills, but as I say that, he walks right into Forrest's open arms. And SSG, it's a 4v2 here. MKERS, their backs are against the wall, like we said, but oh my, Giddy goes for it all. He jumps out, shoots the Claymore. J90 hits the bag and says, yeah, no thanks. I've got you handled, my friend. It's just Bino, the last one left against 4. Trying to get MKERS their third round. Looks like it will not come here on round number 8, as there still are 4 SSG attackers left, and they're not going to force this one either. They know that they just got to group up, play the trade here, and even if they lose 1-2 lives, they're going to have someone right behind to play the trade. That's exactly what happened, and SSG, they move on to map point.
Yeah, clinical there for Space Station. Their entry on the far side, there was a lot of attacking members stacking over towards the top of the black stairs. And after they were able to pop the Mira, nobody guarding that Mira window, there just really wasn't any reason for Space Station not to walk in and start taking ground. And it was that pinch onto Geisha from either side. You had Fultz outside the window, and then you had everyone pinching in from behind with Ashen and Iconic. And it was an easy setup there for the rest of Space Station to collect the kills and rotate their way back over towards the bomb site in a hefty man advantage. You did see the vault out there and attempt J90 shutting that one down nice and early, defiantly at even. And now for MKERS, man, tough one. Down 6-2. Going back to Office and Exhibition to try and keep yourself alive here on map number 1. This was your map pick, and I have said a few times on Skyscrapers, if you're going to pick Sky, you better be able to attack it successfully. And while MKERS came close in a handful of those rounds, Close wasn't good enough, and this is a single elimination bracket. You have to play as close to perfect as possible. And Space Station certainly hitting that mark for the Makers. They're going to have to get on a bit of a roll here on the defensive side if they want to pull this one back to overtime. That'll be the first opportunity to win it, as now Space Station sits on map point.
Everyone on SSG doing a great job contributing to the effort here. Ashen, not as much in the kills, but you seeing him playing support. I do think gotta gas up Forrest just a little bit here, especially because of, how much heat that he took from Jesse in the pre-show. I mean, good grief. He's doing great right now, and we saw him have some success in that last round. A major contributor, shutting down Kobe, shutting down Packer. Really key in the overall SSG push there. And at 8-5 right now, he's looking to continue that success throughout the map. Of course, J9O as well. He's playing the ace, and he's still at 9-5. Like we said, everyone on SSG putting in some pretty good work right now. Just thought that Forrest deserved a little bit of love after all the hate he got on the desk. I mean, in all seriousness, it was fair analysis from Jesse. But come on, be nice. It's our boy Forrest, and he's doing well right now. So it's good to see him back on the horse, riding on top here. So 4-round advantage for SSG. Only one more needed to close this one out. This is Maker's map pick, so not going to help them out here to lose this one and head into map 2 down by 1. But still, SSG, this one's not over yet. As we said, defensive-sided map, and Giddy will take the life of Iconic to start this one off strong.
The vault in the exhibition window, though, successful for J9O, and he's pressuring towards the minibar. 2 quick kills for SSG, and now it's just Woos alone who cleans up Ashen, but has to retreat towards the bomb site. They've got red and yellow pings onto J9O, putting that diffuser down, but Woos, he will arrive way too late, and the shots to the wall will not collect on the intended target. Now Woos in the 1v2 trying to separate these 2 remaining attackers into 1v1s, but they're playing across through the side of that soft wall. So now Woos just trying to bait out the swing, the rotation coming, the phone call revealing his position, and now the carrot toss, the last thing to keep Woos alive. He wins out onto 1, but J9O still has the cross. It's Space Station. Clinically, they clean it up 7-2.
7-2, really no doubt about it, and in control the entire time. And as much as a map would have potentially allowed Makers back into it on the defense, that was not the case. Too steep of a hill to climb, and they will drop their map pick to Space Station Gaming, allowing SSG to start off the first round of this LCQ in the win column on map number 1. Of course, this is a best of 3, so if Makers can come back, take map 2, there is a potential third map in our future, but right now, with SSG taking Maker's pick and moving on to their pick next of Consulate, which we have seen mixed but decent performances on from them, this is looking good for them pretty much, Flip.
Definitely, and I think Consulate, it's an opportunity for Makers to reset. They'll be starting on the defense, so maybe a little more favor on their side. But nonetheless, we do still have a Skyscraper to break down. It'll be on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
be kicking off this series. It's going to be Space Station to be setting a pretty dominant first map in the series over MKERS. And you know what, Fox, I got to give you the credits on that one. 7-2, you hit the nail on the head there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I knew it when I saw the map bans. I mean, it looked like SSG really knew exactly what they wanted to do. When you get a brand new team that you don't have much information on, where do you want to take them to? A very linear, small map that doesn't have any room for flexibility. And that's exactly what Skyscraper is. And that's why we saw SSG just kind of run away with it. Not only are they on Skyscraper, but they're on defense. Skyscraper to start it out. Are you kidding me? Who's doing the bans for MKERS? That obviously just completely went awry. It shows you why SSG has the experience in the first place. And they knew exactly what they needed to do. They just slowed MKERS down step by step, made them burn out, and they just kept getting the picks in their favor. And there was no moment on the attack side of MKERS where they could really even get into the map in the first side of things. SSG was just stopping them on all fronts.
Yeah, 100%. I liked the Solus ban when I first saw that coming through from MKERS. That's obviously a really common operator for Faults to play on this map. And I really liked the droning as well. You know, on a lot of those office extensions when they were holding either barbecue or tea room karaoke, they would have great drones on whatever roamer, usually Ashen, was playing instead of office. But then when it came to actually clearing that guy out, when it came to actually getting the kill onto him, it was a whole different story, right? They really did struggle to find those frags. Sometimes they would get the kill, but it would be really costly. They'd have to lose a body or two. Sometimes they wouldn't even be able to get that. So it felt like there were definitely problems when it came to executing their ideas. I think MKERS definitely came into this with a plan. They knew they'd be starting an attack on Skyscraper, but it's a much easier thing to say than to do, obviously. And so for MKERS, definitely a lot of struggles that first half. After you go down 5-1, really, really tough to come back from that.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't even say that it was necessarily MKERS playing bad. I think SSG really just were firing on all cylinders. They were very confident, sitting exactly where they needed to be. They knew every single moment where MKERS had to come from because, again, lack of limitation on diversity and individuality on a Skyscraper. And that's, I mean, it just was like watching somebody just play with their food. That's what it looked like.
I mean, you're talking about players that are firing on all cylinders, and there's definitely someone that we need to give props to because, Jesse, you definitely, you know, we're not shy about expressing your opinions about Forrest at the beginning, and I feel like he heard you and wanted to prove you wrong because he definitely stepped up in our first map.
Listen, Sierra, there was no opinions. It was factual. He was struggling on the defense, but he really did turn it around. There were multiple rounds where you could tell Forrest was playing closer to sight. He wasn't going out and dying in those early rounds. So I think that's the biggest thing. Again, the key stat was a 15% survival rate on the defense. He was always dying for the regular stage, but it felt like every single round here on Skyscraper on the defense, Forrest was staying alive. He was playing close to the bomb site. He was always one of the last two guys to be up for the team. And I think that really did empower him to find those multi-kills when he needed to, when those late chaotic pushes were coming in, and also allowed the roamers themselves, whether it was Ashen or whether it was Fault or J9O, whoever it was taking some of those more aggressive gunfights, you know, to bounce off each other a little bit more, fall back to the bomb site, have an easier time of it. So I really think Forrest changed his positioning a little bit there on the defense. I think it really did pay dividends, playing a lot of those kind of Mira mute smoke rolls that we know he can play so well. So I was really happy to see that from Forrest. Obviously, we saw his big 2K there coming through, but multiple multi-kills in this game that really did matter for Space Station.
Yeah, and I think on their defensive side, it really is hard to come back from especially when you're a newer team and you go down such a deficit. And I think he was staying alive amazingly. Forrest just couldn't get shot down. And I think when you look at the rest of the team, especially on the attack side of MKERS, it really looked like Packer was one of the main and only influential person when it came to their attacks. It didn't look like anybody else really had an idea on what to fix, where they could find an opening, how they could get into the map. And I think, again, this game really just comes a lot down to the experience.
Yeah, and one thing we'll actually come back to when he talked about yesterday, I mentioned that Space Station Gaming, their main team, had the worst entry rating of any team in the North American League. Look at those entry stats. Only a single opening death from Space Station through the entirety of the 9 rounds for the team that was bottom of the league when it came to opening picks through the regular season, through stage 1. To have them come and make this this big comeback is really, really impressive. Yes, it's against a tier 2 team. Yes, it's defense on Skyscraper, but still really big props to Space Station for turning that one stat around.
It's about seeing that foundation going on forward because it's only going to get more difficult from here. But we have to start talking about the second map in the series and actually go around to something that you hit on at the beginning of the segment here, Fox, that looking at this map pool and stuff, this looks so great for Space Station. They take Maker's map pick, and they're kind of sitting pretty.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned that if it goes to a map 2, obviously Consulate's a very comfortable SSG map. If it goes to a map 2, I don't see it going to a map 3. It's all about how it comes down to the first map, and I just don't think the first map was the best choice for Makers to go to. Obviously, Consulate coming in, we know SSG loves Consulate. We know they're very flexible on it, and they're very comfortable playing against an array of teams, especially teams that love to give them their fights. SSG loves going for a lot of individual play-heavy plays on defense specifically, where they just maintain a big mass majority of the map. They go for those ones, and the multi-kills is what wins them the games. And I don't see a way that Makers is able to pivot around that. That's what they are known to do. That's what they want to do, is go for those fights. And I just feel like they are going to lose them, especially losing the first map the way they did.
I will say, I mean, this is looking bleak for Makers, frankly, but I will say Consulate is another very defender-sided map, much like Skyscraper. So now we should see Makers starting in the defense. That should be something. If they can get some momentum, if they can maybe swing aggressively, catch SSG off guard, maybe there's a chance they can get enough momentum to close it out on their attacking half. But it is going to be a tall task here on map 2.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse mentioned that Fultz was the only person to get an opening death, so I just wanted to add, like, for everyone at home, make sure tomorrow you're going to see Jesse with like a 7-page thing about how Fultz is the worst player in the league. So just make sure you guys are keeping an eye.
Whoa.
All right, no beefing on the desk over here. No beefing. We're gonna, before this gets out of hand, we got a game to get back to. Send it over to Flynn and Jonah for Consulate.
Consulate it is. And this one, I don't know if Makers really have this one in them. And here's why, right? Because they have been in T2 for a good chunk of time. And at least in this open qualifier run, you're playing against teams who don't have a wide range of map comfort. They played, I've just been tallying it up, and I didn't quite get to the final round, but notwithstanding one best of one, maybe like a half a best of 3 here, we've seen 6 club, 3 cafe, 2 skyscraper, and a border. That's it. That's not a lot of variation, and it's a lot of clubhouse. We have not seen Makers on this map, and Flynn, we have seen SSG on this map. They've played it at a decently high level. Yes, they've somewhat recently lost to M80 here, but it is still a map they're somewhat comfortable on.
Yeah, listen, Space Station starting on the attack. I mean, we lose the Montaigne and the Ying. Okay, those are some execute-heavy operators, and the Montaigne we do see a lot of play on Consulate, just because of how easy it is to send the shield in and take some real estate with some authority. But realistically, I mean, the Ying isn't going to be the end-all, be-all for these executes. Still a lot of operators at the disposal for Space Station. Like Fox was touching on, this is a team that will send someone on a solo mission during an execute to make a play in the back line and really cause chaos for the side of the defense. So we're going to need to see Makers be on their game here and be able to put up the first half that they should be able to, being able to start on the defense on Consulate, because if not, and that side swap comes through, this could be some nightmare fuel for Makers fans. And right now for Space Station, they're in the driver's seat. They're feeling good. The first defense will come out from Makers, and they will head downstairs to the garage. Defender bans also not trailing too far away from the expected. We see a repeat of the Solus ban from Makers, and the Azami taken away from play. So we're still going to have a lot of potential for defenders to stall out breaches when they are necessary, especially onto this bomb site. No operators like those being selected right now, such as the Tubarao or the Kaid. Instead, it looks like we are going to experiment with some roaming on this garage defense for Makers in round number 1 with the Kapkan, the Vigil, the Legion, and the Fenrir.
Yeah, the one area that I did express concern with on this map for Makers, right, maybe their lack of experience here. I think the map itself, and as you said, the fact that they're starting out on defense, I mean, this does bode well for them, at least to that regard. This is a map that can get quite frantic. It's close quarters, it's explosive, and when you got someone like Giddy on the Vigil, you got someone like Packer and Woos. They're comfortable bringing these operators that can be a little bit more flexible. You've got Packer with those dread mines, very valuable utility on this map, but also an operator that you could just throw on a roam, throw on an extension, put Woos out there to do some early damage, right? So much options when it comes to how exactly you want to tackle this defense, and Makers already showing us how they're looking to run that in round 1. Already seeing some creativity though from Woos. the long-range impact trick onto Iconic as he tries to open up the wall. Will actually remove one of the exothermics from play. So in terms of utility, we're seeing some good stuff here from MKERS. But in terms of progress into this round, SSG in the basement, establishing these long angles from this server side. Talk about early progress for them.
Yeah, Bino's in a world of hurt, though. He's going to lose his mirror window edge in the closet and storage, looking back towards the depths of the server, because, again, we have a split push going on here for Space Station. The initial focus with Iconic with the Thermite was more towards the garage main breach, and now Giddy's being caught out at the top of the Visa stairs. The collapse potentially coming from Space Station as they make their entry in above, but there it is. It's an opening death for someone other than Fultz on the side of Space Station. It's Ashen the first to fall at the hands of Kobe's Nitro Cell. It's good to see Kobe get on the board early as well, and this roam still working out pretty well as they've been able to fall back towards Piano and towards Exposition. J9O dealing a hefty amount of damage onto Packer, though, as he starts to make his retreat back down the spiral stairs where the rest of the SSG attack is coalescing to try and push in towards the bomb site. Force on a reaction, gets caught in a crossfire by Woos. So now Space Station starting to get picked apart on different ends of the map.
Kobe losing his life again here, though, is not a great sign. I don't love that for MKERS. But he did go 1 for 1. So not too bad. They're in the advantage. They've got this 4v3, even if Packer is low. Make that a 4v2 as Bino will take care of J9O. The nice C4 from range. Iconic and Fultz now have to make something happen. Both of the hard breach here now left to their own devices. Just Iconic. And ooh, he's able to get one there. A nice double, but still a lot of work to do. And without any teammate to support him, this does look to be a MKERS round. He will take the time to recover the diffuser, so at least he has that going for him. But he runs into the EDD, he runs into the Capcan trap, and ends his life there. So the opening round for MKERS, at least they get Consulate started off strong.
I don't think it was the end-all be-all for that round, but props to Kobe, at least for the positioning of the Capcan traps, because we saw Iconic shoot 2 on the double door to yellow stairs outside of Piano. I believe attackers hit the other 3, also with one claiming the final life on that round. So lots of impact in that round, explosively from Kobe. One with the Nitro, one with the Capcan, dealing a lot of damage with the other traps that didn't secure kills as well. And a good start for MKERS on their roam. It's a garage defense that, again, didn't have a whole lot to do with the garage. A lot of that round won on the main floor. Good news is for MKERS, it's the start that you really wanted, where SSG just were unable to grab a hold of that round really at any point, even with that split take applying pressure towards storage and some good swift action towards that mirror window. The progression back towards the bomb site was well covered by the defenders, the anchors positioned inside of Kitchen. Now for MKERS, they will transition their defense upstairs now to CEO and Projector. Try and get on a bit of a run here and do what SSG did to them on the defensive Skyscraper in the first half. We are expecting this to happen. We are expecting defensive favor on both of these maps. But it is good to see a good execution from MKERS come out and really just have a handle on a round for seemingly just the second time so far in this series.
As we like to say on a lot of defensive-sided maps, the difference is made by your ability to attack rather than your ability to defend. In theory, those defensive rounds should come a little easier. So it's at the attacking side where, yes, you're going to face a lot more challenge, but if you can come out of some of these rounds, maybe scrapping away with a win, that's going to make the difference in the overall grand scheme of things here. Nice long-range toss there from J9O. He sneaks the Twitch drone in, and as a result, he can deal with those Vulcan canisters from hella long range. That's good early progress for him. Nice work as he stays safe, backed off as the Twitch, and doing a good bit of damage to MKERS utility so far. That'll help later in the round where they do eventually go for the push. You see the same thing happening here for Ashen. A lot of long-ranged utility destruction here, making good use of both the Flores and the Twitch and their primary gadgets. So early progress, so far so good for SSG, but as we saw in that last round, they still did have some early progress, but when they started to take those first gunfights, did things start to turn the way of the defense.
I will give SSG a lot of credit as well. They've been able to split the focus of their attack in back-to-back rounds on a map where we usually see a convergence into one side, unidirectional most of the time for the attack on Consulate. Yet, Space Station has been able to apply a lot of pressure with utility towards Yellow Stairs, towards the CEO window, while also acquiring map control over on the admin side. Force is even down below with the Skeleton Key, to wreak havoc towards these defenders positioned onto the bomb site itself. So now it becomes a bit of a task for MKERS just to feel safe somewhere on either side of their defensive setup. You got the diffuser from Fultz repelling onto the CEO window, so that should be the indication on our end anyway where this plant is going to come out. The bees come out, the smokes in return from Packer. He's still got 2 toxic babes in the back pocket, and Bino gets dropped to about 20 HP. He's able to remove J90 from play. Now Forrest with the assist from the bees. He's staring at a defender to trade back and forth as Ashen will grab Packer. Bino picks up his second onto Iconic. And now SSG still trying to work the execute into CEO.
And Forrest is so desperately just trying to work these kills from below, but he's missed a couple of chances. Kobe nearly took down Forrest, but instead, he's alive, working his way towards Ashen, who also misses an opportunity. He rounds the corner, deals with the player, getting that diffuser down, and SSG in a world of hurt as Ashen is now the only one left. He missed the kill on the coverage, allowing the retake from Kobe. The Valkyrie shines, and MKERS take 2 in a row.
Yeah, that coverage really is the make or break, because that plant was inches away from being completed. Probably a second or less left on the timer on that diffuser, but good sprint there from Kobe. Good positioning and good reaction there from the side of MKERS, who really were being aggressed upon from all possible angles. There really was a few safe haven options for the defenders for MKERS with how much room they had lost on the admin side. And then also with the skeleton key down below. No kills coming from that vertical pressure underneath, though, unfortunately, for the side of Space Station. So the opportunity to consistently throw bodies at the problem towards the CEO window was always going to be a possibility. And now for MKERS, back-to-back defensive round wins. We now head to Piano and Exposition, to try and close out the 3 in a row, just like we saw from Space Station on Skyscraper, trying to make it a clean sweep and go back and run it up for a 6-0 half. We know that Space Station will adapt. We know that Space Station will make some changes, and they certainly have thus far if these operators stay locked in. As I say that, Force gets off the gridlock and onto the Brava. But we've got the Amaru coming out from Ashen, which for Space Station, they do love some Amaru play, and things do get quite hectic when they do bring her in.
6-0 half. I mean, my boy, this one's just getting started. SSG are just getting warmed up. We're 2 rounds in. SSG, if there's any round they're going to win, it's going to be this one right here, the 3rd site of a MKERS rotation, the one they probably feel least confident in. And a great round for SSG to secure. If they're targeting that 4-2 split, it'll start right here. Already some good use of the Brava drone from Forrest. He works on it and takes a bit of utility away from the defense, gets some more info for the attack. But as we said before, SSG, they have been stellar with the early utility game, the information game. Oh, but when it comes to these kills, things maybe haven't gone their way. What a move from Kobe. He jumps out the window, and he is feeling good. He takes care of Forrest, who's been shut down so far through 3 rounds.
My goodness. For Space Station, we had a lot of attackers positioned over towards Visa. And outside of admin, finally Iconic will collect on Kobe. I was going to say that trade looked like it probably should have come out a little bit sooner, given the positioning of Space Station attackers, but then Packer will trade out Iconic. So still a man advantage secured now for MKERS. And at the end of the day, it's good opening picks to be having against some intel gathering operators like the Brava, like the IQ. Forrest, man, I can't catch a break. We touched on his performances through group stage on the desk, how they weren't really up to par with where we've seen him be in the past. As a great Skyscraper through 3 rounds on the attack on Consulate, but certainly isn't the end of the world. Has been a slow start for him, but also for a lot of his teammates as Ashen makes his approach in through lobby. He's got a yellow ping onto a defender on the flank. The Supernova rejects Packer upon entry, and now Bino taking some damage as well. Space Station trying to pull this one back. His Fault will go in for the plant.
Getting this diffuser down, Ashen on the coverage, hoping to redeem himself from the missed opportunity last time. Fultz does die though, and Ashen quickly too. Again, the coverage is just not there. Now J90, the diffuser is down, and he's got some vertical play to work with here, but I don't think he has enough angles here to cover this. 3 defenders too, all can go for this retake. They're hunting him. They don't know exactly where he is, but eventually, once they figure this out, they gotta get on this diffuse. He's remained unnoticed so far, and that has bought him about 15 seconds of time. That's been vital. He collects the kill onto Woos as a result, but now that it is known, Giddy can try to stick this. Bino will fight it, But J90, he cannot quite get it. He does. He finds it just barely. He gets the hand on the counter defuse, and he pulls off the clutch.
Unbelievable there for J90. Upstairs, you can see all the defenders. There was a defender in projector that rotates into CEO on the opposite side of the wall. As he makes his ascension up the Visa stairs, he hits a dread mine as well, blinding him. So he has no idea about the positioning of the defender on the opposite side of the wall from him. And then you see 3 silhouettes all downstairs. And suddenly you're thinking you have the top control. J90 is in the perfect spot to prevent anyone to get there. And Giddy sneaks through. This 1v1 seemed pretty innocuous because Giddy was in the corner.
It was so
like
close.
You said, Jonah, he finds the hands. He finds the hands, and that para is so heavy hitting, it does enough chip damage each time he fires. SSG are able to prevent a run-up of the score for MKERS. They get their first attacking round win, and now we head back downstairs for the defense for MKERS into garage.
It got uncomfortably close for SSG, but they pull it out. I mean, wow, J90. I mean, he did really get away with one, though, because of that little extra 15 seconds there that he bought simply by the lack of intel from MKERS. We've been complimenting the information game of both teams, especially SSG in the early round. We saw it from Kobe in the last round, the Valkyrie, who seemingly did not throw out a camera, just knew where Forrest would be. A really good move and a well-executed kill. Some good information there, clearly. But that may have been lacking in the post plant and resulted in a nice J90 clutch. Here in round number 4, as SSG have finally gotten on the board first. As you said, Flynn, we head downstairs. And SSG, last time it was an aggressive approach on the backside of this site, over on the server side, that really started things off. This time, we do see early progress being made on the garage side, about where you might expect that progress to be made. The impact trick from Woos, not successful this time.
No, they're able to bait out the impact with the Selmas. Now they're tracking down Giddy upstairs in the bathroom. He's got nowhere to go, but he wins the fight against J90. He knows he's being tracked by Ashen on the opposite side of the wall, so he tries to fly out the window. Ashen will shoot him in the backside for his trouble, but then there goes Faults. Packer over towards the bottom of the top of the server stairs. You can see the fallback now for MKERS as they've picked up Faults. They've picked up J90. They've got the one-man advantage, and those Capcan traps might be lethal as they were the first time around. Now for Space Station, once again in a man disadvantage. The good news for them is they were successful in not only spotting these Capcan traps, but also accomplishing the hard breach onto the garage wall. So there was a position to pivot off of. That hatch will get opened up from the opposite side of the wall, so no danger of being hit with a nitro cell as they'll hear that being planted down. So now hatch opened up down towards the bomb site, breach opened up into the bomb site. This is a good position for SSG to be in. The real damage is going to be that man disadvantage, especially if Force is going to go in for the plant. They're going to be down 2 guns to their defensive foes.
A great way to display that the exothermic charge is a little more versatile than you might think. You don't have to place it on the actual surface you're looking to breach. On the adjacent surface will do just fine, especially in the case of those hatches. Here, it gives them that extra bit of angle to work with to establish some pressure down below. They're still in a disadvantage, though, so again, despite some good utility usage here from SSG, they continue to lose their lives as Ashen will once again go down. Packer, so good at finding these trades in the mid-round. He does a lot of good damage here to SSG again, leaving Forrest alone in a 1v4. He picks up one onto Woos, but as he gets lit up, he just has too many angles here to worry about. Kobe is 1 HP, maybe 2. But Packer and Bino, full HP. Forrest knows that this one is as good as over, so he'll take a breather and let this one tick away, as MKERS will find a way to secure their 3rd round here early enough on the defense. Again, SSG are on the board, but MKERS still keeping this rather consistent.
Yeah, the man advantage again on this roam. It really did seem like they had the perfect start, SSG, in terms of being able to track down the Vigil, lock him down in the top floor bathroom, make sure there's no escape. It's the one thing they didn't account for was he could just win the gunfight. He goes for the trade. Packer at the top of the server stairs as well. Tags in for the second. They all peel back and they just play their numbers advantage. Even with the breach, even with the soft breach being done above them, there was not really a moment there where MKERS defenders on the bomb site felt much peril and felt much need to force a rotation. Once the Capcan of Kobe was able to position himself over by that yellow pillar where pipes used to be, he's safe. He was home. There was no real reason to move out of that position. and he was able to collect the kill on the entry from Iconic through the Yellow Stairs door as well. So a tough one there for Space Station. Again, this roam seems to be doing quite well for MKERS and not only applying early pressure, but wasting a lot of time. And much like SSG's far side control on Skyscraper, it is claiming casualties on the side of the attack. Very good start here for MKERS. They will again change up the bomb site as they are not allowed to go back downstairs after being successful in the garage twice in this half. They will now head back upstairs to CEO, where SSG nearly got that plant down, and in a post plant, they might have been on to win that one as well.
Going in round 5 here, another site that SSG did not attack successfully last time. Seems like they're getting closer, but just about every time in the mid round, right where they begin to make that transition from that early map control to that eventual execute or setting up from that execute, it feels like that's where they've been facing the biggest difficulty. And it really has been a combination of, Kobe, Bino, Packer, who've been doing a lot of that mid-round damage. Maybe Kobe is specifically in the early round, but Packer, he only has 3 kills, but the 3 kills he's found have been so crucial. In the last 2 rounds, they've come at key moments where SSG, maybe they start in a disadvantage, they get a big kill back. Right when they secure that kill, Packer rounds the corner and says, "Hi, I've been here the whole time," takes care of him, and then gets the advantage back into MKERS' favor. He's on the smoke this time, so we're less likely to see him play that active role. It's probably going to be something that Bino might be doing, or Giddy might be doing off the site instead of Packer in this case. He'll be focused more on the objective here and saving those smokes for the late round. And we look at Kobe here too. He is staying a little bit mobile as Iconic opens up this wall and begins to establish some pressure here through this first 90 seconds.
Yeah, you can see Kobe getting locked down from the rappel in the window to the skeleton key underneath. There's nowhere safe to go from the connector on this side. And now the spray's up through the floorboard. It's actually dealing more damage than he's taking it and is able to escape. Giddy gets one, Bino with another, and it's a 5v3 advantage now for MKERS as they peel away from their admin hold. They're able to retreat to the bomb site in numbers and in safety. Tough break there again for Space Station Gaming, getting some verticality that isn't netting the results they would want. It's going to prompt J9O to vault the yellow skylight onto the stairwell. See if Packer is aware of this positioning, and it seems like he is. Pulling out the M590, going point blank range on a door frame with a shotgun. It's a very strong position to be in. And I know looking around to see if there's anything that would be revealing his position. Everyone knows where he is, and they're lining up for him. Giddy will collect on their shotgun, and now it's Iconic alone in the 1v5. Make it a flawless round for MKERS on the defense upstairs, and they will establish the 4-1 lead.
Yeah, MKERS getting things going here, and it's looking good. Keeping it tidy on defense. A huge part of that, they are 5 for 5 on the entry. Every single time SSG work their way in the building, they are dying first. Sometimes that's come at the 2-minute mark. Sometimes that's come with about 50 seconds left. But the story is the same. SSG are starting in a disadvantage every single time. And like I mentioned before that last round, even if they do get that trade, it's traded right back. Someone on MKERS is ready to answer. SSG are just having such a tough time getting and setting themselves up for these attacks because they are in a disadvantage almost every single time across the board, right? It's a small thing that often adds up over the course of a round. Losing one person, not a huge deal, but as you lose one, it will then lead to other missteps. It will lead to other areas of the map that you can no longer cover because you don't have the utility, you don't have the manpower. And that's what we're seeing here. MKERS exploit so well. Doing a good job of getting involved early. It's been Bino twice, Kobe twice, Giddy once. All contributing in that entry game. On the side of SSG, J9O, Forrest, Fultz, Ashen, they've all been on the receiving end of one of those entry deaths. They want this 6th round, get out of this half, 4-2, gotta fix that.
Definitely. And the last round of the first half will commence with Space Station looking to attack towards the only bomb site that they've been victorious in attacking thus far. And Ashen, oh baby, Supernova in hand once again ascends the yellow stairs, looking to get active very early on, as this round might kick off with a bang, or maybe a suppressed bang, as the suppressor is attached to that Supernova barrel for Ashen. Getting the call from J9O's Twitch drone as he's waiting for the all clear to make his advance, and Giddy will be looking down through the floorboard, so it could be the perfect opportunity for Ashen to catch the Legion off guard. Also got some coverage over from Kobe towards the bathroom and underneath the small desk. So some opportunities here for coverage to be had and Ashen not to be able to make a play. And instead, he's just going to hold his ground. At the top of the stairs, he sees the laser. Here's the approach, but he looks the wrong way. Now sprinting towards, getting closer and closer, trying to close the distance with the shotgun. But now he's between a rock and a hard place as all the defenders start to separate. Ashen trying to turn the corner, does a little bit of chip damage, but honestly, it's neutral. And there goes Kobe from inside of the bathroom. He gets one, Bino with another. J9O with the coverage from the bathroom window is able to grab one. And Forrest with the CZ will level the man count. Then he falls in the hands of the MPX from Bino. So now Iconic refills the position at the top of the yellow stairs. We go back and forth. It's two positions where the majority of the gunfights in this round have taken place. And now Iconic is on a quest to find every single goo mine imaginable on the map.
Ashen was in the trenches there, and he was in it alone for far too long. SSG, where was the support? Why weren't they covering him quicker? We saw the coverage eventually on the windows. We saw the trades, but it still resulted in the Ashen death. And now SSG, they're down one. They equalize with that kill onto Giddy. But still, it's gotten dicey so far. And Bino and Woos, they are in a very good spot. A C4 each, still in pocket. So valuable at this stage in the game, and they get even more valuable every single second that ticks away. SSG, the next 10 seconds have got to be devoted to getting in the building, baiting out these C4s, because if not, they are as good as dead. They avoid one. That's big. Woos will not find it there. And Bino, he's going to be creeping up the other side. He's working his way around. Might have a beat on J9O's position. Iconic right now, though, is focused down below. Looks for Woos and finds it. But there are only 12 seconds. They got to turn their attention towards the site itself. And Bino, he's still up top. Do they know it? The pings, all he needs is to land one bullet. There's only 2 seconds left. Iconic has relocated the C4 to open up another angle. He's got it. If he can land the shot, he can find it. He's got the pings, but he cannot connect. The diffuser's down, and it's a post plant. Bino, heartbreak as he misses a very valuable opportunity to get that kill before the diffuser goes down. Now he's going to have to do this one the old-fashioned way. He drops in, and the coverage is good enough for J9O and SSG. They pull another one out. They just squeak it away, but they get out of the half with a valuable second attacking win.
That's the thing. That's the round where you look at that and you think that MKERS, with the 3v2 advantage, start exposing themselves a little bit. They got caught off guard. This is a valiant attempt there from Bino to hang around an admin. It didn't look like either of the members of Space Station were aware until he started to make his retreat back through projector. That's when it seems like the SSG attackers were cued in, and maybe they just heard the footsteps above them as they dropped down the hatch into piano. But a good response there for Space Station Gaming, being able to pick up that second round, and that could be pivotal. That could be the decider between whether or not we see a bank in this series. I think right now for Space Station heading onto the defense, the objective is very clearly to narrow the gap. You do not want this thing spiraling out of control with the defensive favor that this map will have. MKERS being able to come in and win their first attacking round could be pretty devastating to the momentum that SSG are trying to garner. The wonderful news is we're going to get our fourth bomb site played. We're going to be going to the split site server in Tellers. So Space Station starting things off with a left field approach, but at the very least, they are playing very heavy in terms of intel gathering with the Pulse, with the Legion, bulletproof camera on the Fenrir, and 2 nitro cells. Lots of intel to be gathered to make sure that no sneak plants can come in through Tellers. This is going to mean that MKERS are going to have to approach the attack head on.
We'll say I do like this game plan for SSG. Whether or not these are truly their primary bomb sites, on both the first map and now the second, they're showing us that they're changing up the sites that they're picking here to maybe throw MKERS off just a little bit. And, you know, it worked on Sky. Will it work on console? That is the question. Now, this is a defensive side of the map. As we said, it may not matter the site they go to. SSG are going to have an advantage here, but you go to the split site, you get this out of the way first. And then, I mean, the world's your oyster at that point. You've got so many options. You've got so many very viable sites to play here. So they'll look to start things off, continue the streak from that previous, albeit scrappy, attacking round win on round number 6. Their first defense, as we said, important, though, to see if they can set the tone. And MKERS, fantastic start to this map. They just got to continue it. Their entry game has been perfect. and nearly collecting that kill onto Ashen to keep that entry game going. Bino also lit up here, though. So SSG, they're trying to get involved a bit, too.
Yeah, Bino taking that damage with the hands of Fultz's Nitro Cell. So that's one of the two available to the side of Space Station expended. Without the success they would have wanted, still does a hefty amount of damage to the Hibana, and Bino has been dissuaded from entering in through the Visa double door for the time being. So a lot of clock killed. Ashen was able to escape there. Like you said, Packer narrowly missing his head through that soft yellow wall towards the exterior of the building. But now the vertical begins to be established here for MKERS as they have that top control. Fultz is taking some damage as well. Now without the Nitro Cell in his back pocket, he's going to have to relay the information to Forest if MKERS are able to make their way in towards the objective. We've got multi-floor vertical happening now from the top all the way to the bottom. Kobe waiting for someone to reveal themselves for these kill holes that were established by Space Station at the bottom of the walls and towards Exposition from lobby. Now Kobe slowly making his approach as he's castled off. He's going to have a difficult time trying to push his way through, but he spots the feet momentarily. I believe that's J90 sprinting around here on the opposite side towards Lounge. Now Kobe, he knows where someone is, but with 30 seconds left, there's not a lot of time to act on it.
Again, missing that opportunity because the skeleton key was out, but swings the corner and eventually gets it done. Packer does the same, taking care of Ashen here. So MKERS, it may have taken them a minute to get it going, but it is going really well right now. There's another kill. Iconic is dead. Forest is gone. It's just Fultz. He gets his first kill on the map. Finally for him, he at least gets something, but no chance for SSG as MKERS make swift work of the first SSG defense.
Okay, Packer. Okay, we'll see. Hey, we saw a team full of passion and full of energy at the conclusion of round wins. Unfortunately, lose a little bit of that luster later on in the series earlier this evening. We'll see if MKERS can keep that energy up. But like I said, being able to win that first attacking round, whether or not that was given the site selection for Space Station, puts MKERS in a very strong position to only need to win one more round through the rest of this back half to force overtime. This is a very strong position to be in for MKERS, and now for Space Station, your opportunity to take some gambles, whether it be with site selection or just making mistakes in your execution. Your opportunity to do that and still close us out in 2 maps is starting to dwindle. It was looking pretty good for SSG getting those 2 attacking rounds towards the tertiary bomb sites from MKERS in the first half, but now surrendering the first defense, they're going to need to get back in control of this game and back in a hurry as we now head towards the garage for Space Station to try and get on the board and keep map point away. Yeah, and this is Space Station's map pick. They did start on the less favorable side, but we could once again see teams trading their map picks.
I mean, this struggle for SSG is nothing new. We did see them fail to really succeed on this map against M80. They lost 7-3, winning 2 defenses, 1 attack on the way to that loss in the opening round of the playoffs in the closed league. But that is M80. This is MKERS. That's a very different story. But for SSG, right now, a similar scoreline. 2 rounds only so far. Still needing to make up quite the deficit. 3 rounds down. And right now, it still feels like they're in it. But at any moment, MKERS, you see from Kobe here, they could get a bit explosive, they could get a bit quicker, and all it takes is 1 slip up for SSG, and all of a sudden it's MKERS on map point, and that third map is rearing its ugly head.
You see the flashes coming out from Kobe. He's aware of the positioning, I believe, of Ashen on these yellow stairs, and we're going to go shotgun v shotgun in a moment here. But it was Ashen who prematurely utilized his Nitro Cell up through the yellow skylight. So that's a key piece of utility he kind of threw away in this round. And now they're hearing each other on this stairwell. It really does come down to whose shotgun is going to prevail and whose positioning is better. Kobe, bold, man, bold to flash yourself while you descend the stairs into the waiting arms of Ashen. But at the very least, he's pushed Ashen all the way down to the ground floor into the basement, nearly in a position. And yeah, Ashen, I was going to say retreat to the bomb site. Ashen hasn't committed to that as of yet. They are so narrowly approaching one another. Ashen, he does not have the range and he does not have the timing. Kobe gets the opening pick onto Ashen, and now it is time for MKERS to start ripping up the floorboards and cleaning up the rest of these anchors on the bomb site.
That one engagement did last over a minute, though. There was a lot of progress being made elsewhere, but a good bit of time taken off the clock. Ashen certainly wishes he came out on top in at least one of those engagements. MKERS had grouped up to play the trade. Even if Kobe went down, they knew the danger they were in. But Kobe, his 10th kill to come out on top in that engagement is huge for MKERS. They already have a ton of progress on this map. And yes, it took time, but they've got control. They're gathering intel with the 6 drones they have left. The Deimos Deathmark tracker is tracking down Packer right now, who's been forced to flee. And this right now is a really good attack that is looking to push themselves over the line. Kobe gets another. It's a double kill on the round with 20 seconds left. They've got to move in, but this SSG defense is looking weak.
Plant attempt being stalled out by the toxic gas, but the flank coming in from behind. It leaves Forrest as the last man standing. Packer will clean it up. And MKERS, they win back-to-back attacking rounds on the 2 separate bomb sites. And all of a sudden, yeah, that one was kind of foretold. Looks like we're going to get a tactical timeout, and also Space Station now put on the brink. Interestingly enough, we talked about how dominant that Space Station were on Skyscraper, and yet an identical scoreline could be brought if MKERS could do, I think, something that would be very impressive, but nonetheless, they still have the opportunity to mirror the scoreline of Skyscraper here on Consulate, winning 3 consecutive attack rounds coming out of the break. Would be quite the feat to pull off if you're MKERS, but all of a sudden, after we saw what was transpiring on Skyscraper, the script has flipped once again, and we are talking about the potential of a map number 3. 4 defenses in a row on Consulate is not unheard of, but it is still a tall task with no option any longer for errors for the side of Space Station, lest we go to a map number 3 where it's anyone's ball game once again.
I mean, SSG, we know they've got some reps here. MKERS was the mystery. We looked at their record in the closed quals. We looked at their record in the open quals. We looked at this team and saw very little Consulate play. In fact, they banned it half the time. Half the time it was banned against them. It wasn't like it was a map they consistently left up until the end. They're just cooking right now. I mean, I don't know what else to say. They've clearly found a way, even on the attack, to take these rounds against SSG. And now for SSG, a lot of problems we're seeing, right? We've talked about the entry. We've talked about some of these players just not contributing. Ashen, Forrest, Fultz. Fultz is 1-8. They're all struggling. On the side of MKERS, you've got some players really heating up. We asked for a little bit more from Kobe after the first map, and look at him. He's delivering now, 11-6. I mean, we're just seeing everything going right for MKERS. They're solving these mistakes, and for SSG, starting to see some more problems emerge. Didn't think it would be a result of the discomfort on this map for SSG or excessive comfort for MKERS. As we said, coming into this, as we spelled out on the desk, it was, yeah, the case of a map that SSG really should be winning right now, but MKERS have got this one under control. After the timeout, SSG need 4 rounds in a row, a clean rotation, and then another round after that if they want to send us to OT. And even then, MKERS could still take it. Map 3, it looks like it might be coming up very soon.
Bank definitely on the horizon here, but Space Station, we've seen this before. We see it again sometime soon. Ashen will get the opener, though, and that has been problematic for Space Station on their defenses. Opening pick being surrendered, much like they were grabbing the opening pick consecutively on Skyscraper, they've been surrendering it consecutively on Consulate. Good positions, though, here for Giddy and Packers. They look to make an explosive entry into the map. Packer trying to take some top control in tandem with Giddy. Bino, though, taking a lot of damage, and there goes Ashen for 2 on the round. Fultz and J90. They both tag in. Packer is the last man standing on the side of MKERS. He's able to clean up 1 that he had down previously. A second long range. Make it 3 with the supernova for Packer. It was looking like an impossible task. And now somehow it's been brought back into the realm of possibility. He hears someone underneath the floorboards, but iconic. He will shut that down with the Nitro Cell. And Space Station, with their backs against the wall, they bend, but they do not break.
Yeah, that is going on Twitter. That's almost a guarantee. That thing, I mean, what did he just do with the supernova? My goodness. Yeah, he didn't win the round, but got a nice clip while doing it. So well played from him. Not so much from MKERS as a whole. Finally, SSG for the very first round on Consulate. They get the opening kill. Didn't happen until round 9. Not a shocker that is the first defensive round that they won. They finally stay alive early. Ashen, major contributor there. And they all start to click. They get a kill, then they get another, then they get another, and the only thing stopping a flawless round for SSG was, well, a hungry Packer who went absolutely nuts in the end, but it really did not matter. Nice triple for him. Like I said, good flashy play, but SSG, they take it nonetheless. Still 3 rounds to go, though.
I was very convinced that he heard Iconic below and was going to open up the floorboards and drop it to a 1v1. And it's unfortunate there for Packer because he heard Iconic. You heard him sprinting through the floor, through the kill hole that was already pre-established by the defense. The Nitrocell comes out, and it ends his run of terror. Now, Ashen looking to acquire the opening pick in back-to-back rounds for Space Station. He's peeking out the yellow stairs doorway with the assist from the default camera. The peek will come, but he'll drop Giddy to 50 HP. He cannot find the headshot crucial to secure the kill. He'll at least do some chip damage early on, and he'll put MKERS on their heels for the early portion of this attack. It will be downstairs once again. This garage defense did not fare so well for the side of Space Station the first time they attempted this. They were able to stall out the plant attempt later in the round, but they lost a lot of top control early on. It made life very difficult when Ashen lost that gunfight with the shotguns on the opposite side of the yellow stairs hallway. Now, for MKERS, they're able to get the breach open much earlier this time around, although they will surrender the opening pick. It's not Giddy who Ashen tagged up previously, but now the plant is going down after Ashen claims the life of Kobe.
Smokes down, perfectly choking off the site. Now the diffuser's on the floor. Fault is going to spring into action. Ashen gets a big kill. Great shot from Fultz. Ashen, another one. That's 3 for him. Once again, it is Packer left alone. SSG, they let the diffuser go down, but a masterclass of a retake once more gets themselves a nice little round. Packer, I love it. He did not go for the kill. He stays above, trying to delay a little bit of time, but J9, he'll work his way up top. He knew it was coming, and he takes care of business up above. SSG, speaking of, they take care of business here and start to work their way towards overtime. Still 2 rounds to go, but that is 2 promising rounds. A definite turnaround since the TAC timeout.
Definitely. I think for MKERS as well, we're seeing a little bit of what we saw out of Luminosity earlier this evening, where they're trying to close out the map and they're trying to ramp up the tempo to do so. And it worked once, but it's not working in consecutive rounds. They're getting rejected now on those speedy entries. Space Station reading out what is happening to them much better in these later rounds. Listen, it was a 6-2 deficit. It was looking rough, but suddenly now it is 6-4 with the opportunity to still remain on the defense in overtime as well for Space Station. This is starting to look a lot more doable, especially with the aggression that Space Station have brought in return in terms of being able to quell the opening pick deficit that they were at on this map, able to instigate and honestly fire up Ashen. Get them raring to go and take every engagement possible to really put MKERS on their heels. All of a sudden, the map that was spiraling out of control is starting to be put back under control for Space Station. Here we go again. Ashen on the Echo. He's got a yokai. I believe that was at front door. Also cycling through the default cameras, ready to go for the vault and the peak. Looks like he had J9O towards the yellow door as well. Neither will actually commit to the peak, though. They'll fall back towards the bomb site. So early days being survived here for MKERS.
You are right, though. It was just about waking Ashen up. Opening kill last 2 rounds. I think 5 kills between the last 2 as well. So in addition to starting things off well, being a major contributor, just shutting down MKERS as they work their way in. I mean, I will say for the most part, MKERS, we are seeing signs that this team has made such big improvements from that skyscraper performance. They were losing so many opening fights. This map, we saw the great example of that the very first fight in the last round. They're taking every single engagement together. I mean, think about the shotgun duel we saw not too long ago on the yellow stairs. Instead of taking the 1v1, they waited until they had somebody pushing together. So even if they went down, they were there to play the trade. They're just playing so much more unified than before, and for the most part, it's going well. I compliment them on that, and then Kobe tries to make a solo push in, and that doesn't go so well. He does have someone on the window, but Forrest standing between Bino and a safe arrival into admin once again means that SSG will claim the opening kill.
not sure if that was a misclick on the spacebar or what happened there, but he just droned Forrest out and then said, okay, time to rappel in, and then died. Now Forrest, though, he's receiving a lot more pressure as Bino will now come in and fill that position where Kobe once was. There's a little bit of damage to Forrest on his retreat, but Woo's on the opposite side of the building taking a lot more damage, down to about 15 HP in the process. So Space Station fighting back, actually with a little bit of a health advantage and the positioning advantage now from Fultz. There goes Giddy. Nice quick peek there with the SMG-11. Two more attackers bearing down on him towards the long desk. Another one will fall at the hands of Fultz, and he hears the rifle firing away. Make it 3. He can't whip out the shotgun in time to get all 4, but it is Bino, the last man standing on the side of MKERS, to suppress the opportunity for round number 12 to come out. He's making his approach down towards lobby and lounge. The impact comes out. There goes Ashen, who wanted to get the opener. He'll get the closer instead, and we go to round 12.
And look at that. All it took was Ashen to wake up, Fultz to wake up, Forrest to wake up. This entire team looks like a fire has been lit under them, and they look so different than they did just a few rounds ago. It is all changed since that TAC timeout, and Fultz, he wakes up in a big way, gets 3 pivotal kills in the mid-round there, not allowing MKERS to make that comeback, and just masterfully maneuvering around that site. I mean, great way to bait every single engagement out. He took the first, he worked his way around, he knew the swing would come eventually, he won it, then he faked the retreat, looked the other way, spun around, and there's the third. Takes care of Packer, eventually he's shut down, but mission accomplished, job done. Fultz gets it done there. SSG only 1 round away from completing the 4-round comeback we asked for. 3 in a row, but they need 1 more.
1 more. That's all it takes to force overtime. And we've seen this slowly progress for Space Station on their defense. They started out taking 2 nitro cells. Well, we've been at 4 nitro cells for the last couple rounds, and while it hasn't necessarily been the nitro cells garnering all of the kills, they sure are applying pressure, and they feel loose and free to launch them at will. Saw that earlier on, where you saw Ashen launching a nitro cell up through this yellow skylight, where J9O is now positioning a punch hole on the soft yellow wall, looking for the opening pick. Iconic as well. Looks like he's making the ascension of the back server stairs, and one thing they are going to have to worry about is the rest of this approach for MKERS, making that Visa portion of the map look to be their initial entry point. Although Giddy will make the rotation back over towards that opened up yellow wall. Oh no, he's over towards the back of Visa. So yeah, a lot of MKERS attackers all assembling themselves and coalescing outside of Visa. That could be problematic for Iconic, as he doesn't have the cardiac sensor out at the moment. He's seeing all the drones, he's hearing all the explosions. He's going to be forced to move out of this position.
Packer again looking to make this admin entry. Forrest no longer here like he was last time to contest this, but Packer actually will change his mind. Hopping off the rappel, relocating. Oh, Forrest, don't tell me you're doing this. A risk like this, the most important round yet. He's going to tuck himself on the catering breach. He is going to, oh my God, he was going to look to go outside for a second, I thought. Bino was waiting. I can't believe he didn't die there. Forrest gets away scot-free. They're making a bold move. All SSG need is 1 more. They've been very successful contesting the entry, yes, but I don't know if it's been that quite aggressive. Either way, he'll back off. He's got another chance to make his impact, but Packer, he's now in the building. Same thing goes for Woo's, finally grouping up and making this clear happen.
Well, I was going to talk about the nitro cell count. It was at 2 out of 4. It's now at 0 out of 4. But it's an explosive entry kill now. Ashen tags in with the 9x19. Now J9O and Forrest are both continuing to hold their positions over towards CEO and Connector. And now it's going to be a meat grinder as every remaining MKERS attacker is trying to descend upon this position. It does not look like they will be successful in doing so. Forrest still prone behind the couch as the last EE1D coming out from Woo's to hold the defenders in place. There's a yellow ping coming out onto a defender at the base of the Visa stairs, but no! Fultz, he continues to run on a rampage with that SMG-11, and he lets him know that he should not have won that engagement, but he does anyway. Woo's in a 1v5 to prolong overtime. Fultz continues to shut them down, and we go all the way to overtime.
7 kills in 2 rounds after being as dead as can be. 1 and 8. Fultz, I don't know what is going on, but 7 kills to bring SSG to overtime. Maybe they didn't need it, but it certainly felt like they did. You had Ashen for a few rounds there, being a major contributor. Then it was Faults, and now we see the timeout from MKERS. Finally, we see them get a chance to regroup and talk things over as, yeah, they head into overtime, and they're going to have to figure things out on the attack. They're going to attack twice. SSG are going to defend. We'll see. But one thing we know for certain is that SSG have woken up.
They have certainly woken up, and it's everyone really. You know, Force is getting active, and whether or not he's getting that, he did get an opening kill in round number 11, but he's still just applying pressure. You can see this from Space Station now. They are trying to take aim. They are trying to make life very miserable for anyone walking into the building as an attacker, and it is indeed Space Station on the defense in overtime to try and complete the run all the way to a 2-0 victory in this series. It looked dire just a few minutes ago, but some quick executes denied at the hands of Space Station, and then some explosive rounds in the defense, most notably from Faults for Space Station Gaming, have put us into overtime. Space Station on the defense as well, with the opportunity to close things out as it was starting to look a little dire for them. MKERS are going to have to make some adaptations to their attacking approach as well. As we saw, that quick execute into the bomb site was successful downstairs into garage at getting the plant down, but then everyone trying to cover that diffuser in the post ended up dying, and it left one man standing. I think it was Packer upstairs up on this expo hatch down towards garage. That was the last man, and he really didn't have much to do in a 1v4.
Overtime is here. Did not think we'd be saying that. I thought at this point, honestly, I thought 10 minutes ago we'd be saying, all right, we're headed to bank. We'll throw to the desk. We'll talk things over with, you know, Sierra, Foxe, Jesse. They'll give us their insight here. But no, we stave off the desk. We keep ourselves in this game. And SSG, well, they look to absolutely steal one right back from MKERS after what we saw on Skyscraper. Now, wow, SSG, they just have to keep this up. We have seen Forrest fighting some demons in terms of running out and going for crazy aggressive plays. He avoided it last time. It's Ashen who goes for it this time. And I just cannot believe it. Everything is going their way, even something like that, which MKERS, I mean, it looks like on the first start of this defense, they were punishing it. This time, they're falling victim to it, and Ashen, 12 kills to his name. The attack timeout really changed things for him. And SSG, an opening kill yet again. That's been their recipe for success.
I mean, the good news for MKERS is that Bino did his job. There wasn't much opposition to the garage breach being opened up, but again, it's an opening pick that you just continue to surrender. The good news is for MKERS as well, and Kobe's come back online with that R4C. They've droned out J90, so they've got some top pressure, Packer does. And you've got the level man count now. Force was over towards the Visa side, but J90 has not been pushed out of this position. Ashen taking damage towards the lobby, but there goes J90 rearing into gear now. He's not worried about vertical pressure, and now he'll have some horizontal pressure to contend with as the death mark comes out onto the side of Packer. He's tracking down Ashen, who was over by the lobby. Looks like he's falling back towards the bomb site. So it's J90 covering the diffuser. Actually, that diffuser is outside on the Thermite's body. The sprinting J90 cannot make it to safety. The recovery of the diffuser, now the next objective for MKERS is that'll be Ashen being tracked down by the death mark for a second time. Now it's a 3v3 to hold on to. Still 2 nitro cells in the back pocket for Space Station.
Yeah, SSG can't get too comfortable here. We see the information that MKERS has been able to obtain thanks to, again, the Deimos Deathmark tracker. They know where Ashen is. It does mean that SSG have a good bit of information about Packer's position too, but also it's as simple as looking up. You see the floor being torn to shreds by the boogie drone from Giddy. You know where the attack is coming from. That's not subtle. Packer's position now might be a little surprised. Good flash. Faults in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. You know he wants to stay alive to use that nitro cell. Same thing goes for Iconic. A long-range trade, a direct 1-for-1 between Packer and Iconic, but with so little time left, that's going to favor the defense every time. Woos goes in, now all alone as Giddy drops to the floor. He's going to hunt for the kills instead of going for the defuse. It's a 1v1 because Ashen is down, but Faults prevailed yet again. Unreal, the turnaround that this player has seen. Faults is on one since the switch.
I don't know what Fultz is typing. You can see him typing there in his face cam. Iconic is yelling. I don't know what Fultz is saying, but it must be, just stop trying. Like, Fultz has been nuclear for the last 6 rounds or so. This has been unbelievable for him. And for the rest of the team, I mean, Ashen and J9O, they have their moments in the rounds. Iconic gets that trade to drop it to the 2v2. But Fultz, man, this defensive half has been electric for this man. And he does get put in that 1v1. It was another trade there for downs instead of kills. Man, Fultz, honestly, just unbelievable. It's match point. It's series point. And it's Space Station in the lead. They're up 7-6. Makers are going to go back downstairs towards the garage. Same roaming lineup. They brought out the 2 times they were successful at defending this bomb site on their defensive stand, what feels like an eternity ago. And now for the Makers, do or die here. You're up 6-2. It's now 7-6 in favor of Space Station. My goodness.
Unreal. The turnaround that SSG has seen. Not over yet, though. Makers, they grinded for this. They really did. I mean, man, they worked their butts off here to get to this point. But SSG may be looking to end this one quick. I mean, Forest, you see how quickly they made their way up to the map? To the garage wall immediately goes Forest. Exothermic down, wall open, so they're not going to have to deal with any more pesky impact tricking from Woos. He didn't even get into position in time. So SSG clearly moving in quick is on the mind. They don't want to have to go to that final round and leave it up to fate. Of course, their defenses have been strong, but again, you never know. Makers are known to bounce back. Of course, the Makers defense was rock solid too, and this is where they'll have a chance to send us to round 15. On the hunt on this roam is Giddy, Packer as well. A good bit of this roam and a lot of early pressure for SSG to deal with.
Yeah, like you said, Woo's not in position to go for the impact trick. That was honestly one of the harder obstacles for Space Station to overcome the first time they attacked into this bomb site. Now, Packer descending the server stairs. We got Jackal Tracks coming out. Now on to Giddy, who was previously spotted over by CEO. He'll be tracked down. Not sure if they're aware of the positioning of Kobe with him as well, but now Red Ping is coming out. Iconic trying to utilize the soft breach of the Boogie drone to get the first kill. Kobe down to 50 HP, down to 0 HP. Ashen gets the opener once again, and Space Station, they take the middle floor with a storming fashion. Able to bring out the drones now and continue decimating the floorboards and potentially hacking a Capcan trap. Now he'll just ping it for a teammate to shoot instead. So Ashen now worried about any other utility that he might be able to bring over to the side of Space Station. This attack doing well to operate with the garage breach open. They have the soft breach up above. The bulletproof camera will be hacked onto his favor. And now with a minute ticking away, Makers in a 4v5 are going to have to try and persevere in the bomb site. They've got 1 nitro cell. They've lost their vision from that bulletproof camera in the bomb site. It's looking dire now for Makers.
Obi and Packer, we were complimenting their double kills. The fact that they've hit double digits, but we were complimenting them, it felt like 5 rounds ago. They've been quiet since then. This entire Makers side has been quiet. Now they have to go huge. They're in the disadvantage. All 5 SSG attackers bearing down on the site. Smokes in, flashes in, Forrest getting this diffuser down. Giddy strikes first, but the trade is there from J9O. There's a double for him. The coverage complete, the diffuser down. 3 for J9O, make it 4. SSG finish the job. The comeback of all comebacks here against Makers. And the swag comes out from this team. The glasses come on and the celebrations begin.
My God, 6 rounds in a row for Space Station Gaming. The glasses come out, and I did note this earlier on in the season. They have color-coordinated glasses and jerseys. They have white jerseys and black jerseys, and they have a white set of sunglasses and a black set of sunglasses. So props off for the color coordination there from Space Station. Props for the comeback as well. They win map 1, 7-2. They are in convincing control of the series. They go down 6-2 after dropping their first 2 defensive rounds. The timeout comes out, and they win 6 rounds on the defense in a row. They win the series 2-0. We send our tier 2 teams home, and our tier 1 teams advance further into the bracket.
Wow, what a story. SSG, maybe they had to work a little harder than they wanted to, but they came out with a victory, and they looked damn good on that comeback while doing it. And I gotta say, we've seen a lot. There's been a lot of false slander in the chat tonight. May have been keeping an eye on that. Put some respect on his name. The guy popped off, Ashen went crazy, and J90 closing it with a bang. I think we're gonna get Fultz in the interview. At least we're hoping to do that. So you're not gonna wanna miss it. We're gonna step away for a few minutes, but when we come back, we'll hear from SSG. We'll break this one down a little more. It's been a heck of a match, so don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Cameraman be the hero now. He'll need to be. G out of the line of sight and with a glance on what? To push them to no.
All right, well, honestly, that was a roller coaster, I think, for many out there. Going into our map 2, it looked like, based off of our map picks and bans, Space Station should have been theirs. Box, then they get into the match, and it starts to tell a little bit of a tale until things took a drastic turn.
Yeah, it was very close. I mean, just to highlight MKERS, I think they obviously losing the first map the way they did and then coming back, it looked like they were in the driver's seat for most of the time. They did a really good job on their defensive side. It was a very half game. I'd say a 4-2 split. You can't be upset at that. SSG was trying some things, but MKERS did their homework. They did their research. They knew exactly where SSG was going to come from, where to stop the plant, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. And then on the flip side of things, once they swapped sides and MKERS was actually on the attack, they were finding so much success with the Amaru. The Amaru shotgun too, just getting into SSG's phase, finding those opening kills. And that's exactly where SSG was like, okay, at a certain point, we had enough. Once it got to match point, they were like, we had enough. They called the timeout. And things obviously, I mean, we know exactly how they went.
Yeah, I mean, TAC timeout came through, right? And it just felt like Space Station Gaming could not lose after that point. And I really think that's the difference between what we see from the tier 2 teams and what we get from the top teams in the entire world. And Space Station, despite their struggles at this stage, are a top team in the world. We saw that proven at Invite. We've seen that throughout their history. This team knows how to battle back, even from the toughest of moments. You know, I remember back at the Atlanta Major playoffs when Space Station Gaming went down 5-1 to FaZe Clan on Consulate. They pulled it back and they won that map. They do it again here against MKERS. Not quite the same deficit, but almost more impressive the way they were able to pull it back with some players having some really, really rough rounds coming through there, right? A lot of players were struggling in that first 8 rounds. And then the TAC timeout gets called. Since then, every single player put in the work. Space Station Gaming became a completely different monster where they ran away with the game. You know, I really do think sometimes you look at Consulate and you're like, yeah, 4-2 defender sided, easy peasy, simple as that. Really wasn't the case in this game. You know, MKERS were dominating throughout those first 8 rounds, and Space Station really had to kind of grit their teeth and put it together to win this game.
It's very interesting because at the start of the game, SSG was losing because they were relying so much on 1v1s, and whenever one person would lose the 1v1, another person would just throw their body in and try to win the next 1v1, and it wasn't going in their favor. And then after the timeout, it wasn't necessarily that they stopped going for 1v1s. It was almost like they were just backs against the wall. There's nothing that we can lose. Let's just start going for these fights, or at least going for fights that we want to go for instead of just fighting to fight. They were taking calculated fights, and obviously huge performance from everybody on SSG. They obviously started turning up a lot more, so when you're shooting and hitting the head, obviously it makes everything you do just look that much more spectacular.
Especially like great performance coming out from the squad, but there's 2 people in particular, especially after that TAC timeout, that we really need to be calling out and praising here, Jesse, because this was night and day. I don't know what was happening in that TAC timeout, but it was magic for Ashen and Fultz.
You're absolutely right, Sierra. You can see the stats here that we've compiled. Before the TAC timeout, Ashen was struggling 4-8, and a lot of those were kind of condensed into a few specific rounds. He really wasn't finding impacts, a lot of opening deaths. False as well, 1-8, just not able to have any impact on the rounds, was constantly getting caught, you know, when the team was in rough positions. And then after those TAC timeouts, I don't know what it was the call it said to them, but they both turned it on like crazy. First, it was Ashen that really came alive after the TAC timeout, getting a 2K and a 3K, starting to raise that KD. And then those last few rounds, False just went ridiculous, putting up some of the most insane clutches, some insane plays that I've seen in a very, very long time. Ashen, I think, really taking the initiative after those TAC timeouts, kind of taking things back into his own hands. It felt like those first 2 rounds when they were on defense, they were getting like caught off guard a lot of the time. Oftentimes MKERS were really getting these opening picks on places where, you know, Space Station wasn't really expecting that. I think they really took initiative on a lot of those later rounds, and the fact that Fultz was able to clutch up late so many times as well as you're seeing in these clips, I mean, masterful performance from those 2.
No, before it was a 6-2, Jesse was marking down every single time that Fultz died, ready for the points for tomorrow. And then once Fultz started turning up, I mean, no, I'm kidding. But just to highlight on Fultz a little bit more specifically, he's one of those players that has just evolved so much as of recently, his whole career. And so he's in one of those positions where he's usually just so experienced that you're going to give him a lot of the pressure, a lot of the hard things to do. And that's what we saw in those last couple of rounds, is that pressure be lifted off of him. Just be put in a position, have you go crazy. You're in a losable situation. The most you can do is just stall time, and he goes ahead and gets 2, 3, 4 people sometimes. And so, when you're able to take that pressure off of players like that, they're able to excel and succeed.
Yeah, well, of course, we have to talk to, I was going to say man of the hour. There's a couple of them, but we, of course, with the performance right at the end, we have to talk to Fultz a little bit more about that, because that was some crazy stuff. First off, where'd the glasses go? Weren't those the celebration glasses?
All right, sorry, that's I was lacking. Good call.
All right, that's better. That's better. You absolutely popped off. You and Ashton, after that tack timeout, that was absolutely crazy. I need to know what happened in that tack timeout, what was pinpointed, and how you're able to turn that around.
Yeah, to sum it up, I mean, we were just kind of giving them too much respect, and we just decided that, like Fox said, enough is enough, and we just decided to start just not really giving them an inch, and you know, that comes down to like good coaching and then us just trusting each other, and we were able to make that fast pivot into you know, I think it was four of those defensive wins, and then pushing it to OT.
Definitely glad to see the pivot when we did, especially looking at this map pool. I mean, starting on Skyscraper, this actually looked like a really strong veto from the get-go for Space Station. Were you surprised that you're able to get away with this map veto? Because it kind of looked like you were just set up from success for the start.
Yeah, I think it was maybe not the best map pick from them, just because it's a very linear map, and with us just being, you know, the tier 1 team, I don't think that really favors them. But yeah, I mean, I think that's really all it came down to. We just knew that if we out-communicated them, we were going to win the game, just because we're better fundamentally. So yeah, that's pretty much it on the Skyscraper side of things. It was a very just fundamental map from us.
And I want to keep this short, so I'll just ask one more question here. But in our semifinals tomorrow, you're going to be facing off against Luminosity. This is the team that beat you 2-1 in the LCQ seeding bracket. But I want to know how much weight was put on the match, knowing that you're going to be getting this rematch, or what kind of happened last time around?
Yeah, I mean, last time around, there wasn't really much pressure. We were kind of just playing for money and seeding. So I wouldn't really say there was a lot of pressure on us last time. I think that we've improved on a lot of things with us being like a newer team. Well, not a newer team, we have a new addition. Since then, I think we've ironed out some things that we need to iron out, and I'm excited for the rematch. I think it's going to go a lot different.
Definitely excited to see that rematch go down as well. Congratulations again on this win. Good luck tomorrow. Have a good rest of your night, folks, okay?
Thank you. See you guys.
Yeah. For us, gotta say hello to the desk once again, and getting near the end of our day here. I mean, it's gonna be exciting. We got the rematch tomorrow. I mean, Fult's talking about Space Station. They're fixing their mistakes here, and I love to see teams adapting and fixing some of these issues that have plagued them. This is a redemption arc for quite a few of our teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is not just a Space Station issue, but it's for a lot of teams, right? I mean, we've talked about it when we're looking at Sonics. We've talked about it when we're looking at Oxygen. There have been a lot of issues that these teams have had. They wouldn't be in the LCQ if they didn't have some problems that they had to work through. But that's why the LCQ exists. That's why we've got teams coming through and are trying to get that last chance to make it to Manchester. I think Space Station proved today that they really have worked on a lot of their big issues. Yeah, maybe conflict got a little bit scary, but when things really mattered, when they got down to it, they were able to save this map. And that's the type of thing that will push teams far in a tough tournament like an LCQ.
I mean, when you talk about best of ones, when you talk about best of threes, I really do think SSG is that team that needs a best of 3 to be able to unlock their full potential.
Well, of course, getting to the end of the day here, we have to be taking a look at the bracket. The teams that are still fighting for a chance to get that last coveted NA spot here going on to the Manchester Major. It's going to be Oxygen going up against Sonics, Luminosity going up against Space Station. The order is still to be determined, so keep an eye out for that. That will be announced soon. But looking over at this, Fox, I mean, I'm excited for all these teams. I feel like it's going to be a heartbreaking day, but by the end of tomorrow, we will know our last NA representative.
Oh, it'll be very stressful. I mean, both games are very close. I feel like every single team right now in this Final Four really have all had, you know, a mixed bag of issues and positives and negatives. And I really think there necessarily isn't one team that you could believe in. I mean, OXG obviously looked like the most dominant, but Sonics bringing Grixer back obviously adds a lot of like uncertainties. SSG, Luminosity, both in the even playing field. It's really difficult to really pick a favorite.
Yeah, and really, I mean, we're going to have some exciting matches coming through. Obviously, Oxygen and Sonics is always a fun one. I believe they've played each other in LCQs in the past as well, so nice to see them going up against one another. I think back in the Copenhagen LCQ, we saw that matchup. And then, of course, the Space Station Luminosity rematch from just a few days ago should be excellent as well.
It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a long day tomorrow, but it's going to be absolutely fantastic. So we're all going to get some rest over here. Thank you all so much for tuning in today, following the teams. Thanks, Core, to the casters. We'll catch you back here tomorrow for our final day of LCQ.